Chapter 1282, Growth Type Set Equipment. As expected of a god's home. This place is even more amazing than the Tower of Time. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the demonic beasts in the herb garden as he held the 7 luminaries shard tightly. The Tower of Time was one of the 2 most famous towers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, as it was an Azura mode regional dungeon. Although the dungeon was a similar rank to the Stoneclaw Mountains, there was a huge difference between the 2. The Tower of Time's bosses dropped 7 luminaries crystals. However, the Moonlight Courtyard was even more astounding. He had a chance to obtain 7 luminaries shards by killing the numerous silver moon rats here. On their own, 7 luminaries shards weren't particularly useful. However, they could be sold to NPCs for a high price. NPC merchants would be more than willing to purchase each shard for 1 gold. However, players weren't likely to sell their 7 luminaries shards to NPCs. Players could synthesize 7 luminaries crystals from the shards. However, this task required a master alchemist at the very least. A master alchemist's synthesis success rate was roughly 30%. It was neither high nor low. Even independent players would attempt to synthesize their shards rather than sell them. After all, 7 luminaries crystals could upgrade a player's mind space. Nobody would foolishly sell such an important resource and give up on constructing their own private space for rest and entertainment. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng was suddenly motivated to wipe out the demonic beasts in the herb garden. He wouldn't find an opportunity like this elsewhere. Normally, one had to venture to extremely dangerous secret lands and kill the area's bosses to obtain 7 luminaries shards or crystals. Now, however, he only needed to kill Tier 2 lords. This was like a bargain bin for 7 luminaries shards. After a short rest, Shifeng began to lure the silver moon rats once again. His second attempt was much easier than his first. Moreover, he only lured 2 rats this time. Although he could take on 3 at once, fighting so many placed a heavy burden on the Tomahawk Demon. He needed to use Life Bloom constantly to keep the Tomahawk Demon alive. By fighting 2 at a time, however, the Tomahawk Demon did not need to defend itself constantly and could launch counterattacks from time to time. This increased the total DPS. Shifeng attacked the Silver Moon Rat's weak points relentlessly. Like before, he healed the Tomahawk Demon with Life Bloom when its HP was low. Like this, Shifeng cleared out wave after wave of Silver Moon Rats, each wave taking over a dozen minutes to defeat. Shifeng cleared out over 20 waves without rest. Although the repetition was boring, the more Shifeng fought, the more smoothly he defeated the Silver Moon Rats as he became increasingly familiar with the demonic beast's attack patterns and weak points. As a result, he needed less time to defeat the rats each time he lured a wave over. Moreover, his harvest was considerable. After killing 47 Silver Moon Rats, he had obtained 21 7 luminary shards. The shards' drop rate was much higher than he had initially expected. Others' synthesis success rate was only 30%. However, Shifeng had the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he collected 57 luminary shards, he could synthesize a 7 luminaries crystal with a 100% success rate. If he continued to grind the demonic beasts here, he might collect all of the 7 luminaries crystals he needed to construct the 4 towers of elements. Why is combat here so taxing on stamina? After killing another wave of Silver Moon Rats, Shifeng felt a little tired. In God's domain, when a player's stamina had decreased to a certain point, they would start feeling tired, affecting their combat power. If they continued to consume stamina, their combat power would continuously decrease. By the time players exhausted their stamina, they would not be able to move a single finger. Hence, when players fought in the fields, they would take breaks after fighting for a certain time. One of the reasons for doing so was to maintain their strength. Another reason was to avoid having insufficient stamina should they encounter anything unexpected. Shifeng had considered this before he had started fighting. Hence, he had been using the basic Tyrant title. Not only did the title provide him with 30 fortitude, but it also increased his maximum stamina by 20%, yet even after fighting around 24 battles, his stamina had fallen to a critical level. He hadn't expected his stamina consumption to be this high. I've only killed 47 silver moon rats after such a long time. This promotion quest is extraordinarily difficult. After consuming a drop of life essence, Shi Feng turned to the distant silver moon rats, a bitter smile appearing on his face. It seems I've miscalculated. Fortunately, the promotion quest doesn't have a time limit. It would take a long time just to clear a path to the courtyard's inner area, not to mention killing every demonic beast here. Thinking about time, Shi Feng glanced at the system clock displaying the time in the real world. He felt that it should be about time to log out and rest. After all, he had been playing for quite some time. This would not benefit his real body. What's going on here? Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise when he saw the time. After some quick calculations, it should be around 7:30 in the morning. Yet, the system clock told him that it wasn't even 6 a.m. in the real world. This can't be right. I remember entering this place at roughly 5 in the morning. I've been grinding the rats for 5 hours now, so 2.5 hours should have passed in the real world. Even if my calculations are slightly off, it should still be past 7 o'clock, Shi Feng muttered in confusion. Following which, Shi Feng looked at the system clock displaying the in-game time. As he thought, he had been grinding for over 5 hours. Could the flow of time here be different from God's domain? Shi Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. In fact, this wasn't something new in the game. Although rare, when one entered certain secret lands, the flow of time was different. Following which, Shi Feng started comparing the time flow in the Dark Canyon and the real world. The moment he did, however, he was shocked. Time in the Dark Canyon flowed 10 times faster than in the real world. Shi Feng was stunned. After all, he had only ever heard about a 1 to 10 time dilation in the past. He had never experienced it before. The greatest time dilation he had experienced was a 1 to 6 ratio. 1 hour in the real world had been 6 hours in the game. On the continent of God's domain, the time dilation was only double that in the real world. Now, however, he experienced a 1 to 10 time dilation. Shi Feng finally understood why, after coming here, the system prevented access to the communication system and return scrolls. Contacting the outside world while experiencing such a high time dilation would be an impressive feat. This is wonderful. I won't have to worry about spending too much time in here. Shi Feng was ecstatic. However, although he was not in a hurry, he couldn't spend too much time on his promotion quest. After all, the contest on Thunder Island was rapidly approaching. He needed to prepare. He also needed to search for sufficiently powerful mysterious flames to extend the time he had left before he became a puppet. After Shi Feng rested, he grinded the silver moon rats once again. With the life essence's stamina recovery, his stamina consumption rate decreased to 1/3 of its original. He could now fight for much longer. While he fought the silver moon rats, Shi Feng summoned his second tier 2 demon, Hidden Thorn Demon. This type of demon was similar to an assassin. It possessed explosive power and control capabilities. This made killing the silver moon rats much easier for Shi Feng. Now, he could defeat 2 silver moon rats in 8 minutes. As Shi Feng grinded silver moon rats, he also discovered that, aside from dropping 7 luminary shards, the silver moon rats dropped equipment, though at a very low probability. However, the low drop rate was justified as the demonic beasts dropped growth-type set equipment for level 50 to level 60 players. The set equipment could be upgraded from bronze to dark gold rank. These items were far more valuable than ordinary level 60 dark gold set equipment. The silver moon rats dropped 2 variants of growth-type set equipment. One was the magic moon set equipment, meant for magical classes, while the other was the shadow moon set equipment for physical classes. Both were 7-piece sets. After grinding for over a dozen hours, Shi Feng had only obtained 3 set pieces, 2 for the magic moon set and 1 piece of the shadow moon set. Meanwhile, he had collected 91 7 luminary shards. As Shi Feng was about to enter the herb garden and lure more monsters, every one of the silver moon rats in the garden started to tremble. Shortly after these silver moon rats started trembling, the mana in the herb garden was pulled to a single point. Immediately, Shifeng turned to the epicenter of this phenomenon. An evolution? Shifeng's jaw dropped in astonishment. A silver moon rat, significantly larger than its counterparts, stood in the center of this phenomenon. The silver moon rat's eyes had turned blood red, and all of its fur stood on end. The silver moon rat's body also released a faint red glow, making it extremely eye-catching. Chapter 1283, Bloodline Evolution. The glowing silver moon rat screeched in agony. The other silver moon rats stared at the evolving rat as if it were a king as they trembled and distanced themselves. They were deeply afraid of angering their king and dying under its claws. In fact, over a dozen rat corpses surrounded the evolving silver moon rat. Impossible! It's undergoing a bloodline evolution? Shifeng had a bad feeling about this. Like players, monsters could reach higher tiers. Only, in the case of monsters, the upgrade was known as evolution. God's Domain's field bosses didn't come from nowhere. Instead, when a field boss was killed, the land it had governed would be left without a ruler. In such a situation, the region's monsters would engage in an intense battle, constantly evolving. Only after a new ruler emerged would these monsters cease their fighting. Hence, every time a new boss appeared in a region, the region's monsters would grow more powerful due to their evolutions during the intense competition. The silver moon rat before him was similarly evolving. Only, its evolution was somewhat different, known as a bloodline evolution. Many demonic beasts were members of powerful monster bloodlines from ancient times. Hence, when they evolved, they had a chance of triggering their bloodline. If that happened, not only would their tier improve, but their life ratings would also rise. In the past, Shifeng had encountered demonic beasts that undergone bloodline evolution. A particular demonic beast had evolved from Tier 4 to Tier 5 and successfully triggered its bloodline. As a result, it had evolved into an incomparably powerful Tier 5 archaic species, transforming its governed area into a forbidden land for players. Only after a long time had a super guild managed to kill this Tier 5 archaic species. The silver moon rat was currently a Tier 2 lord. If it evolved normally, it would only become a Tier 3 great lord. If it triggered its bloodline, however, it would become a Tier 3 archaic species. At that point, escape would be impossible, much less victory. Even if Shifeng could run away, with a Tier 3 archaic species guarding the herb garden, he wouldn't be able to get in. I have to give it a try. Shifeng gritted his teeth and retrieved his only Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll and Tier 3 summoning scroll. He activated them immediately. A monster's evolution wasn't instantaneous. They needed time to absorb enough mana. Moreover, the more powerful the evolution, the more time it would take. The silver moon rat's bloodline evolution had just begun. It was the perfect time to strike. Suddenly, a massive, blue magic array appeared above the evolving silver moon rat. This array absorbed a large portion of the mana the silver moon rat had gathered. Snowflakes started to descend from the magic array, and anything they touched froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, a radius of 50 yards had transformed into a winter wonderland. Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, Frosty Day. Not only could the spell cause a lot of damage, but it could also freeze all targets within the affected area for 10 seconds. Even if the freezing effect were negated, enemies would receive a debuff which reduced their movement speed and attack speed 50% and double their stamina consumption rate for 10 minutes. This one move had frozen all of the rats around the evolving silver moon rat. As for the silver moon rats that were outside of Frosty Day's range, due to the silver moon rat that was undergoing its bloodline evolution, they didn't dare approach the area. Instead, they turned tail and fled for their lives, giving Shifeng an opportunity to attack the evolving silver moon rat. As for the evolving silver moon rat itself, the spell had taken over 1 million of its HP. Although its HP had only decreased slightly, it was severely injured, and as a result, its mana absorption rate had decreased significantly. Roar! The evolving silver moon rat bellowed and glared at Shifeng, killing intent radiating from its eyes. It then charged at Shifeng. Good. Shifeng smiled. Immediately, He activated Windwalk before he turned and fled. It was too risky to fight the rat in the herb garden. Had the Silver Moon rat continued to absorb mana to evolve even after the initial attack, he would have been helpless. The fact that it had given chase couldn't be a better outcome. However, although the Silver Moon rat had yet to complete its evolution, its movement speed was still higher than Shurfeng's even after he activated the aura of Wind and Windwalk. Bloodline evolutions are terrifying. Shurfeng was inwardly shocked as he turned to look at the Silver Moon rat chasing him. Originally, over 70 yards had separated him and the Silver Moon rat. Now, the distance had shortened to 50 yards. Moreover, as the Silver Moon rat ran after him, it absorbed mana and continued its evolution. Fortunately, it wasn't evolving as fast as it had been. This was the outcome Shurfeng had hoped for. As long as the Silver Moon rat continued to evolve, the other Silver Moon rats would not approach it. If the other Silver Moon rats tagged along, he really would die here. Following which, Shurfeng dashed out of the herb garden, only stopping when the Silver Moon rat caught up to him. After catching up to Shurfeng, the Silver Moon rat slashed its razor-sharp claws at Shurfeng's back. Not daring to be careless, Shurfeng spun around and used parry, blocking the attack. Ping! The single attack threw Shurfeng over 20 yards away. Although Shurfeng had been sent flying because he had used the impact to put some distance between him and his adversary, the fact that he had been thrown so far told him that the Shadow Moon rat now had the strength of a level 62 Great Lord. Shurfeng refused to imagine how terrifying the Silver Moon rat's strength and speed would be once it completed its evolution. This should be far enough. Shurfeng glanced at the distant herb garden. He then controlled his Tier 3 summon creature and 2 Tier 2 demons to attack the Silver Moon rat. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot towards the Silver Moon rat. Seeing this, the Silver Moon rat revealed a human-like sneer. It turned sharply, dodging Dragon Breath. Its intellect has improved by so much? Shurfeng frowned. Although a bloodline evolution would improve a demonic beast's intellect, he hadn't expected this level of intelligence from the Silver Moon rat. The Silver Moon rat's combat standards already rivaled that of an elite player. As the Silver Moon rat gleefully charged at Shurfeng, the 2 Tier 2 demons had circled to its sides, and each launched an attack at its blind spots. Arrogance flashed in the Silver Moon rat's beady eyes. It then backflipped, dodging the demon's attacks. The outcome didn't particularly surprise Shurfeng as he maintained a calm expression. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon rat, which was still in the midst its backflip, discovered an 8-meter-tall, level 65, Tier 3 Shadow Lion behind it. The Shadow Lion brandished its claws at the rat. Boom! The lion slapped the Silver Moon rat to the ground, the impact ripping an agonized screech from the demonic beast. Its HP decreased by over 700,000. This move was none other than the Shadow Lion's Tier 3 skill, Shadow Assault. This move was similar to the combination of the Assassin class's Shadow Steps and Ambush. Moreover, it was an AoE attack, so it was impossible to dodge at a close range. By using Dragon Breath, Shurfeng had determined the Silver Moon rat's combat standards. After determining its combat standards, he used the 2 demons to launch a feint, leaving room for the Silver Moon rat to dodge. He responded by directing the Shadow Lion to injure the rat. After his plan succeeded, Shurfeng switched to the aura of fire and activated Firestorm. As the Silver Moon rat's body had been embedded in the ground, it couldn't dodge the raging inferno in time. The Silver Moon rat screeched again as the scorching flames engulfed it, its HP decreasing rapidly. Suddenly, its blood-red eyes turned pitch black. Despite the raging inferno, the surrounding temperature dropped. Roar! The Silver Moon rat suddenly released a deafening roar. It began to transform. Not only did it grow larger, but its dark gray fur had also turned silvery white. Its single tail split into 3, and it now had 4 front legs rather than 2. A pitch-black horn protruded from its forehead. This is insane. It's forcing its evolution? Shurfeng frowned. Chapter 1284, Soloing an Archaic Species. After completing its evolution, the Silver Moon rat had more than doubled in size. Now, it was 6 meters tall and loomed like a 2-story house. Its aura had also grown more intense, making it difficult for Shi Feng to breathe. Meanwhile, its statistics had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Silver Moon Rat King, weakened. Archaic species, Great Lord. Level 64. HP 90, 000, 000/90, 000, 000. As Shi Feng stared at the information, the Silver Moon Rat King vanished. In the blink of an eye, the Rat King appeared before Shi Feng, its 4 front paws transforming into streaks of light as they slashed at Shi Feng. So fast! Shi Feng believed that in terms of speed, no player was his match in God's domain. However, compared to the Silver Moon Rat King, he was slow. Not to mention, the Rat King attacked with 4 limbs. Even if he could move faster, he couldn't dodge all 4 attacks. Defensive Blade. Ping. Over a dozen streaks of light slashed at Shi Feng again and again. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng heard his defensive barrier shatter. In a single round of attacks, the Silver Moon Rat King had exhausted Defensive Blade's block counts. As soon as the Silver Moon Rat King ended its first barrage, it launched another. However, black mist now extended from its paws, forming 4 shadow whips that lashed at the swordsman. As if the Rat King were an expert with the weapon, the 4 shadow whips sealed off every one of Shi Feng's paths of retreat, preventing him from dodging the attacks. It clearly forced its evolution, but why has its intellect improved by so much? Shi Feng's expression darkened when he saw the 4 incoming whips. If a monster tried to force its evolution, not only would it receive a backlash, but it would also suffer a weakened state for some time, their attributes decreasing significantly in all aspects. Naturally, its intellect would be affected. Only after its weakened state faded would it recover to its peak. Although Shi Feng's exchange with the Silver Moon Rat King had been brief, he could tell that the Rat King had the combat standards of a player that had reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Shi Feng found this truly inconceivable. If the Silver Moon Rat King had evolved normally, what kind of combat standards would it have had? The Trial Tower's 5th floor? Or the 6th floor? With such high attributes and superb combat standards, the Silver Moon Rat King would be an utter nightmare. Not even an entire team of experts would be a match for the Silver Moon Rat King, much less a 100-man team of level 60, Tier 2 players. It was much different than the Tier 5 archaic species Shi Feng had faced in the past. Due to the lack of weaknesses, players had been forced to take the Tier 5 archaic species head-on. In the end, the Tier 5 archaic species had only died after a super guild had dispatched a team led by a Tier 6 god-ranked player. Against the Silver Moon Rat King's skill attack, Shi Feng activated Divine Steps without hesitation. Immediately, 10 doppelgangers appeared around him. The instant the shadow whips descended, Shi Feng switched places with one of the distant doppelgangers. In the end, the 4 shadow whips passed through Shi Feng's doppelganger unhindered and struck the ground, slicing the packed dirt apart as if it were a cake. The grooves were roughly 6 yards deep and extended up to 50 yards. The attack's range and power rendered Shi Feng speechless. After the skill ended, Shi Feng swapped positions with another doppelganger and appeared beside the Silver Moon Rat King, the abyssal blade descending on the Great Lord. Chop. Minus 16,748. The Silver Moon Rat King reacted as it turned and snapped 2 shadow whips at Shi Feng. Shi Feng once more switched positions with a doppelganger on the other side of the Rat King and quickly followed up with Thundering Flash. 4 arcs of blue lightning passed through the Silver Moon Rat King's body. Minus 7,950. Minus 10,748. Minus 29,601. Minus 20,007. Although the Rat King's defense hadn't risen by much, it had 90 million HP. Shi Feng's damage was nothing. Fortunately, while weakened, the Silver Moon Rat King couldn't use its combat recovery. Hence, any lost HP was permanent. By constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers, Shi Feng suppressed the Rat King for a moment. Meanwhile, Shifeng controlled the Shadow Lion and 2 Tier 2 demons to join the battle. However, the Silver Moon Rat King promptly responded when it noticed the Shadow Lion and demons approach by lashing its 4 Shadow Whips. It aimed 2 for the Tier 3 Shadow Lion while the other 2 dealt with the Tier 2 demons. The Rat King's attacks were extremely accurate, forcing the Shadow Lion and demons to defend themselves. However, the Shadow Whip's attack speed was quite high. Before Shifeng could direct his creatures to dodge, the whips struck. The Shadow Lion was knocked back by over 10 yards, 2 damages of over -170,000 appearing above its head. Each of the Tier 2 demons had lost over 300,000 HP and been thrown over 30 yards. What high strength! Shifeng was surprised. The Silver Moon Rat King's strength could rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Fortunately, he had avoided the Rat King's attacks, using divine steps to defend himself. Otherwise, if he had failed to block the 4 Shadow Whips and were struck, he would have died instantly. Even if he blocked all 4 whips, he would have very little HP remaining. Once Shifeng understood how powerful the Silver Moon Rat King was, he changed his attack methods. Now, instead of issuing the Shadow Lion vague commands, he chose to control it himself. He directed the 2 demons to attack from the sides. Like the Silver Moon Rat King, the Shadow Lion was a Tier 3 monster. Although the Shadow Lion's strength was no match for the Silver Moon Rat King, its speed should be on par. With Shifeng's control, it would not be difficult to block the Rat King's attacks with the Shadow Lion. After all, the Silver Moon Rat King only had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. To ordinary and elite players, this combat standard might be considered very high. To him, however, it was not even passable. Even if he had to split his attention between controlling his body and the Shadow Lion, he could exhibit combat standards at the half-step refinement realm with the Shadow Lion. Once the Shadow Lion was under Shifeng's complete control, it easily dodged 3 of the Silver Moon Rat King's Shadow Whips. The Shadow Lion countered the last whip with a swipe of its claws, negating the attack. It then used its other paw to cast the Tier 2 skill, Shadow Claw, raking 4 bloody slashes across the Silver Moon Rat King's face. The impact slammed the Rat King's head into the ground. -438,749. The Shadow Lion's attack dazed the Silver Moon Rat King. The rat stared at the lion in confusion. It had sent the stupid lion flying earlier, yet now the beast had dodged its attacks and slashed its face. The Silver Moon Rat King pushed Shifeng to the back of its mind and focused its attention on the monstrous cat, lashing 1 whip after another at the Shadow Lion. Against this furious assault, Shifeng directed the lion to defend itself. Although the Shadow Lion couldn't damage the Rat King, Shifeng and his 2 demons could attack the Great Lord from its blind spots, taking tens of thousands of the Rat King's HP every now and then. For a time, they fought a battle of attrition. The Silver Moon Rat King's HP decreased slowly. Only after a long time did its HP fall by 1%. As for the Shadow Lion, it lost HP at roughly the same rate. Thank goodness for its weakened state. After getting a general grasp of the situation, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. If the battle continued like this, he could kill the Silver Moon Rat King before the Shadow Lion's duration ran out. If the Silver Moon Rat King weren't in a weakened state, however, he wouldn't be able to kill it, even if he had days, due to its battle recovery. In fact, the reason that most experts in God's domain couldn't solo powerful bosses wasn't due to weak combat standards. Rather, they couldn't deal enough damage to overcome the boss's battle recovery. Without battle recovery, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP steadily decreased. 95%, 90%, 80%. After fighting for nearly an hour, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP finally fell to 10%. Fortunately, the Shadow Lion still had 60% of its HP. Throughout the battle, whenever the Shadow Lion's HP fell to a critical level, Shifeng had cast Life Bloom on it. As a result, the Silver Moon Rat King watched helplessly as the Shadow Lion recovered to full HP. Roar! The Silver Moon Rat King finally went berserk. Black magic arrays suddenly appeared before its 4 paws, rampantly gathering the surrounding mana. The Rat King then slammed its paws on the ground, and streaks of black light shot from the ground in a 100-yard radius. When the Tier 2 Tomahawk demon accidentally stumbled into one of the streaks of light, it instantly lost over 600,000 HP. As the seconds ticked by, more streaks of light broke through the dirt. As this attack continued, even Shifeng had no choice but to use defensive blade and absolute defense to defend himself. By the time these streaks of black light finally stopped, the two Tier 2 demons had less than 30% of their HP remaining. As for the Shadow Lion, it only had 40% HP remaining. As expected, an archaic species won't go down so easily after all. Even in a weakened state, this skill is more than enough to annihilate an expert team multiple times. Shifeng was greatly shocked as he stared at the exhausted Silver Moon Rat King. If the Rat King were at its peak, only death would await him. There was no other outcome. After all, despite the Rat King's current weakened state, Shifeng hadn't found a single weakness. If he wanted to defeat it, he had to face it head-on. If the Rat King were at its peak, he wouldn't have any hope of victory without several Tier 3 tanks or summoning scrolls and an intermediate magic array to suppress the demonic beast. The Silver Moon Rat King was exhausted after using such a powerful skill. It couldn't even move a muscle. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash and started a merciless assault. If he waited for the Silver Moon Rat King to recover and use that powerful AoE skill again, he would die. 9%, 7%, 5%, 1%. When the Silver Moon Rat King only had around 100,000 HP remaining, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Moon Rat King's HP hit rock bottom, its body collapsing to the ground. Success, finally! Shifeng fell flat on his back in exhaustion, taking one deep breath after another. He had focused on controlling the Shadow Lion while assisting the battle from the side. The fight had been both mentally and physically exhausting. Had the battle gone on any longer, Shifeng might have collapsed before killing the Silver Moon Rat King. Suddenly, Shifeng realized that his previously stagnant experience bar, which hadn't moved when he killed the other Shadow Moon Rats, was rising. Moreover, it rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10%, 20%, 30%. Only after reaching 69% of level 50 did his experience bar finally stop. Meanwhile, upon its death, the Silver Moon Rat King had dropped a mound of shiny items. Chapter 1285, Upgrading the Demonic Tiger. The Silver Moon Rat King's loot was astounding. It had even dropped 16 luminary shards. It had also dropped 5 pieces of equipment. The Magic Moon robes, the most important part of the Magic Moon set equipment, lay among them. There were also 2 pieces of the Shadow Moon set equipment, the chest piece and bracers. If he could complete the 7-piece sets, they would be the best set equipment available in God's domain right now. Besides that, the Silver Moon Rat King had dropped the level 60 Fine Gold Moonlight Shield and level 50 Dark Gold Necklace, Shadow Talisman. Any of the various large guilds would drool over the items. Quite a few tools had dropped as well. These tools included a Tier 3 Domain Scroll and Tier 3 Defensive Scroll. Shifeng considered these items compensation for the Tier 3 Large-Scale Destruction Magic Scroll and Summoning Scroll he had used. Shifeng had also obtained 7 Tier 3 Attribute Gemstones. HM? What's this? Shifeng had thought that he had collected all of the loot, but he suddenly noticed a nearly transparent stone beside the Silver Moon Rat King's corpse. Although this stone rested there quietly, the surrounding mana surged towards it. Curious, Shifeng picked up the stone and examined it. However, he discovered that he couldn't see its information. This left him with no choice but to use omniscient eyes. I struck gold this time. After the 10-second appraisal process completed, Shifeng revealed an excited expression as he read the item's description. Bloodline Essence, Dark Gold Rank Item. This item contains a trace of a ferocious beast's bloodline. It can give a mount a trace of the ferocious beast's bloodline. Although specific items could upgrade guild mounts, there were very few items in God's domain that could upgrade a mount's strength. A mount's strength was not static. It could be improved. However, upgrading a mount was far more difficult than nurturing personal guards. Shi Feng had never thought he would be so lucky as to obtain a dark gold strengthening tool for mounts. Although his demonic flame tiger was a dark gold mount, it was only as strong as a chieftain of the same level. It was not even a match for a tier 2 lord. Against experts of his level, the demonic flame tiger wouldn't be of much use. At most, it could cast a few buffs. If he could upgrade the demonic flame tiger to the standard of a lord, however, the mount would be of significant help. After all, a lord was the equivalent of a tier 2 player. Moreover, unlike personal guards, Shi Feng did not have to worry about the demonic flame tiger dying, as it was much cheaper to resurrect. The only downside was that, after its resurrection, the demonic flame tiger would enter a weakened state for a certain period. Following which, Shi Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger. When the tall, mighty demonic flame tiger manifested, it obediently lay down beside Shi Feng and rubbed its furry head against his arm. How much strength you get from this depends on you now. Shi Feng then placed the bloodline essence before the demonic flame tiger's mouth. Seeing the translucent stone, the demonic flame tiger shone with hunger like a cat staring at a fish. Without hesitation, it licked the bloodline essence off of Shi Feng's hand and gulped it down. When the bloodline essence entered the demonic flame tiger's stomach, blood-red patterns began to appear across the feline's body. The surrounding mana surged into the demonic flame tiger. The flood of mana wasn't one bit inferior to the Silver Moon Rat King's evolution. As it succumbed to the change, the demonic flame tiger wailed in agony. Following which, the blood patterns released a brilliant glow as they devoured the tiger's body. As the surrounding mana density reached its peak, the demonic flame tiger's form began to change. The demonic flame tiger had stood 5 meters tall. Now, however, its body shrank, reducing to 3 meters. A pitch-black horn grew from its forehead, and arcs of silver electricity crackled around its 4 paws as black flames licked up its legs. The demonic flame tiger appeared more ferocious and majestic than before. Its aura, in particular, had undergone an earth-shattering change. So strong. The bloodline essence's effect is impressive. Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he checked the demonic flame tiger's attributes. Despite its current lord rank standard, its basic attributes were much higher than a lord of the same level. It could nearly rival a high lord. A mount that was almost as strong as a high lord. Just thinking about it excited Shi Feng. The strongest mount he had seen in the past had been on par with a great lord. It had belonged to a superpower's upper echelon and had been carefully nurtured. Countless resources had been spent on the mount's growth. Shi Feng had been jealous. After all, that player who had owned the mount had only been as strong as he had been, yet that player had such an impressive mode of transportation. Now that the demonic flame tiger was as strong as a high lord, as long as he nurtured it properly, it might become as strong as a great lord by the time he reached tier 3. It would be a powerful ally. After all, his tiger now had a strand of a ferocious beast's bloodline. It was much stronger than monsters of the same rank. It's about time to log off and get some rest. Taking a look at the real-world clock, Shi Feng thought that this would be a good time to take a break. Following which, Shi Feng called up the system interface and logged out. As soon as Shi Feng exited God's domain, a series of notifications bombarded his virtual gaming cabin. Why are there so many messages? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. As his virtual gaming cabin had an anti-disturb mode, the system would temporarily block any messages from the real world. Only after he logged out of God's domain and woke from his slumber would the messages reach him. He had only been in God's domain for 3 days, yet he had over a dozen messages waiting for him. Some were from his assistant, Liang Jing, and some were from Big Dipper Group's chairman, Xiao Yu. He had also received an invitation from the White Tiger Dojo. Shi Feng glanced through one message after another. He quickly discovered that these messages focused on a single matter, the friendly competition that the White Tiger Dojo intended to host tomorrow. Xiao Yu's messages inquired about the participants' conditions, while Liang Jing's messages talked about the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. The White Tiger Dojo has splurged on the event. Shi Feng was slightly astonished as he read the competition's announcement. Not only had the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City been invited to the competition, but the White Tiger Dojo had also involved 5 other nearby cities. Anybody could apply to join the competition. The participants weren't limited to the invited dojos and training centers. As long as one passed the qualifiers, they could take part. As a result, this competition was even more ambitious than Jinhai City's annual fighting competition. In addition, the White Tiger Dojo had changed the competition's rewards. Now, anyone who placed within the top 5 would receive prize money. First place would receive 5 million credits. Even 5th place would receive 500,000 credits. To the various dojos and training centers, this prize money was negligible. Rather, these organizations had their sights set on the Green God Company's invitation card. To the majority of the participants, however, the reward money was considerable. According to Liang Jing's report, there were already more than 10,000 applicants. While Shi Feng was stretched, Xiao Yu called him anxious. Chapter 1286, Competition Preparations. Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor, Chairman's office. Currently, 2 people sat in a large office by the French windows. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these 2 people looked somewhat similar. Only, their auras were different. One radiated the energy that was unique to a martial artist, while the other's aura spoke of a high societal position. These 2 were none other than the Big Dipper Group's Shao brothers. Big brother, I've looked it up already. To attract enough attention, the White Tiger Dojo has dispatched 3 experts from its main branch to participate in the competition. Are you sure we won't have any issues? Xiao Yan asked worriedly. The White Tiger Dojo was a titan in the fighting industry. The main branch's talents were all rising stars. Take Gan Xingting, who had defeated Chen Wu, for example. Despite being one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples, he didn't even qualify for the main branch's nurturing. It was clear how impressive the main branch's experts were. Moreover, the competition had an age restriction that barred those over 20, cutting out organizations such as the Big Dipper Dojo. He wouldn't have been worried if the age restriction had been set to 25. After all, Shi Feng would be able to participate if that were the case. Moreover, they had Fire Dance, who had defeated Gan Xingting in a single move. With those 2, the Big Dipper Dojo could easily secure first place, yet neither could participate this time. Xiao Yan was very familiar with the Big Dipper Dojo's members. Only a few among them could be professional fighters. Moreover, even if they participated in the city's annual fighting competition, they wouldn't rank within the top 100. How could these members possibly contend with the White Tiger Dojo's elites? To put it crudely, even in a 3-on-1 fight, their opponent would win in 3 moves or less. If they signed their members up for the competition, it wouldn't be a matter of winning or losing. It would be a matter of how badly they were humiliated. If they embarrassed themselves during such a grand event, it would impact the Big Dipper Dojo's future. Shi Feng's people have assured me that everything is in order. I've tried to ask the person himself, but he is still in the game, and it wouldn't be wise to interrupt him. After all, he has already guaranteed success, Xiao Yu responded with a concerned expression. Big Dipper's future was at stake. He had tried to ask Liang Jing, but she had no information on these matters. Big brother, I think we should try to get an answer from him. The competition is tomorrow. If we can't win, I'd rather be absent than humiliate ourselves. If that happens, we won't have any chance against the White Tiger Dojo, Xiao Yan said. Alright, once Shi Feng leaves the game, I'll ask him. Xiao Yu agreed with his brother's logic. The White Tiger Dojo was obviously serious about branching out to Jinhai City and the several neighboring cities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dispatched its elites to take part in the competition. After all, the qualifiers for national fighting competition would begin soon. Its elites should be either resting or preparing for that event. Taking part in this sudden competition would affect them. As Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan chatted, Xiao Yu noticed that the Do Not Disturb mode on Shi Feng's communication system had been removed. Immediately, he called the man. Chairman Xiao, what's with the early call? Has something urgent come up? Shifeng asked curiously when he saw Xiao Yu's nervous expression on his quantum watch's display. The White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition is tomorrow. May I inquire about Instructor Shi's preparations? If you need any help, just say the word. We will do our best to assist you, Xiao Yu said. Currently, his gaze was fixed on Shifeng, hoping to determine the young man's confidence of winning the competition by his expression and tone. He had been a part of the business world for some time, so he could easily read the truth and lies on a person's face. If Shifeng didn't have the confidence, Xiao Yu would give up on the competition. After all, the dojo's honor was at stake. If others learned that the White Tiger Dojo's disciples defeated theirs in a single move, the Big Dipper Dojo would go of business. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng replied, "Thank you for your concern, Chairman Xiao. Since you've offered, I could use your help with something." The answer disappointed Xiao Yu. However, after considering the matter, he found it to be reasonable. After all, just how long had the Big Dipper Dojo been in operation? Even if they invested a ton of resources in their members, they wouldn't see the results for a long time. How could a few days of training possibly transform their members? Can you think of a way to obtain a few more bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid? I'm willing to purchase them for a high price, Shifeng asked, somewhat embarrassed. He had already troubled Xiao Yu for 10 bottles. However, he had given all 10 to Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. He had nothing left for Fire Dance, Cola, Yiwumian, Flying Shadow, or the other core members. The guild's main force members were nearly ready to challenge their Tier 2 promotion. However, challenging their Hell Mode promotion quests would be very difficult unless they improved their combat standards. If he could get his hands on more S-rank nutrient fluids, he could help the others grow stronger. Xiao Yu was speechless. Obtaining the previous 10 bottles had taken a lot of effort, yet Shifeng wanted more. Shifeng was practically treating the S-rank nutrient fluid as if it were water. Instructor Shi, I've already used my connections to obtain the previous bottles. I cannot get any more. I see. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng understood. If that were the case, he had no choice but to look for other methods to help his companions grow stronger. Then, Chairman Xiao, I still have matters I need to deal with. I'll speak with you later. Wait. Although Xiao Yu still had something to say, Shifeng had already disconnected the call. Big brother, how was it? Xiao Yan asked. I don't know, Xiao Yu said, smiling bitterly. Shifeng is quite mysterious. If not for him being Ruashi's classmate, I might even suspect him to be an old man that has lived through countless trials and tribulations. Despite his hundreds of weak points, I can't seem to find a way to strike. What? Even you couldn't see through him? Xiao Yan asked in shock. Xiao Yu had experienced countless battles in the business world while developing the Big Dipper Group. Many knew him to be a sly old fox. His ability to see through a facade was top class, yet he couldn't see through Shifeng. How could this not be shocking? Forget it. We'll participate in the competition tomorrow. If we don't, the White Tiger Dojo will have an excuse to slander our names. We just need to avoid losing too badly. In any case, we can redeem ourselves during the city's annual competition, Xiao Yu said after giving the matter some thought. The city competition? Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. There was no doubt that the White Tiger Dojo would win in the friendly competition. However, it was a different story for the city's annual competition as they would have the assistance of a great expert like Shifeng. Meanwhile, back in the Greenwater Villa, Shifeng's basic training, he logged back into God's domain. It would take a lot of effort to clear the Silver Moon rats from the herb garden. The sooner he completed this task, the better. He couldn't predict when the other Silver Moon rats would evolve. Compared to his prior grind, Shifeng had an easier time killing the demonic beasts with the help of the Lord-ranked demonic flame tiger. Now, not only did he and his summoned demons receive the tiger's buffs, but the demonic flame tiger's own combat power was even greater than the Tier 2 demons. Fortunately, the Dark Canyon's monsters did not respawn. After grinding away half a day, Shifeng finally cleared out the silver moon rats. Although the grind was boring, he had collected a total of 714 luminary shards. If he used the Philosopher's Stone, he could synthesize 14 luminaries crystals. He was now much closer to his goal of obtaining 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. He also had 5 unique pieces of the magic moon set equipment. He had 4 duplicates as well. As for the shadow moon set equipment, he had collected 6 unique pieces with 2 duplicates. He only needed the belt now. As Shifeng set his sights on the silver moon bears, several figures flew down from the distant tower. As these several figures grew closer to the herb garden, the demonic beasts in the moonlight courtyard panicked. Even the great lord-ranked silver moon bears covered their heads with their paws and shuddered in fear, not even daring to glance at the distant figures. This is insane. Why are magic light dragonlings here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw the 3 massive figures fly over him. Chapter 1287, Dark Shaman King. The magic light dragonlings were pitch black and shrouded in a layer of black mist. Their skins sparkled faintly from time to time, resembling the night sky. The dragonlings' wingspan stretched over 20 meters, and a single flap was enough to create a strong gust of wind, the whistle echoing throughout the courtyard. Seeing the magic light dragonlings rapidly approach the garden, Shifeng turned and fled. The magic light dragonlings were bona fide dragons. Although they were infants and only at the Tier 3 standard, they were much stronger than an archaic species of the same tier. And 3 of these level 65 magic light dragonlings were flying towards him. If they discovered him, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, the dragonlings were quite far away, so Shifeng had more than enough time to get out of the herb garden. Shifeng wasn't the only one trying to leave the herb garden. The silver moon bears lazing around the moonlight fruit did not dare linger either. It wasn't long before the 3 magic light dragonlings landed in the center of the herb garden. As soon as they landed, 3 figures jumped off of their backs. Among them, 2 were level 70, Tier 3 demons wearing exquisite armor, and 1 was a black-robed elder wielding a crimson staff. Although this black-robed elder did not exude any kind of aura, Shifeng, who watched from a distance, did not even dare to move a single muscle, deeply afraid of attracting this elder's attention. This elderly man was far more terrifying than the magic light dragonlings. Shifeng had heard this man's name before. Dark Wizard Raymond was a legendary Tier 5 Grand Wizard. He had been a marshal that commanded the Apocalypse Empire's Mage Corps. However, to pursue the essence of magic, he had betrayed the human race and dealt a severe blow to the Empire. Now, he was a wanted man in God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, Raymond had been the final boss of the Dark Shaman King expansion pack. Back then, the various superpowers had suffered countless casualties to exterminate the Dark Wizard Raymond. In the end, it had taken 2 super guilds working together to take him down. Shifeng had never expected his promotion quest to lead him to such a terrifying boss. It was no wonder why the magic light dragonlings were treated like mounts. Only a legendary grand wizard like Raymond could accomplish such a feat. This promotion quest really is deadly. Shifeng was at a loss for words as he quietly watched Raymond. If he were discovered, he would die here. There was no way for he could escape a Tier 5 Grand Wizard. If Raymond guarded the herb garden, Shifeng's promotion quest was as good as over. After Raymond dismounted, he began to collect herbs in silence. Meanwhile, the 2 Tier 3 demons stood guard. Seeing this, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Raymond was also a Grandmaster Alchemist. He had most likely come to the garden to collect herbs for his research. As Raymond harvested the plants, Shifeng hid in a bush and remained motionless. A Tier 5 NPC's perception was incredibly powerful. Even though he was 500 yards away from Raymond, there was no guarantee that the NPC wouldn't detect his movements. He could only wait until Raymond left the herb garden. Time passed quickly. After harvesting herbs for nearly 10 minutes, Raymond finally stood and prepared to leave. Suddenly, however, Raymond retrieved a fist-sized, 7-colored rock from his bag and started chanting an incantation. The 7 Luminaries Source Stone is in Raymond's hands. When Shifeng saw the 7-colored rock, he suddenly felt as the system had conned him. His quest was to seal a Demon King. Normally, this would be impossible for him at this stage of the game. Hence, the system had given him a hint to use the 7 Luminaries Source Stone to suppress the Demon King before sealing it. Yet now, it was revealed that Raymond possessed the 7 Luminaries Source Stone, and the Grand Wizard was most likely stronger than a Tier 5 Demon King. As Shifeng agonized over how he would obtain the 7 Luminaries Source Stone, a magic barrier formed around the herb garden. In the next moment, Shifeng saw Raymond retrieve some seeds from his bag and plant them in the garden. In the blink of an eye, these seeds started to sprout. Their growth rate was astonishing. Moreover, the herbs were extraordinary. They were all soul flowers, which were no less valuable than the flowers of life. Soul flowers were so valuable because they could reduce the system's penalty when players died. The death penalty was a massive headache for all of God's Domain's players. If they died in the fields, they would lose 1 level. However, if they were resurrected with the basic resurrection potion, crafted with the soul flower, their death penalties would be reduced by 80%. The potion could also substitute for a team's lack of healers. However, the basic resurrection potion was only effective on level 70 and below players. It was ineffective on those who were above level 70. Moreover, the potion had a long, 1-day cooldown. Regardless of these flaws, the basic resurrection potion was undoubtedly a miracle. Unfortunately, while the recipe was very easy to obtain, the soul flower, the potion's main material, was extremely rare. Normally, the various large guilds kept the resurrection potions they crafted for their own use. Very few were willing to sell the potion. If any did show up in the auction house, even if they were only basic rank, they could easily sell for 500 gold apiece. Aside from being used in resurrection potions, the soul flower was one of the materials required to resurrect NPCs. If players wished to resurrect their personal guards, they needed 4 things: soul flower, flower of life, water of life, and 3,000 gold. Because of this, players were rarely willing to resurrect bronze and mysterious iron personal guards. The soul flower, flower of life, and water of life were all extremely rare. They were impossible to obtain even if one had the money. This was also the reason why Shifeng avoided summoning his personal guards if he could help it. Shifeng hadn't expected Raymond to have soul flower seeds. He certainly hadn't expected the man to have so many. If he could obtain these soul flowers, he could make a fortune. Following which, Shifeng watched Raymond instruct the 2 level 70, Tier 3 demons before climbing back onto the magic light dragonling. All 3 dragonlings then flew back to the tower. The 2 Tier 3 demons remained behind. They were obviously tasked to guard the soul flowers and prevent the nearby demonic beasts from eating them. 2 level 70, Tier 3 demons? Shifeng smiled. If Raymond had tasked the magic light dragonlings to guard the soul flowers, Shifeng wouldn't have had any hope. However, it was a different story if he only had to take out 2 Tier 3 demons. Following which, Shifeng summoned his personal guards. He hadn't done so early because he had worried that wouldn't be able to unsummon them. Their deaths would cause him a lot of trouble. However, the situation had changed. Even if they couldn't be unsummoned and died here, obtaining the soul flowers and flowers of life would be a profitable trade. Some time after the 2 summoning magic arrays appeared, Anna and Kite emerged. The 2 NPCs were an even higher level than their last summoning. Anna was already level 72, while Kite had reached level 70. Their weapons and equipment had also transformed. Without Shifeng's knowledge, Anna had gained an additional fragmented legendary headpiece, while Kite had obtained a fragmented legendary one-handed sword. Shifeng was pretty jealous. He had to admit that dumping coins into their high-ranking quests had been a worthwhile investment. Go! Although both of his personal guards were only Tier 2, Shifeng didn't hesitate to send them to deal with the 2 level 70, Tier 3 demons. Chapter 1288, Overwhelming Tier 3 Demons. After hearing Shifeng's command, Both Anna and Kite set their sights on the demonic hunters guarding the herb garden. Demonic Hunter, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 70. HP 35, 000, 000/35, 000, 000. Compared to monsters, demons had less HP. In return, though, their intellect was much higher. In addition, they had many skills at their disposal. If given the choice, players would rather fight dumb monsters than demons of the same tier. The instant Anna and Kite set foot into the herb garden, they attracted the demonic hunter's attention. Intruders, you dare set trespass into Lord Raymond's territory. You shall pay with your lives. The two demonic hunters bellowed as they promptly retrieved the greatswords from their backs. They both charged at Anna, the summoner. Not only were the demonic hunters faster than the Silver Moon Rat King, but their combat standards were also higher. Moreover, they knew how to coordinate as each of them activated demonic charge from two different directions, their movement speed increasing instantly. When the two demonic hunters were only 30 yards away, Anna slammed the butt of her staff on the ground and pointed a finger towards the sky. As she did so, she finished chanting her incantation's final verse. Suddenly, a massive, golden magic array appeared before her. Silver magic arrays also appeared around Anna, one after another, surrounding the summoner. When the two demonic hunters were only 15 yards away, a golden giant emerged from the golden magic array. The golden giant served as a gatekeeper as it stood in the demon hunter's path. This move was the Tier 2 curse Anna had learned, Song of Summoning. It allowed her to summon a Tier 3 golden giant to aid her. 10 Tier 2 rock guardians also appeared from the silver magic arrays around Anna. In the blink of an eye, Anna had summoned a monster army. Golden Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 72. HP 77, 000, 000/77, 000, 000. Rock Guardian, Elemental Being, Lord. Level 72. HP 31, 000, 000/31, 000, 000. Although the two demonic hunters tried to circle the summoned creatures and attack Anna directly, the summoner had prepared for this. With a light wave of her staff, she fired several elemental bullets at the demonic hunters. Ding, ding, dang! The two demonic hunters responded quickly by blocking the bullets with their great swords. However, the golden giant appeared behind the two demonic hunters, its fists descending on their heads. Boom! Minus 415,797. Minus 420,187. The impact blasted a large hole in the ground. At this point, Anna had finished writing another set of runes. She then flicked her finger at these runes. Immediately, these runes embedded themselves into the 10 rock guardians' bodies, who had already surrounded the two demonic hunters. As these runes merged with the rock guardians, a golden magic array formed around the two demonic hunters. Although the demonic hunters attacked the barrier, it remained intact as the rock guardians split the damage equally. Moreover, this magic array granted the rock guardians a 10% increase to their basic attributes and reduced the demonic hunters' basic attributes by 15%. With this, it became even more difficult for the demonic hunters to kill the rock guardians and break free from the magic barrier. So strong, Shifeng was quite impressed. Although he had long since known that an epic personal guard had extraordinary potential, he never imagined that Anna would grow to the point of being capable of suppressing two Tier 3 demons all by herself. If a player of the same tier fought Anna, she would overwhelm them until their death. Not to mention, Anna still had her epic ranked legacy skill, Angel Summoning. Whether in a one-on-one fight or a group fight, Anna had no weaknesses. Suddenly, the Sword Master Kite charged into the magic array and slashed his fragmented legendary sword at one of the demonic hunters. The targeted demonic hunter responded quickly, slashing its great sword horizontally and easily deflecting this attack. However, the instant the demonic hunter blocked the attack, it was forced to retreat by half a step. Immediately after, over a dozen wind blades struck the demonic hunter from multiple directions. Minus 44,671. Minus 44,598. Minus 45,102. In the blink of an eye, the demonic hunter lost over 500,000 HP. Kite was clearly superior in both strength and speed. After watching his personal guard's performance for a short moment, Shi Feng joined the battle. Although both Kite and Anna could overwhelm the Tier 3 demons, the demons were different from the Silver Moon Rat King. Both had battle recovery, which allowed them to recover 350,000 HP every 5 seconds. It would take quite some time to kill them. After Shi Feng, the demonic flame tiger, and the 2 Tier 2 demons joined the battle, their overall damage skyrocketed. When any of his allies began to run low on HP, Shi Feng switched to the aura of water and cast Life Bloom. In less than half an hour, both level 70, Tier 3 demons fell. Once they died, Shi Feng's experience bar had risen to 82% of level 50. Sure enough, only Great Lords grant EXP here. Glancing at his experience bar, Shi Feng gained a general understanding on some of the Dark Canyon's rules. He then shifted his gaze to the loot dropped the 2 demonic hunters had dropped. Due to divine providence, the demonic hunters had dropped a total of 9 7 luminaries shards and 2 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. They had also dropped 2 small pouches. Opening the pouches, Shi Feng discovered that they actually contained seeds. The 2 pouches combined contained a total of 27 seeds. The monsters here drop seeds? Shi Feng was somewhat confused. This was the first time he had obtained seeds after killing a monster. Normally, one could only obtain seeds from NPC merchants or opening treasure chests. Following which, Shi Feng curiously checked the seeds attribute panel. Mutated rainbow tree seeds. Survival rate increased by 20%. Amount of rainbow fruit produced during each maturity cycle increased by 30%. There is a chance to produce mutated rainbow fruit. What? These are rainbow tree seeds? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned. Fruit trees in God's domain were different from herbs. They would not disappear once harvested. Instead, the tree would continue to bear fruit as long as one nurtured it properly. Only, the fruit's maturity cycle was a little longer than herbs. One could easily purchase an ordinary fruit tree's seeds from NPC merchants for relatively cheap. However, rare tree seeds were much more expensive, not to mention the rainbow tree seeds. In the past, one such seed easily sold for 400 gold. Unfortunately, rainbow trees had a very low survival rate of roughly 20%. Hence, if one wished to their own, it would cost around 2,000 gold. If one were unlucky, the seeds might cost them as much as 4,000 gold. The rainbow tree seeds were so expensive because rainbow fruits could produce rainbow wine. Not only was the wine delicious, but its effects could also rival the 100-berry wine. Moreover, the rainbow wine's effects lasted much longer. The mutated rainbow tree seeds, however, likely cost several times more than ordinary rainbow tree seeds. After all, the seeds boasted such a high survival rate. These trees would also produce more fruit than usual. Most importantly, they had a chance of growing mutated rainbow fruit. After Shi Feng collected the loot, he chose to unsummon his personal guards, letting Anna and Kite return to their original locations. However, despite numerous attempts, the system notified him that he had failed to unsummon the NPCs. Sure enough, I can't send them back. It seems that I'll have to unsummon them after completing the quest. Shi Feng could not help but sigh. However, when he shifted his gaze to the soul flowers and rare herbs that filled the herb garden, his mood instantly lifted. There was even a large number of moonlight fruit waiting to be harvested. He had to admit that an Azura mode promotion quest was wonderful. Shi Feng collected the rare herbs and moonlight fruits frantically while waiting for the soul flowers to mature. Normally, soul flowers needed 3 to 4 days to reach maturity. However, due to Raymond's magic array, these only needed around 6 hours. Time passed very quickly. By the time Shi Feng collected the soul flowers, his bag space was nearly full. It's about time for me to log off, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the real-world clock. It was almost time for the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. As the Big Dipper's head instructor, he couldn't be absent from the event. He then chose to log out and disappeared from the herb garden. Rainbow fruit. Rainbow fruit in Chapter 1005 changed to 7-colored fruit. Chapter 1289. Difference caused due to time. Jinhai City, City Center Sports Arena. The sun shone brightly in the midday sky. At this moment, however, the glaring, scorching sun couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the crowd gathered in front of the sports arena. A sea of people waited outside the arena, which could accommodate 50,000 people. The White River Dojo had been advertising the friendly competition for some time. Advertisements decorated the city streets. Including Jinhai City, a total of 6 cities planned to participate. It was the grandest competition so far this year. In an era where everyone valued physical fitness, nothing was more popular than a fighting competition. Today was also a Saturday, and everyone had the free time to watch the competition. After all, this competition involved fighting experts from 6 cities. It could be considered a contest between these cities. Many had come to support their own local fighters. In order to spread the news thoroughly, the White Tiger Dojo had specifically invited many of these cities' important fighters to spectate. Seeing luxury hover cars arrive before the VIP entrance, one after another, the people lined up in front of the normal entrance gasped. Every individual that alighted from these vehicles were even more extraordinary. Isn't that Elder Su? He's attending this event as well. Huh, isn't that Master Chin Wu? While the crowd watched in rapture, influential people entered the arena. Shi Feng had also just arrived at the sports arena by car. As he had been occupied with gathering herbs, Xiao Yu and the others, finding it inappropriate to disturb him, had decided to head to the venue first. Hence, Shi Feng had arrived alone. As soon as Shi Feng emerged from the car, he was surprised. However, his surprise wasn't due to the number of spectators. Rather, he was surprised to see so many contestants. A line of people had queued up at the contestant entrance. There were at least 300 people in line at the moment. It was already enough to rival a provincial-level fighting competition. As Shi Feng waited for Liang Jing to retrieve him, he noticed quite a few familiar faces in front of spectator entrance number 5. They were none other than Zhou Yuhu and his previous classmates. Brother Hu, you really are impressive. You even got your hands on entrance tickets. When I showed off my ticket, my classmates were so jealous. A robust youth with a long nose and beady eyes praised Zhou Yuhu. That's nothing to Brother Hu. Brother Hu is famous at our school. Not only did he pass the professional fighter's test and officially become a reserve professional fighter, but he is also one of the few Shadow Guild experts in our school. It is a piece of cake for him to get a few tickets to this competition. A youth wearing a t-shirt proudly proclaimed. Amazing! Brother Hu has become a reserve professional fighter. In that case, won't he become an actual professional fighter in 1 or 2 years? At this moment, several tall, beautiful female students gazed at Qin Shuyu, who stood beside Zhou Yuhu, in envy and admiration. Senior Shuyu, you really are blessed. You actually nabbed Brother Hu for yourself. It was extremely difficult to become a professional fighter. One needed talent. Becoming a professional fighter also meant earning a high income. If one became one of the top 10 fighters in the city, living in a high-end residence and owning a luxury car would be possible. If one became a champion, they would gain a lot of influence and wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their life. What are you girls talking about? Qin Shuyu, who wore a blue blouse and short skirt, pretended to get angry. However, her eyes contained a faint trace of pride. As the group chatted merrily, Zhou Yuhu noticed Shi Feng, who waited in the distance. Isn't that Shi Feng? Hearing Zhou Yuhu's words, everyone turned to look. These people more or less knew about the history between Shi Feng and Zhou Yuhu. Shi Feng had defeated Zhou Yuhu in a single move, instantly becoming famous in the university. However, It had been quite some time since they had seen Shifeng as, shortly after his fight with Zhou Yuhu, he had vanished. Shifeng wore a dark blue tracksuit. Compared to several months ago, he had built up quite a bit of muscle. He gave off an indescribable sense of familiarity. Why is he here? Qin Shuyu watched Shifeng in confusion. After the fellowship party, Shifeng had cut off all connections with his classmates. After graduating from university, she had heard that Shifeng had joined a considerably powerful gaming workshop and was doing fairly well. I suppose he's here to watch the competition. Watch the competition? I doubt that. If that was the case, he should be in line for one of the spectator entrances rather than relaxing on a bench. He graduated already, yet he's still going around wearing a tracksuit. I guess he hasn't done that well. Sure enough, those rumors about him becoming powerful were lies. Senior Shuyu, it seems your decision back then had been a wise one. I wish my eyes were as keen as yours. The group praised Zhou Yuhu, one after another. After all, the difference between Zhou Yuhu and Shifeng was obvious. One was a nobody, working for some gaming workshop, while the other was an upper echelon in the well-known shadow workshop. Moreover, not only was Zhou Yuhu the envy of white-collar workers, but he was also a reserve professional fighter. As long as he could pass the city's qualifiers within 3 years, he would officially become a professional fighter. Every dojo and training center in the city would offer high pay to recruit him. Senior Shuyu, why don't we invite him to join us? We have an extra ticket. Letting it go to waste would be a pity. That's right. There are people willing to buy backroad tickets for 1,500 credits. It would be a loss to hold on to it. In any case, he must want one. We can sell it to him for 1,200 credits. Consider it doing him a favor. Zhou Yuhu and Qin Shuyu agreed with the suggestion. Obtaining these tickets hadn't been cheap. Even backroad tickets cost 500 credits through official channels. Originally, they had bought just enough tickets, but one of their party wasn't able to attend due to some urgent matter. If they did nothing with the ticket, they would have thrown away 500 credits. By selling it to Shifeng, they could earn a quick buck and ridicule their old classmate. Alright then. In any case, holding on to it would be a waste. Since we are old classmates, and we haven't seen him for some time, we can use this opportunity to catch up. Qin Shuyu nodded. However, after taking a few steps forward, Qin Shuyu noticed a gorgeous beauty with 4 black-clad bodyguards in tow approach Shifeng gracefully. This woman, wearing an exquisite business suit, even made Qin Shuyu feel ugly. She was none other than Liang Jing. Head instructor Shi, you finally decided to show up. Let's hurry inside. Chairman Xiao and the others are already waiting anxiously for you. Had you been any later, they would have fetched your gaming cabin with you inside, Liang Jing grumbled when she saw Shifeng's leisurely behavior. Aren't I here now? Shifeng chuckled. Let's go. Hearing Shifeng's words, Liang Jing led him through the VIP entrance. Although the several security guards at the entrance wanted to verify their identities, when they saw Liang Jing produce a gold-plated VIP invitation card, they halted their steps and stood aside respectfully. Crap, who are those people? They have a gold invitation card. I thought the White Tiger Dojo had only given out 20 of those. As Shifeng and Liang Jing entered the building, the security guards stated after them in surprise. If the 20 golden invitation cards were split evenly among the 6 cities invited, each city would only get 3 or 4 cards. Only those whom the White Tiger Dojo valued would receive one. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhu and the others who waited in front of the spectators' entrance were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Chapter 1290, Display of Strength. How is this possible? Doesn't he work for a gaming workshop? Qin Shuyu stared at Shifeng incredulously as the latter entered the VIP entrance. She couldn't believe her eyes. Every person she had watched go in through that entrance was an influential fighter in Jinhai City, yet Shifeng boldly walked through the doors. Moreover, even the security guards had treated him with respect. How was he not doing well after graduating? He had risen to an entirely different level. So the rumors were true. Her companions' jaws had dropped as they stared at the VIP entrance. When they thought about how they had planned to sell Shifeng a back-row ticket, they realized the idea was laughable. Fortunately, they had not actually tried to sell him the ticket. Otherwise, they would have humiliated themselves. Senior Shuyu, aren't you very familiar with Senior Shifeng? I'm very interested in gaming. If there is an opportunity, would you introduce us? A petite girl with big, round eyes and cherry-red lips asked Qin Shuyu with anticipation. If there is an opportunity, I'll introduce you, Qin Shuyu muttered, wearing an indescribably awkward expression. Meanwhile, in the sports arena's VIP hall, upper echelons from the various dojos and training centers, as well as influential figures from the various cities, had gathered, chatting merrily. Only, despite the sounds of laughter that filled the hall, an intense hostility snapped between them. When 3 of the White Tiger Dojo's people entered, practically every upper echelon shifted their gazes to the newcomers. Among these 3, the one leading the group was a middle-aged man in his mid-30s. The man gave off a peaceful aura. Of the 2 men beside him, one was Gan Xingting, the representative instructor for Jinhai City's White Tiger Dojo, while the other was Xie Chiwen, White Tiger Dojo's rising star. What? Jiang Tianyuan is here? Seeing as Jiang Tianyuan is attending, this competition must be quite important to the White Tiger Dojo. When the crowd saw the middle-aged man, Jiang Tianyuan, they spoke in hushed whispers. In the fighting world, Jiang Tianyuan had been a superstar in the past. He had participated in multiple international competitions and had placed quite well. During his youth, he had been practically unrivaled among his peers within the country. The White Tiger Dojo had raised him to the position of advanced instructor at a very young age. He had even become a hall master, managing over a dozen branches. Jiang Tianyuan was definitely one of the White Tiger Dojo's core upper echelons. Even the dojo's head hall master treated him with respect. The fact that such an important figure had set foot in a backwater city like Jinhai City proved that the White Tiger Dojo intended to do anything possible to win this competition. The minor dojos and training centers clearly had no chance of winning. Chiwen, are the arrangements for the competition complete? Jiang Tianyuan asked quietly after he greeted the various VIPs. Hallmaster, everything is complete. Once this competition is over, the White Tiger Dojo will secure all 6 cities, Xie Chiwen reported, smiling. Good then. Jiang Tianyuan nodded. However, I heard that the Big Dipper Dojo has a few skilled fighters. I've also heard that Lei Bao is now one of their instructors. Make sure our competitors do not grow complacent. Hallmaster, rest assured, we've investigated the Big Dipper Dojo's situation. Among their 20-year-old and younger members, none are exceptional. I am sure that some other dojo or training center will deal with Big Dipper before we have to, Xie Chiwen said confidently. If the woman named Fire Dance, who had defeated Gan Xingting in a single move, took part in this competition, they would have to take Big Dipper seriously. However, none of the dojo's new members had any talent to speak of, much less strength. Compared to the Big Dipper Dojo, the other dojos and training centers posed were a greater threat. Right, who have you chosen to be our 3rd representative in this competition? Jiang Tianyuan asked. I've heard that both Yu Ziping and Liao Huajie have performed considerably well thus far. Although Liao Huajie is one of the main branch's elites, Yu Ziping is nearly skilled enough to become an advanced apprentice. After some discussion, we've decided on Liao Huajie as our 3rd representative. At the end of the day, Yu Ziping is too young. Although Yu Ziping has the advantage when it comes to the basics, he doesn't have as much combat experience as Liao Huajie, Xie Chiwen explained, smiling. What a pity. This is a good opportunity to accumulate experience. After all, that child is quite talented. After Jiang Tianyuan considered the matter, he agreed with Xie Chiwen. The competition was extremely important. If it weren't, he would not mind letting Yu Ziping take part in it instead. However, Jiang Tianyuan only played with this thought. After all, neither Liao Huajie nor Yu Ziping was skilled enough to attract his attention. He had only asked because Yu Ziping was one of his daughter's friends. Elsewhere in the arena. Head instructor Shi, you're finally here. When Xiao Yu saw Shi Feng enter the room, he hurriedly welcomed the latter. Anxiously he asked, how is the team coming along? The competition was about to start, yet the Big Dipper's chairman was utterly unfamiliar with his team's condition. To make matters worse, quite a few influential figures within Jin High City were concerned and had repeatedly asked him about Big Dipper's representatives. Meanwhile, he could only smile in response. He didn't have any answers for them. They should be all right, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Hearing Shi Feng's vague reply, Xiao Yu was speechless. He even wondered if Shi Feng was concerned at all. However, Xiao Yu's requirement wasn't overly high. As long as they didn't lose too miserably, he'd be satisfied. After all, the White Tiger Dojo had dispatched its elites from the main branch. Although Xiao Yu tried to say something more, the bell signaled the start of the competition. Everyone immediately turned towards the arena. The large sports arena, which was capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators, was filled to the brim. The venue was extremely lively, and even some of the contestants, who participated in fighting competitions frequently, grew tense. Of all the people that had applied to join the competition, a total of 768 people had qualified. These people would be divided into 32 groups of 24. Only one person from each group would proceed to the official competition. It was a cruel elimination round. Each dojo and training center's 3 contestants would be divided into different groups. 32 platforms had been set up inside the arena. Hence, all 32 groups could compete simultaneously without wasting time. The audience would get their fill of exciting fights. A virtual screen had also been set up in the arena center, displaying the winners of each round. Naturally, the more winners a dojo or training center possessed, the more powerful they would be. The results would allow the audience to judge just how strong the various dojos and training centers were. Although the White Tiger Dojo called this a friendly match, everyone knew that it was a ploy to show off its strength and the difference between itself and the other organizations. Following which, the contestants entered the arena. They moved towards the platform corresponding to their groups. Seeing the various contestants, the audience seated grew excited. Isn't that Gu Chen, one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses? A frequent participant in the national competition is actually taking part in this competition. Huh, isn't that Beauty Yuqing? I heard that she is a female genius second only to Tang Jingyao in the White Tiger Dojo. If she's here as well, there's no need for this competition. The final match will definitely be between Yuqing and Gu Chen. As the audience watched the White Tiger Dojo's representatives approach the stages, they were stunned. Meanwhile, the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons paled at the sight. With 2 of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses participating in this competition, how could they compete? Xie Chiwen, who watched from the VIP stands, suddenly noticed a familiar figure on platform number 14. This figure was none other than Yu Ziping. Why is he here? Xie Chiwen was flabbergasted. Chapter 1291, Death Group. So, you secretly applied for the qualifiers, knowing that you wouldn't be chosen as a representative? Xie Chiwen's expression darkened as he glared at Yu Ziping on platform number 14. You really are a resilient bastard. Xie Chiwen knew that Yu Ziping was chasing after Jiang Tianyuan's daughter, Jiang Mengyun. Originally, he had planned to cause some trouble for Yu Ziping, forcing the boy to retreat. However, he hadn't expected Yu Ziping to disregard his kindness, much less join the competition without approval. Following which, Xie Chiwen sent Gu Qin, Yu Yiqing, and Liao Huajie a message. The contents were simple: cripple Yu Ziping and prevent him from continuing in the fighting world. Hopefully, you don't disqualify too quickly. Xie Chiwen sneered as he looked at Yu Ziping. He had to admit that Yu Ziping was quite lucky. Among the White Tiger Dojo's 3 representatives, none were assigned to platform number 14. If he wished to take Yu Ziping out, he had to wait until the boy won the elimination round. As long as Yu Ziping won in the elimination round, he would be easy to deal with. Although this was only a friendly competition, Injuries were common in any fighting competition. For an elite like Gu Chen, accidentally crippling Yu Zipping in a fight would be a piece of cake. Even if Yu Zipping could recover, a mere disciple with no background wouldn't be able to afford the treatment. Suddenly, Gan Xingting approached Xie Chiwen, respectfully handing his superior a folder. "Boss, here's the detailed report on the dojos and training centers representatives that you asked for." "Good job." Xie Chiwen nodded, casually browsing through the information. He was responsible for handling the occupation of the 6 cities. This was the first important task the White Tiger Dojo had assigned him. Naturally, his performance had to be flawless. Although he didn't expect anyone from the 6 cities to defeat his dojo's representatives, he had Gang Xingting investigate any noteworthy opponents. Among the 6 cities, there were only 3 noteworthy opponents: the Martial Heaven Dojo, White Cloud Dojo, and Big Dipper Dojo. Among the 3, the Martial Heaven Dojo and White Cloud Dojo deserved the most attention. After all, these 2 were considerably famous in the past. Only, their fame had fallen considerably since then. However, they were still capable of nurturing national fighters once every few years. The martial arts master, Lei Bao, was the only reason the Big Dipper Dojo was considered a worthy foe. They also had Fire Dance, who was suspected of being a martial arts master as well. With these 2 masters, the Big Dipper Dojo might have some hidden trump cards. As Xie Chiwen read through the files, however, he noticed a familiar name, Yu Zipping. Moreover, Yu Zipping was representing the Big Dipper Dojo. Seeing this, Xie Chiwen was momentarily stunned. He was utterly dumbfounded by Yu Zipping's foolishness. Had Yu Zipping joined the competition as an individual, the youth would retain his identity as a White Tiger Dojo intermediate disciple. If that were the case, he couldn't do anything too drastic against the youth. After all, Jiang Tianyuan was watching. However, the situation had changed. By representing another organization, Yu Zipping had severed all ties with the White Tiger Dojo. Even if he crippled the boy, Jiang Tianyuan wouldn't interfere. On the contrary, Jiang Tianyuan would be pleased. After all, no one tolerated a traitor. "Since you're asking for a beating, I'll gladly give you one." Xie Chiwen sneered. However, something is off about this Big Dipper Dojo. Were they unable to find suitable candidates? They're actually willing to work with members from other dojos. Although the information regarding Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove showed that both had participated in their own city's professional qualifiers, they had never passed the elimination rounds to become official professional fighters. This year was their last opportunity to surpass their status of reserve professional fighters. Even in weaker dojos, people like Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove were a dime a dozen. They were only slightly stronger than the Big Dipper Dojo's new members. I have really overestimated them. Xie Chiwen turned to look at Shifeng and the others, who sat in the VIP stands, his sneer still plastered on his face. It would be a pity to keep such interesting information to ourselves. Xingting, notify the text to switch the main screens to these 3 people when it's their turn to fight. I want everyone to watch the Big Dipper Dojo's performance. There were 4 virtual screens set up in the center of the arena to give the audience a better view of the fights. However, due to the number of platforms, only the interesting matches were broadcast. As the host of the competition, the White Tiger Dojo could choose any particular fight to broadcast. When choosing to join a dojo or training center, fighters usually base their selection on the establishment's capability to nurture its members. If it was well known that if a dojo's members were weak, no one would join it, regardless of who the instructors were. "Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure that they are the main focus of the competition," Gan Xingting said. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, when Xiao Yu read the information Shifeng had provided regarding the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives, he very nearly fainted. He had met these 3 people when they had arrived at the sports arena. However, he didn't know much about them. Now that Xiao Yu had read the reports, he regretted not holding Shifeng back. He felt that Shifeng had underestimated the 6 cities' various dojos and training centers. After all, of the dojo's representatives, 2 were not even professional fighters. They were merely reserves. Even if Big Dipper were weak, it was more than capable of hiring professional fighters to assist them, yet Shifeng had chosen reserve fighters. Moreover, the only professional fighter was a White Tiger Dojo disciple. If the two reserve fighters performed badly, and they had to rely on the White Tiger Dojo's disciple to achieve victory, others would still assume that the White Tiger Dojo was more powerful. They would be promoting the White Tiger Dojo instead of the Big Dipper Dojo. On the other hand, if they lost, they would be slandered for misleading a White Tiger Dojo disciple with poor training. To make matters worse, both Shadow Sword and Turtledove had been assigned to Death Group. Although none of the White Tiger Dojo's elites were in their Death Group, many excellent provincial-level fighters were. Quite a few were even preparing to challenge the national competition this year. Their combat standards far exceeded city-level professional fighters. These reserve fighters had no chance against them. As Xiao Yu contemplated stopping the competition, the first match on platform number 1 began. To Xiao Yu's dismay, Shadow Sword, Fu Jinghong, had been chosen to fight in the first match. And to make matters worse, his opponent was the favorite to win in platform number 1. His opponent's name was Lu Jingshan, a genius disciple from the White Cloud Dojo. It's over. When Xiao Yu saw Lu Jingshan's 2-meter-tall, muscular frame walk up the platform, his expression darkened. Lu Jingshan was one of the White Cloud Dojo's favored disciples. He had been born with extraordinary physical strength and was a talented fighter. Last year, he had secured 5th place in a provincial fighting competition and had very nearly qualified for the nationals. This year, Lu Jingshan had challenged many experts and defeated numerous people from last year's national competition. His strength had long since reached the national level. In the White Tiger Dojo, he would easily become an advanced disciple. So, the fight is over before it has even begun? Xie Chiwen stifled his laughter when he saw Fu Jinghong's opponent. Once both fighters were in position on platform number 1, the referee swung down both his hands and declared the start of the match. Chapter 1292, Shocking the Arena. The moment the match began, the screens above the arena began to broadcast the fight, attracting everyone's attention. "Ha! Chairman Xiao, you've really got some bad luck. Your boy has to face our White Cloud Dojo's genius right off the bat. This year, little Lu has achieved a punching strength of 604 kilograms. He can even rank near the top in the national competition." A white-haired, old man began to laugh not far from Xiao Yu. Hearing this old man's comment, Xiao Yu's expression darkened further. Even Hall Master Chen Wu, Jin High City's #1 expert, only had a punching strength of 453 kilograms. The Big Dipper Dojo would be eliminated in the very first round. Xiao Yu wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone in the venue shared a similar opinion. Even Fu Jinghong thought so. Lu Jingshan was very famous in the fighting industry. Even top-class, city-level professional fighters looked up to the genius. Guild leader, will it really be alright? Fu Jinghong could not help but glance at Shifeng, who watched from the distant VIP stands, worriedly. He had only arrived at the Greenwater Villa 4 days ago, yet he was participating in such a large-scale competition, required to face off against experts from various cities. Although he had undergone 3 days of special training and consumed plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids, which significantly improved his physique, he had no confidence in winning. After all, before this, he had been a reserve fighter. Unfortunately, despite his many attempts to convince Shifeng that he wasn't skilled enough to participate in such a large competition, Shifeng had told him to relax and fight like normal. "Brat, are you going to get off of the stage yourself, or do I have to throw you from it?" Lu Jingshan asked, sneering at Fu Jinghong. "I'll say this. My strength has increased again recently, so don't blame me if I can't control it." "Come," Fu Jinghong said, gritting his teeth. He decided to put up a fight. After all, Shifeng had invested 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid in him. If he surrendered, he would forsake his guild leader's kindness. "Oh, how courageous of you!" Lu Jingshan clapped his hands in mock praise. However, a second later, he dashed towards Fu Jinghong. As he moved, he looked like a brown bear, inspiring fear in his opponent. As Lu Jingshan arrived before Fu Jinghong, he jabbed at the latter's face, his fist moving so fast that it left behind even afterimages. Not bad. He has trained a standard punch to such a degree. No wonder even some national-level fighters aren't a match for him. Jiang Tianyuan praised the fighter from the VIP stands. From the moment Lu Jingshan charged forward to the moment he threw his punch, he had completed the entire process like flowing water. He was fast, accurate, and ruthless. There wasn't any excess movement to hinder his strength. Lu Jingshan threw his entire weight into the single punch. Although there was nothing special about this move, it was extremely dangerous. If not dealt with properly, the hit might finish Fu Jinghong off. Boom! An explosion echoed throughout the platform. However, Lu Jingshan's punch didn't reach its mark. Instead, it stopped 3 inches away from Fu Jinghong's face. The audience was stupefied. He missed. Lu Jingshan really loves to play around. He's deliberately trying to scare his opponent. That's right. After all, the difference between them is massive. It wouldn't be interesting if he ended the match with one punch. Lu Jingshan must be trying to spare his opponent's reputation. Fu Jinghong really is unlucky. Not only will he be defeated, but Lu Jingshan will scare him in the process. He won't faint, right? If Lu Jingshan hits him accidentally, he might kill the boy. Some of the audience members, who were familiar with Lu Jingshan, chatted merrily as they watched. They could not help but pity Fu Jinghong. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Xiao Yu could no longer bear to watch the match. Instead, he glared at the smiling, white-haired elder hatefully. The White Cloud Dojo was clearly using the Big Dipper Dojo to gain more fame. Who would want to join the Big Dipper Dojo after this devastating fight? Suddenly, however, the white-haired elder was confused. He had assumed that the boy was a brute, all muscle and no brains, yet the boy had increased his dojo's fame. And yet, Lu Jingshan didn't look as gleeful as everyone had expected. Rather, he looked at Fu Jinghong with a serious expression. He was not as kind or playful as everyone thought. He had planned to finish off Fu Jinghong with one punch from the very beginning to shock his following opponents. After all, this was not your standard competition. He had to fight several matches in a row. He might even suffer injuries as a result. Although the sports arena was equipped with excellent medical facilities and could help him heal small injuries very quickly, medicines and machines couldn't restore one's mental state. Hence, he had intended to finish his fights as quickly as possible. However, he had never expected Fu Jinghong to dodge his punch. "Brat, you got lucky, but your luck ends here," Lu Jingshan shouted. Immediately, he executed chaotic arrow strikes, his swiftest and most violent technique. He planned to overwhelm his opponent with brute force and speed. A wall of fists bombarded Fu Jinghong. Lu Jingshan's trademark chaotic arrow strikes. That kid is doomed. It will take several months in the hospital to recover from his injuries. The audience could not help but pity Fu Jinghong when they saw Lu Jingshan's ruthless assault. As everyone thought that Lu Jingshan would send his opponent flying, Fu Jinghong reacted, blocking every one of the incoming punches. Impossible! He can actually block that. Is he even human? The audience in the VIP stands were shocked. This was especially true for the White Cloud Dojo elder. Lu Jingshan's punches were both swift and strong. This technique would even overwhelm national fighters, yet Lu Jingshan couldn't even hit Fu Jinghong. What refined skills! Jiang Tianyuan's eyes glowed as he watched Fu Jinghong's movements. The spectators were focused on Fu Jinghong's defense, but Jiang Tianyuan was fully aware of how difficult it was to block Lu Jingshan's chaotic arrow strikes so effortlessly. First, Fu Jinghong needed to predict Lu Jingshan's attack trajectories accurately. Then he needed to block the attacks from the correct angle. To achieve such a feat, one required an acute awareness of the fight and a wealth of combat experience. Jiang Tianyuan found it very difficult to believe that a youngster in his late teens could possess so much combat experience. What? I thought he was just a reserve fighter? Xiao Yu wore an incredulous expression as he watched Fu Jinghong move across the stage gracefully, his mouth hanging open. He then shifted his gaze to Shifeng, and all of his resentment for the man vanished. He was surprised and elated. He had never thought that Shifeng would find such a hidden expert. At the same time, his respect for Shifeng grew. After the fight continued for another dozen seconds or so, Lu Jingshan gradually weakened. While chaotic arrow strikes could overwhelm his opponent, the move taxed his stamina. "I see that you have some hidden strength as well, brat. You nearly fooled me." Seeing the fight going nowhere, Lu Jingshan gave up on using chaotic arrow strikes and pulled away from Fu Jinghong. He tried to buy himself some time to recover his stamina with words. "If dodging is the only thing you know how to do, you will never defeat me." However, before Lu Jingshan finished speaking, Fu Jinghong charged forward. He had no intention of giving Lu Jingshan time to rest. Seeing this, Lu Jingshan sneered at his opponent's foolishness. Adjusting his stance, he responded with a horizontal kick. As Lu Jingshan's leg was about to strike Fu Jinghong, the young fighter representing the Big Dipper Dojo slid to a stop as if he had predicted the counterattack. As a result, Lu Jingshan's leg brushed past Fu Jinghong's clothing. Lu Jingshan's stance crumbled as his attack missed, revealing weak spots in his defense. Using this opportunity, Fu Jinghong launched a scissor kick at Lu Jingshan's unguarded abdomen. Pooh! Lu Jingshan spat a mouthful of blood on the spot, flying off the platform and slamming into the ground. Although Lu Jingshan tried to stand, he swayed before losing consciousness and collapsing back to the ground. As this was a friendly competition and each contestant had to participate in more matches than the standard competition, once a referee determined that a contestant was incapable of continuing, they would immediately declare the fight's outcome. Winner: Big Dipper Dojo's Fu Jinghong. Chapter 1293, Another Monster. He won just like that? The audience was dumbfounded as they stared at platform number 1's Fu Jinghong. Nobody had expected such an outcome. Moreover, the fight had ended so quickly. However, among those present, the upper echelons in the VIP stands were the most surprised. Although the general audience knew that Lu Jingshan was very strong, they didn't know that he was as skilled as a national-level fighter. And such an expert had been defeated by a disciple from a dojo they had never heard of. This was unbelievable. The Big Dipper Dojo? Didn't that dojo recently open? Amazing! I thought the rumors about Big Dipper recruiting a master were lies. It seems they are actually true. That guy defeated Lu Jingshan so easily. Doesn't this mean he already qualifies to join the national competition? After this competition is over, I have to apply for the Big Dipper Dojo. The majority of the audience found the unexpected outcome inconceivable. However, after considering the matter carefully, they realized how impressive the Big Dipper Dojo truly was. After all, none of them had ever heard of Fu Jinghong before. The Big Dipper Dojo must be impressive if it nurtured such an extraordinary fighter. The audience members aspiring to become professional fighters stared at the stage with bloodshot eyes. They were all eager to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Even if they couldn't become national-level fighters, they wouldn't have to worry about putting food on their table for the rest of their lives if they joined the ranks of provincial-level fighters. Due to the focus on Fu Jinghong and Lu Jingshan's fight, the spectators discussed the Big Dipper Dojo for a time. The more they talked about the dojo, the more enthusiastic they became. In the blink of an eye, the Big Dipper Dojo had garnered a lot of fame. Well, I won't have to worry about my marketing plans. When Shifeng noticed the heated discussions in the other audience stands, with some even expressing their intent to join the dojo, he considered this a good opportunity to advertise the Big Dipper Dojo. The White Tiger Dojo was trying to occupy the various third-tier cities because it wanted to recruit more talented fighters as leverage during its negotiations with international corporations. After all, everyone had already learned that talented fighters had an easier time becoming experts in God's domain. Hence, instead of blindly recruiting players in God's domain and hoping to find hidden gems, it was far more efficient to recruit talented fighters and train them in the game. Although the Big Dipper Dojo had already been established in Jinhai City for quite some time now, Only those in the fighting industry knew its reputation. The general public didn't know much about the organization. If he could use this opportunity to gain some publicity for the dojo and lure more people into applying, this would allow Zero Wing to recruit talented fighters for internal nurturing. Although Zero Wing had already recruited plenty of talents, at the end of the day, the guild had too few. Zero Wing didn't even have enough experts to give first-rate guilds a run for their money, much less super first-rate guilds. Of course, the guild's lack of funding was the main reason for this. It couldn't afford to nurture a lot of players at once yet. However, Shifeng had no intentions of selling his God's Domain resources for credits, as it was his monetary resource in God's Domain. In the future, these resources would become even more valuable. Selling them now would be the epitome of foolishness. Hence, he was forced to recruit talented players slowly. I thought he was just some newcomer who couldn't even pass the city's qualifiers? Xie Chiwen was confused. Was there an error in the report? Or did he hide his strength intentionally? The fact that Fu Jinghong had defeated Lu Jingshan proved that he was not a mere reserve fighter, yet no matter how Xie Chiwen looked at it, it shouldn't be possible for a city-level fighter to grow to a national level within a short period. I have really underestimated the Big Dipper Dojo to think they would have such a hidden trump card. Xie Chiwen could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng. Sneering, he muttered, "Although I've allowed you all to gain some fame, do you really think the championship will be that easy to win?" He hadn't expected the Big Dipper Dojo to have an expert capable of defeating Lu Jingshan. However, Gu Chen and Yu Qing had no cause for concern. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword, Fu Jinghong, was still dazed as he remained on platform number 1. "I won just like that?" Fu Jinghong muttered as he watched the medics carry away Lu Jingshan on a stretcher. He questioned his own performance. Was that really Lu Jingshan? He had challenged the city qualifiers twice before. However, he had been eliminated both times. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was an expert who actively participated in provincial-level competitions. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to win. Yet, although Lu Jingshan's attacks had been fierce and powerful, he counted plenty of weaknesses in Lu Jingshan's stances. Most importantly, Lu Jingshan had telegraphed his attacks with his body language, which allowed him to predict his opponent's strikes. As a result, not only had he easily avoided Lu Jingshan's attacks, but he had also blocked Lu Jingshan's seemingly unblockable chaotic arrow strikes. This was a basic mistake that no expert should make. Of course, he hadn't realized his own abilities earlier either. He had only learned about these factors after training with Lei Bao and sparring with Kola and the others. However, learning about these flaws was one thing. Putting this newfound knowledge to proper use was another altogether. To do so, he had arduously trained to execute void steps in God's domain and utilized the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover from the exhaustion, gradually increasing his brain activity. Only even after his training, Kola and the others still beat him mercilessly. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Shifeng wasn't surprised in the least to see this outcome. Shadow Sword was immensely talented. He could easily see this in the young man's performance in God's domain. But there were a lot of differences between combat in God's domain and fights in the real world. If one wished to use their combat experience in the game in the real world, they needed to adapt. After all, one's body in the real world was different from their body in God's domain. There were minute differences between the way one controlled these two bodies. Of course, with proper guidance, one could adapt easily. Over the past 3 days, Shadow Sword had trained with Lei Bao continuously. He had also received plenty of nutrient fluids to aid his body's growth and repair. Most importantly, thanks to the S-rank nutrient fluids, his mental capabilities had evolved, allowing his 5 senses to become far more sensitive. Coupled with Shadow Sword's wealth of combat experience, it was only a matter of course for him to defeat someone like Lu Jingshan, who had very little combat experience. Once the match on platform number 1 ended, the matches on the other platforms began. The fights here were much more exciting than the city's annual fighting competition, so the audience's blood boiled as they watched. After watching Fu Jinghong defeat Lu Jingshan, who had been a favorite to win, the other fighters on platform number 1 weren't so desperate to win. If they didn't think that they could defeat their opponent, they simply surrendered. After all, they still had to participate in official competitions once this friendly competition ended. Unless absolutely necessary, they would avoid injury. Aside from platform number 1, some eye-catching experts emerged on the other platforms. The White Tiger Dojo's 3 experts, in particular, struck fear in their opponents, extinguishing their plans for overcoming the elimination round. Meanwhile, the match on platform number 28 ended within less than 5 seconds. A robust man that was 9 meters tall was thrown from the platform, tearing a gasp from the spectators. If the person responsible were a muscular man, they wouldn't have been surprised. However, the victor was a charming beauty with an hourglass figure. With a single punch, this beauty had sent a 9-meter-tall man flying over 3 meters away and off the platform's edge. The waiting fighters sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Suddenly, they were afraid of this beauty. What kind of monstrous strength does she possess? Crap. Just who is she? Everyone began to evaluate the young woman. Meanwhile, the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons began to investigate this mysterious girl. When they discovered her identity, they nearly cried out in shock. This girl was actually one of the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives, Turtle Dove, Yu Qiao Qiao. Chapter 1294, Famous. Amazing! Truly amazing! Are all of Big Dipper's disciples so powerful? Exclamations echoed throughout the spectator stands. When they discovered Yu Qiao Qiao's identity, their interest in the Big Dipper Dojo grew. If only one of the dojo's representatives were strong, they could chalk it up to that individual's talent. However, it was a different story if both representatives were powerful. This showed that the dojo had excellent teaching methods. Meanwhile, the various upper echelons in the VIP stands stared at Shifeng and Xiaoyu in shock. Didn't Big Dipper recently establish its dojo? How could they have nurtured such skilled disciples? No wonder why the White Tiger Dojo stopped challenging the various dojos and training centers after visiting the Big Dipper Dojo. It turns out that the Big Dipper Dojo is actually quite powerful. So, that rumor was true. The Big Dipper Group has won the lottery this time. Why can't a powerful master stumble into our dojo as well? Everyone in the VIP stands was a fighting industry insider, so they were all aware that the Big Dipper Dojo was a new construct. Moreover, the dojo had specifically been established for Shifeng. However, they had neither expected Shifeng to be such a powerful individual nor a capable instructor. With this, the Big Dipper Dojo's fame would grow. Ha! Big brother, our Big Dipper Dojo is famous. Several people just contacted me stating that they wish to join the dojo. There are even a few professional fighters among them who have previously refused our invitations, Xiao Yan said excitedly. Since the dojo's establishment, the Big Dipper Group had constantly searched for ways to expand the dojo's influence. After all, a dojo wouldn't necessarily become popular just because it had a master martial artist leading the training sessions. Before the dojo succeeded in nurturing powerful disciples, nobody would know how capable said master was. If the master happened to be inept at teaching, there was no point to joining the dojo. Hence, they had attempted to recruit some well-known professional fighters in Jinhai City and the several neighboring cities. Unfortunately, these fighters had either refused outright or demanded too high of a price. Now, however, these professional fighters, who had acted like almighty masters, acted like children. They were all eager to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Xiaoyu nodded and smiled as well. He hadn't realized how thoroughly Shifeng had hidden his capabilities either. Now, they didn't have to worry about damage to the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation, and they could recruit a plethora of well-known professional fighters. As the audience paid more attention to the Big Dipper Dojo, the matches around the arena became increasingly intense as the various competitors fought to obtain the only advancement slot for their respective platforms. As predicted, all 3 representatives from the White Tiger Dojo advanced through the elimination round eventually. All 3 were unbelievably skilled. The other dojos and training centers didn't fare as well. Over 40+ dojos and training centers had come to participate. Even if the remaining slots were divided equally, not every establishment could earn a slot. Furthermore, many fighters had joined the competition independently. In the end, only the stronger dojos and training centers would advance. The White Tiger Dojo really is impressive as expected of one of the country's best dojos. The other dojos and training centers simply aren't a match for it. The Martial Heaven Dojo is also pretty strong. All 3 of its representatives advanced. As for the White Cloud Dojo, if Lu Jingshan hadn't lost, all of its representatives would have advanced as well. That Big Dipper Dojo is also quite skilled. All 3 of its representatives advanced to the next round too. Moreover, I heard that the Big Dipper Dojo is relatively new. It can definitely rival the Martial Heaven Dojo and White Tiger Dojo. When the organizers displayed the list of fighters who had advanced above the stage, the audience discussed the various establishments. Among the many dojos and training centers, only the White Tiger Dojo, the Martial Heaven Dojo, and the Big Dipper Dojo would be represented by all 3 of their fighters in the next round. Hence, many people started comparing the 3 dojos. When Xie Chiwen heard the chatter, he paled. The spectators were comparing one of the country's best dojos to third-rate organizations. If news of this reached the main branch, the higher-ups would call his management capabilities into question. Damn it! Where did Big Dipper find so many experts? Xie Chiwen balled his fists as he glared at the distant Xiaoyu. In his opinion, the only person in the Big Dipper group capable of such a feat was the sly old fox, Xiaoyu. As Xie Chiwen inwardly cursed Xiaoyu's cunning, Jiang Tianyuan asked from beside him, "Chiwen, why is Yu Zipping listed among the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives?" "Hall Master, I'm not sure." Feigning ignorance, Xie Chiwen replied, "I'll have someone find out what is going on immediately. Once he returns, I'll demand an explanation." No need. Despite the White Tiger Dojo's nurturing, he dares to represent another dojo without consent. He has already broken one of our sacred taboos. He is no longer a member of the White Tiger Dojo. Let him fend for himself, Jiang Tianyuan announced coldly. Originally, he had considered Yu Zipping a talented child worthy of the dojo's attention. Hence, he had specifically asked if the boy had been chosen to represent their dojo in this competition. Even if Yu Zipping hadn't been chosen, he had intended to recommend moving the youth to the main branch for better training. However, Yu Zipping had greatly disappointed him. Understood. Xie Chiwen nodded. However, when Jiang Tianyuan looked away, he revealed a faint sneer. Yu Zipping had lost his protection from the White Tiger Dojo. It was obvious that Jiang Tianyuan's attitude towards Yu Zipping had changed significantly. After this, dealing with the boy would become easier. Once the competition ended, he would report Yu Zipping for violating his contract with the White Tiger Dojo. Not only would Yu Zipping be forced to pay a massive compensation fee, but it would also deal a blow to the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. To protect itself, the Big Dipper Dojo might be forced to abandon Yu Zipping. Shortly after the elimination round, the 32 contestants that had advanced approached the sports arena's main stage to draw lots. The main stage was far more spacious than the surrounding platforms. Moreover, the virtual screens constantly broadcast the main stage, allowing all of the spectators to watch the fights. As the 32 contestants drew lots in sequence of their platform number, a petite, beautiful girl in a blue martial arts uniform walked up to Yu Zipping. This girl was none other than Yuqing. "Yu Zipping, must you do this?" Yuqing asked quietly. "You know that Hall Master Jiang already plans to give Mengyun to Xie Chiwen. If you leave to join the Big Dipper Dojo now, you'll destroy your future." In the White Tiger Dojo, very few knew that Yuqing, who was only second to the goddess Tang Jingyao in terms of strength, had a friendship with Yu Zipping and Jiang Mengyun. I couldn't care less about that anymore. Xie Chiwen is only a step away from the global stage. Meanwhile, I am still a mere intermediate disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Whether it's strength, resources, or family background, I am inferior to him in every aspect. If I don't fight now, I won't have a chance once he reaches the international level, Yu Zipping said seriously. Even so, you shouldn't go about it like this. Yuqing was astonished when she saw Yu Zipping's determination. If you lose the White Tiger Dojo's protection, Xie Chiwen won't hesitate to strike out at you. He already told us to cripple you in this competition. If you fight either Gu Qin or Liao Huajie, you must be careful. If you can't, surrender. Relax. I'll show Xie Chiwen that I'm not just going to take his crap lying down, Yu Zipping said, smiling calmly. You. Angry, Yu Yiqing spun around and left. She couldn't understand where Yu Zipping's confidence came from. If she had to fight him, she could show mercy. However, it was a different story for Gu Qin and Liao Huajie. After all, Xie Chiwen was close with both fighters. However, now that Yu Zipping was determined to take this path, it was not her place to stop him. Time passed quickly. After the drawings were done, the competition resumed. The screens above the arena displayed the first matchup. First match, Liao Huajie vs Yu Zipping. Chapter 1295, Instant Judgment. As the first match was announced, a commotion erupted in the VIP stands. A present White Tiger Dojo disciple fighting an ex-White Tiger Dojo disciple. This match is going to be interesting. Those in the VIP stands were all insiders of the fighting industry. They had already investigated every fighter that had advanced through the elimination round. They were all aware of Yu Zipping's background. Yu Zipping had been a relatively talented disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. He had become an intermediate disciple despite being so young. If he continued to work hard for another year or two, he definitely could have become an advanced disciple. Becoming an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo was basically a guarantee that one could qualify for the national fighting competitions. Yet, for some inconceivable reason, Yu Zipping had shown up as one of the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives. As the audience in the VIP stands discussed the matter quietly, Jiang Tianyuan wore a twisted expression. Yu Zipping's actions were a slap in the face for the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo would become a laughingstock. Hallmaster, rest assured, Liao Huajie will teach the boy how wrong and foolish his decision was, Xie Chiwen said, smiling. He had waited for this day for a long time. Although Yu Zipping was slightly more skilled than Liao Huajie, the latter had far more combat experience. Liao Huajie could easily defeat Yu Zipping. With Yu Zipping's defeat, they would show everyone the White Tiger Dojo's strength while leaving a stain on the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. He could even cripple Yu Zipping in the process. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There was no possibility of Liao Huajie's defeat. He was very familiar with Yu Zipping's skills. The teen would need another 1 or 2 years of arduous training to reach the national level. Meanwhile, Liao Huajie's strength was not as simple as everyone assumed. Below the main stage, the various fighters watched Liao Huajie and Yu Zipping on the main stage. They were very curious to see the outcome of this fight. Unlike everyone else, a flash of concern appeared in Yu Yiqing's eyes as she watched Yu Zipping stretch. She then quietly moved towards Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove, who also watched the match. Quietly she said, "If you two are Yu Zipping's friends, you must stop this fight. Liao Huajie is not as simple as you think. He is one of our main branch's watchmen. If you don't stop Yu Zipping before the match starts, he will be in danger." A watchman? Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove turned to Yu Yiqing, their expressions turning serious when they heard this. "Are you telling the truth?" Yu Yiqing was a member of the White Tiger Dojo. Although they did not know what Yu Yiqing intended by warning them, they knew that watchmen should not be underestimated. Those who weren't familiar with the various dojos and training centers might not know what the term watchman implied. However, those who focused on breaking into the industry's inner circle were familiar with the word. To put it simply, a watchman determined if a disciple was worthy of focused nurturing. After all, a dojo or training center's resources were limited. It was not possible to provide tons of resources to every member. Hence, anyone who could defeat the designated watchman would receive the dojo's attention and vice versa. This maintained the quality of the establishment's best disciples. Watchmen were no weaker than those favored disciples. Rather, the opposite was true. On average, watchmen were stronger. Generally, watchmen were experts the establishment's upper echelons had chosen unanimously. Although watchmen were forced to hide their achievements during their service, once their term ended, they would receive their dojo's best training. Moreover, as compensation, they would have access to an abundance of resources during their service. As a result, many people aspired to become watchmen. Unfortunately, very few were ever chosen. Although not every dojo and training center had watchmen, it was normal for a peak dojo like the White Tiger Dojo. Why would I lie to you? Yu Iching rolled her eyes at Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. She was one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses. She didn't need petty tricks to defeat her opponents. Although I'm not trying to brag, Lu Huajie is no weaker than I am. Yu Zipping stands no chance against him. Moreover, Lu Huajie is famed for his mercilessness during fights. He's as strong as you are? Turtledove asked as she evaluated Yu Iching. If I fought him, I'd have a 60-40 chance of winning, Yu Iching said after giving the matter some thought. Lu Huajie had been hiding his strength. Only the dojo's upper echelons knew his true skill. Meanwhile, she was the genius Tang Jingyao's future successor, so she was at least on par with Lu Huajie. However, to convince the Big Dipper Dojo to take Lu Huajie more seriously, she exaggerated his strength a little bit. So, that's the case. We shouldn't need to notify the guild leader. Turtledove breathed a sigh of relief. Shadow Sword nodded in agreement. He, too, didn't think this matter was worth Shifeng's time. You guys, Turtledove and Shadow Sword's response dumbfounded Yu Iching momentarily. Although she tried to ask if they truly understood the severity of the matter, they shut her up with a word of thanks. As a result, she could only walk away, fuming as she realized that Shadow Sword and Turtledove were just as stubborn as Yu Zipping. None of them could be reasoned with. As Yu Iching tried to think of a way to convince Yu Zipping to drop out of the match, the timer above the main stage began to count down. Yu Zipping, I had thought you were better than this. I had believed that you could have joined the main branch after another year or two. But you crossed the line today. You betrayed the White Tiger Dojo. Today, I show you the price for that betrayal, Lu Huajie said as he stopped 2 meters away from Yu Zipping. Sneering, he continued, Brother Chiwen has asked me to pass you a message. You are 100 years too early if you wish to compete on his level. Suddenly, Lu Huajie moved. Executing swimming dragon steps, he was instantly within attack range of Yu Zipping. He then launched a flying knee kick at Yu Zipping's face. At the same time, his arms lashed towards Yu Zipping's neck like whips. Lu Huajie's attacks were extremely vicious. From the very onset of the match, he aimed for Yu Zipping's life. Against an attack to the face, fighters instinctively go on the defensive, ignore attacks from other directions. However, Lu Huajie wanted more from his flying knee attack than Yu Zipping's focus on defending himself. Martial artists frequently practiced conquering their defensive instincts. Rather, Lu Huajie wanted to distract his opponent with the initial attack, preventing Yu Zipping from noticing the attacks aimed for his neck. As Lu Huajie's knee flew towards Yu Zipping's face, Yu Zipping dashed forward, instead of retreating. That guy is insane. The fighters below the stage were shocked by Yu Zipping's suicidal counter. If the knee struck his face, he would die. Is he trying to get himself killed? Lu Huajie was a little surprised by Yu Zipping's actions. However, it didn't distract him from his attacks. In the moment between life and death, Yu Zipping barely avoided the knee as he circled to Lu Huajie's side. When their bodies interlocked, Yu Zipping used centrifugal force to land a powered punch to Lu Huajie's back. Yu Zipping's attack was as quick as lightning, giving his opponent no time to react. Thud. When Yu Zipping's fist met Lu Huajie's back, Lu Huajie felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. Immediately, Lu Huajie spat a mouthful of blood as the strike threw him over 3 meters away. By the time he hit the ground, Lu Huajie had lost consciousness. The entire process was complete in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Practically everyone watching the fight was stunned. Just as they thought that Lu Huajie would win, Yu Ziping stood on the stage alone. The fight ended so quickly. Can somebody tell me what just happened? I didn't see anything. Many of the spectators stared in shock, confused about what had just happened. Chapter 1296, Competition with Many Hidden Experts. The various dojos and training centers' upper echelons were even more shocked than the audience in the spectator stands, staring at the match's victor with wide eyes. However, nobody was more surprised than Xie Chiwen. What is going on? How is he so strong? He was extremely familiar with Lu Huajie's strength. Although Lu Huajie was slightly weaker than Gu Chen, the boy could still rank among the top of the main branch's advanced disciples. This was why the main branch had agreed to dispatch Lu Huajie for this friendly competition. Evi Xie Chiwen wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Huajie so quickly, yet Yu Ziping had ended the match in the span of a breath. Yu Qing stared at Yu Ziping with a stupefied expression from below the stage. Impossible! How did he become so strong? Yu Qing thought back to what Yu Ziping had told her. Could he have hidden his strength all this time? Moreover, Yu Ziping wasn't the only one behaving strangely today. The other two Big Dipper representatives, Fu Jinghong and Yu Qiaoqiao, had been extraordinarily calm despite learning that Lu Huajie was a watchman. They were both obviously confident of Yu Ziping's victory. However, this only further confused Yu Qing. If Yu Ziping had revealed such strength early on, the White Tiger Dojo would have offered him focused training. If that had happened, even Xie Chiwen would have had a hard time dealing with him. Could the Big Dipper Dojo be responsible for this? Yu Qing considered the possibility, her voice shaking as she spoke aloud. She couldn't bring herself to believe it. When the referee on the stage announced Yu Ziping's victory, shrieks of excitement flooded the arena. So strong! Is this the Big Dipper Dojo's true strength? Is that guy a monster? I didn't see what had happened. After this match, the audience's admiration for the Big Dipper Dojo reached new heights. Jiang Tianyuan, however, wore a solemn expression as he watched from the VIP stands. Hallmaster, Lu Huajie must have been careless. However, Gu Chen and Yu Qing should be able to restore our reputation. Xie Chiwen hurriedly explained. Although he knew that his explanation was somewhat forced, it was true that Lu Huajie had been careless. When fighting an expert of the same level, a direct, full-powered assault was foolish. If the opponent spotted a weakness, they could certainly obtain victory with a single blow. Lu Huajie's miserable defeat was understandable. Hopefully that is the case. After this competition, I would also like a proper explanation for why Yu Ziping is suddenly representing the Big Dipper Dojo. Jiang Tianyuan responded in a deep tone as he glanced at Xie Chiwen. While it was true that Lu Huajie had been careless, not every fighter could find an opportunity to deal such a devastating blow. It took a certain degree of skill. It was clear that Yu Ziping had already reached this standard. Also, I want you to learn everything there is to know about the Big Dipper Dojo. Do not miss a single detail. Jiang Tianyuan could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng, who sat quietly in the distance. He kept having the feeling that there was more to the Big Dipper Dojo than what met the eye. Understood. I will look into it. Xie Chiwen repeatedly nodded, feeling a chill crawl down his spine when the heavy pressure Jiang Tianyuan gave off washed over him. Jiang Tianyuan was a legend in the White Tiger Dojo. Even the head hall master treated him with respect. Jiang Tianyuan's wrath was not someone a mere genius like himself could hope to endure. Meanwhile, on another side of the VIP stands, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan brimmed with exhilaration. Head instructor Shi, you are truly astounding. You poached such a genius from the White Tiger Dojo. Now that we have defeated one of the White Tiger Dojo's elites, I'm afraid that the crowds will trample over and destroy the Big Dipper Dojo's entrance tomorrow. When Xiao Yu thought about the sea of people that would rush to apply for the Big Dipper Dojo, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. As long as the Big Dipper dojo developed successfully, it would help the Big Dipper group grow. The company would finally be able to branch out of Jinhai City and enter a bigger stage. I was just lucky, Shifeng said, chuckling. Yu Zipping's performance had been quite impressive. It was no wonder why even Lai Bao and Fire Dance had given him praise. Although Yu Zipping had only played God's Domain for a short time, his level had increased very quickly. Almost every monster he fought was a higher level. In addition, his foundations had already been sound. As a result, after practicing void steps incessantly, he had undergone a qualitative transformation. Unlike Shadow Sword, who had used 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to reach his current level, Yu Zipping had only needed 1. As for Turtledove, she had used 4 bottles. Yu Zipping was more fit than Shadow Sword and Turtledove. When it came to combat experience, however, Yu Zipping couldn't compare to them. After all, Yu Zipping had never experienced a fight against God's Domain's peak experts. Following which, time passed quickly. One match after another ended on the main stage. The following matches were intense, and the audience's blood boiled as they watched. Unlike the first match, however, the other matches' outcomes weren't surprising. The only unexpected outcome was that, among the 8 contestants that made it to the quarterfinals, one was an independent contestant that had joined using the nickname Evil Fire. Despite not belonging to a dojo or training center, Evil Fire was frighteningly skilled. The strangest thing was that nobody had ever seen or heard of Evil Fire before. As a result, many dojos and training centers sent the contestants secret invitations, with some offering him astronomical incomes, yet Evil Fire refused every offer. Instead, he made a confusing counteroffer, stating that he would only join an establishment if they had a representative that could defeat him in God's Domain. During the quarterfinals' second match, Evil Fire faced Gu Qin. No one had expected the unknown Evil Fire to defeat Gu Qin, one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses and Xie Qiwen's future successor, in less than 10 moves. During the final exchange, Evil Fire abandoned all caution as he landed a ruthless blow to Gu Qin's chest, knocking his opponent out instantly like a wild beast. As a result of his recklessness, though, Evil Fire had broken an arm. Evil Fire's combat method made every spectator shudder. If not for the high-quality medical care available, Evil Fire's fighting career might have ended with that final blow. Is that person trying to get himself killed? He's a savage. Xiao Yan frowned when he recalled Evil Fire's fight. It was very obvious that Evil Fire had deliberately sacrificed an arm to finish Gu Qin. No normal martial artist would have fought so desperately, especially not in a friendly competition. Trying to get himself killed? Shifeng did not voice his opinion. Although the fight seemed desperate, in reality, he had made the wisest decision. The match's outcome wouldn't have been so clear otherwise. After all, Gu Qin clearly had the advantage regarding physique. Evil Fire had only defeated his opponent due to having more combat experience. Based on the way Evil Fire fought, Shifeng could tell that the teen had experienced plenty of life-or-death battles. Otherwise, the teen wouldn't have been able to maintain his calm in such an intense fight. As everyone discussed Evil Fire's match, Xie Qiwen wore a grim expression. He couldn't understand what was happening. This was simply a friendly competition between 6 third-tier cities, yet one unknown expert had shown up after another. Now, even Gu Qin had been defeated. How was this a city-level competition? This could practically be considered a national-level competition already. During the third match, Shadow Sword defeated his opponent from the White Cloud Dojo, advancing to the semifinals. The crowd cheered as the quarterfinals' last match began. Yu Qiao versus Yu Qing. Chapter 1297, Limit Removal. Although Yu Qiao and Yu Qing had just approached the stage and were waiting for the match to start, the various upper echelons in the VIP stands were exceptionally excited. Nobody had expected that this friendly competition would reach this point. This should have been a stage for the White Tiger Dojo to display its overwhelming might. Now, however, just getting into the semifinals was a problem. Meanwhile, Xie Qiwen wore a twisted expression. He had never thought that Gu Chen would be so useless as to lose to some unknown fighter. With this, the White Tiger Dojo's reputation was soiled. Meanwhile, as the person responsible for handling this competition, he couldn't escape blame. Xingting, contact Big Dipper immediately. If they are willing to forsake the competition, I will give them the Green God Company's invitation. We can both still benefit. If they refuse and Yuqing takes the championship, they'll get nothing. Xie Qiwen quietly instructed Gan Xingting, who sat beside him. The current situation wasn't in his favor. Although Yuqing was very strong, at the end of the day, she was no match for Gu Chen. Gu Chen had only lost to Evil Fire because he hadn't dared to go all out. It was difficult to guarantee that Yuqing would not make the same mistake. Xie Qiwen did not want to take this risk. In any case, the dojo's and training center's main goal in this competition was the Green God Company's invitation card. If the Big Dipper Dojo accepted his offer, not only would they do the White Tiger Dojo a favor, but they'd also receive the invitation card. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to a small dojo like Big Dipper. Gan Xingting immediately left the VIP stands and contacted Xiaoyu, notifying the man of Xie Qiwen's offer. Big brother, did something happen? Xiao Yan asked curiously when he noticed Xiaoyu's hesitant expression while he was on a call. The Big Dipper Dojo had already garnered quite a bit of fame during this friendly competition. It wouldn't have any issues expanding past Jinhai City in the future. This should be cause for celebration, not concern. It's the White Tiger Dojo. They've offered a deal. If we forfeit, they will compensate us with the Green God Company's invitation, Xiaoyu explained. At the end of the day, the White Tiger Dojo was still one of the best dojos in the country. If Big Dipper won the championship, while it would indeed help to further its reputation, but it would also provoke the White Tiger Dojo. The Big Dipper Dojo would have some trouble expanding into other cities, particularly first- and second-tier cities. However, if Big Dipper conceded this competition, it would benefit their expansion. Even Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. However, he shifted his gaze to Shi Feng and said, Big brother, rather than deciding ourselves, why don't we let Shi Feng make the decision? After all, Shi Feng is the dojo's manager. The dojo's development should be left to him. I guess that's true. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. After all, he wasn't responsible for the Big Dipper Dojo's management. Rather than having a headache over this matter, it was better to leave it to Shi Feng. While Shi Feng looked young and immature, his mind was anything but. The only reason the Big Dipper Dojo had come this far was Shi Feng. If he decided on his own, and Shi Feng disagreed, it would sour their working relationship. Following which, Xiaoyu passed Xie Qiwen's message to Shi Feng. Head Instructor Shi, what do you think? Xiaoyu looked at Shi Feng, curious as to what decision the youth would make. The White Tiger Dojo's favor wasn't easy to earn. If the Big Dipper Dojo tried to expand to first- and second-tier cities, it would run into the White Tiger Dojo. Moreover, it was not a guarantee that they would win the championship. If they rejected this offer, they might lose the opportunity to obtain the Green God Company's invitation. The White Tiger Dojo's offer didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. Straightforwardly, he responded, Chairman Xiao, tell them that we can get the Green God Company's invitation by ourselves. We don't need their charity. The White Tiger Dojo was a frightening organization. As one of the best dojos in the country, it had branch dojos in practically every first- and second-tier city. Shi Feng understood Xiaoyu's thoughts. If he hadn't been reincarnated, he really would have been tempted to accept this offer as well. After all, getting in the good graces of a top dojo would make things easier when the Big Dipper Dojo expanded into first- and second-tier cities. Unfortunately, the future was in God's domain. The Big Dipper Dojo had only recently established. If he wanted to recruit talented players and quickly increase the dojo's fame, this friendly competition was the best stepping stone available. He could not let this opportunity get away. If he waited a few more months, the other dojos and training centers would monopolize many talented players. He was in a race against time. Did he have enough to waste with the White Tiger Dojo? If we do this, Xiaoyu was stupefied. He had never expected such a clear-cut response from Shi Feng. This was the White Tiger Dojo they were talking about. If they humiliated the White Tiger Dojo today, the Big Dipper Dojo would suffer from its wrath later. However, seeing Shifeng's determination and taking into account that the youth had full management rights for the Big Dipper Dojo, Xiao Yu would not offer a differing opinion. He sighed as he had no choice but to relay the decision to Gan Xingting. What? They refused? Xie Chiwen asked again, thinking he had heard wrong. They said that they will obtain the Green God Company's invitation by themselves. Gan Xingting had also thought he had heard wrong. However, Xiao Yu's answer had been definitive. Good. Excellent. At this moment, Xie Chiwen's expression was as cold as ice. He had never thought that a little dojo would dare oppose him. Let's wait and see then. Notify Yi Yuqing right away. The dojo's reputation is at risk now. If need be, have her remove her limiter. I'll cover the recovery expenses myself. Initially, Gan Xingting had been excited when he heard Xie Chiwen's words. After all, he would finally get an opportunity to witness a limit removal, yet he began to worry as he responded, "But boss, if we expose that move here, we'll get in trouble with the main branch. I'll take responsibility for it. I want to show these no-name dojos and training centers that, no matter how much they try, their efforts are futile." Xie Chiwen sneered as he glanced at Shifeng. On the main stage, both Yu Qiaoqiao and Yi Yuqing eyed each other, carefully observing the other party's movements. As soon as the referee swung his hands down and announced the start of the match, both fighters dashed forward, invading into each other's attack range. Although Yi Yuqing's attacks seemed soft and light, they were incredibly fierce. Every punch and palm strike sounded like an explosion, overwhelming the audience. Although Yi Yuqing was a girl, she had already achieved a 550 kilograms punch. Over a century ago, her punches would have qualified her for a boxing championship. She was fully capable of punching holes through concrete walls and crushing stones in her palm. She could even put an ordinary person's life at risk with one hit. Against Yi Yuqing's overwhelming attacks, any normal person would have retreated. However, Yu Qiaoqiao did not. Instead, she launched her own barrage of attacks, her hands moving like whips as they clashed with Yi Yuqing's attacks. Her momentum was no slower than Yi Yuqing's. Moreover, every time she blocked an attack, a loud crash would echo throughout the venue. This scene stupefied the audience at the spectator stands. Both fighters exchanged blows constantly, attacking and defending non-stop. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qiaoqiao and Yi Yuqing had exchanged numerous moves. The audience could not keep up with the two girls. This continued for over a dozen seconds without either side securing an advantage. It was obvious that neither side would have an easy victory. Seeing the fight going nowhere, Yi Yuqing backed away. With a confused expression, she then said, "I haven't found a single weakness in your defense even after our exchange. It really is hard to imagine why an expert like you would join a small dojo that has no history." In terms of strength and speed, she was clearly a cut above Yu Qiaoqiao. However, Yu Qiaoqiao continued to find holes in her defense, forcing her to parry or dodge and preventing her from exhibiting her full strength. Rather than a teenage girl, Yi Yuqing felt as if she faced a veteran fighter who had participated in fighting competitions for over a dozen years. She even felt that Yu Qiaoqiao's moves slightly resembled that of the savage Evil Fire. If not for witnessing Evil Fire's attack methods earlier, Yu Qiaoqiao would have caught her off guard. Yi Yuqing suddenly caught sight of Gan Xingting making hand gestures at her. These gestures were the White Tiger Dojo's internal sign language, which all main branch disciples had to learn. Has Xie Chiwen lost his mind? This is just a friendly competition. Is there a need to go so far? Yi Yuqing could not help her surprise when she saw Gan Xingting's gestures. Noticing that her opponents diverted attention, Yu Qiaoqiao took advantage of the distraction and advanced, using a superficial footwork technique. Following which, Yu Qiaoqiao seemed to flicker in and out of existence. By the time Yi Yuqing snapped back to attention, Yu Qiaoqiao had already circled to her side. Yu Qiaoqiao's fist flew towards Yi Yuqing's defenseless side. Since she had noticed the attack too late, Yi Yuqing couldn't dodge the fist normally. As Yu Qiaoqiao's fist was about to hit its mark, a black shadow darted and intercepted Yu Qiaoqiao's fist. Thud! Even the referee, who stood over 8 meters away, heard the dull sound. How? Yu Qiaoqiao looked at Yuqing in shock. Her attack had been flawless. She had used the momentary distraction to circle to her opponent's side and attack from a blind spot. Yuqing shouldn't have been able to defend herself. Yet, the palm that had caught her fist belonged to none other than Yuqing. Most importantly, she had put her entire weight into that punch, yet Yuqing had intercepted the hit. It felt as if she had punched a wall. It was unbelievable. You really are amazing. If I hadn't used limit removal, you might have defeated me with that blow. At this moment, Yuqing sighed ruefully as she gripped Yu Qiaoqiao's fist. Originally, I had planned to save this move for the national competition. I never thought that I would be forced to use it so soon. However, since I have, this match is over. Saying so, Yuqing squeezed Yu Qiaoqiao's fist. No matter how much Yu Qiaoqiao struggled, she couldn't break the hold. At this time, Yuqing clenched her free hand into a fist and punched her trapped opponent. The instant she threw her punch, a loud explosion rang throughout the arena. She was both faster and stronger than before. Chapter 1298, You're not the only one who knows. Knowing that she couldn't avoid Yuqing's fierce punch, Yu Qiaoqiao clenched her free hand into a fist and aimed a punch for Yuqing's wrist. The instant her fist met the young woman's wrist, however, she felt as if she had punched a steel wall. Fortunately, the force behind her punch diverted Yuqing's attack trajectory slightly, the latter's punch missing her shoulder and only tearing her clothing. When Yuqing saw that her first hit had failed, she followed up with another, giving Yu Qiaoqiao no time to breathe. Limit removal was a double-edged sword. Ordinary people could only exert up to 20% of their muscle strength, with their minds suppressing the remaining 80%. However, the White Tiger Dojo had a secret technique that allowed one to loosen this suppression with breathing techniques and mental training. Although this technique only removed a small portion of the limiter, it increased one's strength, speed, and reaction speed tremendously. However, in return, one would damage their own muscles and weaken their internal organs. The limit removal technique was the equivalent of trading one's life force for strength temporarily. If one used this technique for too long, they could die. After all, humans' minds suppressed their strength to protect the body. Even though Yuqing had trained constantly as a professional fighter, which made her much tougher than ordinary people, it was very risky to use limit removal. She wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. If not for Xie Qiwen's promise to pay for her recovery and the White Tiger Dojo's reputation being at risk, she wouldn't have even considered using the trump card. Yuqing launched a series of rapid punches. Meanwhile, Yu Qiaoqiao tried her best to block while struggling to break free from Yuqing's hold. However, Yuqing's control grew more precise, which made it increasingly difficult for Yu Qiaoqiao to block her attacks. Yuqing's punches were like bullets from a machine gun. They were both fierce and powerful. The strong wind from her punches stirred the dirt and dust on the stage. The audience was stupefied. So strong. Is this the genius that will succeed Tang Jingyao in the White Tiger Dojo in the future? Why do I have the feeling that Yuqing is even stronger than Gu Chen? In Gu Chen's fight against that evil fire fellow, his punches only caused some sound. Yuqing's punches are sending dirt into the air. Just how strong is she? Is this the White Tiger Dojo's true strength? She's inhuman. Compared to the audience in the spectator stands, however, the fighters below stage were truly shocked. After all, nobody knew just how strong Yuqing was. A monster! Thank goodness I wasn't matched with her. She'd knock me out with a single punch. As expected of one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses, she can contend with national fighters. It seems the White Tiger Dojo will be this competition's champion. The fighters below stage felt their skin grow cold as they watched Yuqing's violent display. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Jiang Tianyuan watched the battle in silence. Although he didn't express joy, he didn't seem dissatisfied either. Seeing this, Xie Qiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! Good. As expected of Tang Jingyao's future successor, her limit removal's efficiency should be at around 30% or so. Although she is still slightly weaker than Guqin, only experts from the other top dojos should be any match for her now. Xie Qiwen sneered as he watched Yu Qiaoqiao's defense crumble. One of the reasons that the White Tiger Dojo had become one of the best dojos in the country was this limit removal secret technique. Of course, the other top dojos and training centers had their own similar techniques, though there were slight variations. This was why other dojos and training centers had no hope against the top establishments. However, this kind of secret technique was extremely difficult to learn. Not everybody could master it. Both Gu Chen and Yu Qing were known as geniuses in the White Tiger Dojo because they had grasped this secret technique. Hence, they were showered with attention and resources in the dojo. Normally, the dojo only permitted the use of limit removal during national competitions as the technique took a toll on the user's body. After all, one would need a lot of time and resources to recover. However, Xie Qiwen couldn't care less right now. He would rather get reprimanded and compensate Yu Qing with S-rank nutrient fluids, dwindling his limited stockpile, than lose this friendly competition. Big Dipper, just you wait. I'll repay this debt sooner or later. Xie Qiwen glared at Shifeng and the others, plotting his revenge. Meanwhile, on Xiao Yu's side, we're finished. Yu Qing has been hiding her strength all this time. With such strength, who could defeat her? Seeing Yu Qing suppress her opponent, Xiao Yu began to have regrets. If he had tried to persuade Shifeng, they might have obtained the Green God Company's invitation card. Now, however, they would lose everything. The other upper echelons were similarly stunned. Rumors indicated that Gu Chen was stronger than Yu Qing. Now, however, it would seem that the opposite was true. If they compared their own disciples against this young woman, the difference between them would be like the difference between an adult and a child. Hiding her strength, huh? When Shifeng saw the veins popping on Yu Qing's arms and forehead, he realized something. The White Tiger Dojo sure is willing to splurge. They're using limit removal in such a small competition. Aren't they afraid that it would affect their performance in the national competition? At present, very few in the fighting industry knew about limit removal. In 10 years, though, the move would be common. This was all due to God's domain. After all, God's domain had the technology to develop the human brain's potential. With a well-developed brain, it wasn't unusual for someone to be capable of removing their body's limiters. It was likely that no one fully understood the pros and cons of the limit removal technique yet. As for Yu Qiaoqiao, who was currently overwhelmed, Shifeng wasn't worried. After all, limit removal wasn't unique to the White Tiger Dojo. Moreover, compared to the limit removal technique in Shifeng's past, the present techniques were laughably crude. Meanwhile, on the stage, just as Yu Qing's fist was about to strike Yu Qiaoqiao's shoulder, Yu Qing's fist suddenly froze. What's going on? Yu Qing was shocked when she couldn't move her fist. Before she realized it, Yu Qiaoqiao had caught her wrist. Not only that, but she had broken free of the latter's hold. It was as if her entire arm had frozen in place. Chapter 1299. Do you dare fight? What is she trying to do? Xie Qiwen frowned when he saw Yu Qing's fist stop suddenly. Yu Qing could have ended Yu Qiaoqiao right there and then, yet she had frozen. Xie Qiwen wasn't the only person confused. The others in the VIP stands were also baffled. Why had Yu Qing held back? However, none of them knew that Yu Qing was just as shocked. Although her punch hadn't contained her full power, her opponent shouldn't have been able to stop it, yet Yu Qiaoqiao had done just that. You really are impressive. You are the first person my age to stop my punch after I used limit removal. Yu Qing could not help but praise Yu Qiaoqiao. However, you should give up. I cannot afford to lose this match. My strength is 50% higher than when this fight started. You have no chance of winning. Yu Qing could not help but admire Yu Qiaoqiao. If not for her being a White Tiger Dojo disciple, she definitely would not have been a match for Yu Qiaoqiao. Saying so, Yuqing took half a step forward. Cracks began to appear on the stage beneath her feet. Her legs, waist, and shoulders twisting, Yuqing concentrated all of her strength into her fist. Half-step collapsing punch. In Yuqing's opinion, Yu Qiaoqiao had only caught her punch due to luck. It was very likely that Yu Qiaoqiao had grabbed her wrist before her fist accelerated. Although Yu Qiaoqiao currently had a firm hold on her wrist, if she went all out, Yu Qiaoqiao had no hope of stopping her. Moreover, her fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Yu Qiaoqiao. At this distance, Yu Qiaoqiao wouldn't be able to dodge the hit. Even diverting her attack trajectory would not be possible. Ping! Immediately, Yu Qiaoqiao took a step back, the stone floor beneath her feet cracking. Unexpectedly, however, Yu Qiaoqiao's firm on her opponent's fist was firm. She did not let Yuqing's fist get close to her shoulder. Yuqing was shocked. The young woman blocked her full-powered punch. As expected of a genius from the White Tiger Dojo. It was a tough fight without limit removal. Let's continue our earlier fight. Yu Qiaoqiao smiled slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Based on the way Yu Qiaoqiao spoke, it was obvious that she, too, had grasped limit removal and simply hadn't used it yet. Although Yuqing wanted to respond, Yu Qiaoqiao was already moving. Yu Qiaoqiao twisted her fist and broke free from Yuqing's hold. Immediately after, her body spun as she sent a spiral kick at Yuqing's head, her leg cutting through the air like a menacing scythe. Suddenly, Yuqing felt death loom over her. Not daring to be careless, she used her full strength to break free from Yu Qiaoqiao's hold and used both arms to block the incoming kick. Thud! The instant Yu Qiaoqiao's foot met her arms, Yuqing felt a stinging pain deep into her bones. Afterward, her arms grew numb. She felt as if she had been hit by a car as she flew backward. However, reacting quickly, Yuqing adjusted her posture so that she would land on her feet. In the end, Yuqing only stabilized herself after retreating another 8 steps. Impossible! Yuqing wore an incredulous look as she stared at Yu Qiaoqiao, who now stood over 10 meters away. Just by blocking one kick, both her arms were numb. She couldn't even move them. Just how strong was Yu Qiaoqiao? Meanwhile, the audience stared with wide eyes, their gaze fixed on Yu Qiaoqiao. Just who is that girl? Xie Qiwen nearly shouted when he saw Yuqing fly through the air. Xie Qiwen could also see the blood vessels on Yu Qiaoqiao's forehead surface slightly. After factoring in Yu Qiaoqiao's sudden burst of strength, even a fool could tell that Yu Qiaoqiao had used limit removal. However, limit removal was one of the top dojos and training centers' secret techniques. How could Yu Qiaoqiao have learned and grasped it? Yuqing had trained arduously for 2 years under countless masters' guidance to grasp limit removal. Yet, not only had Yu Qiaoqiao grasped the technique, but it was also obvious that she could suppress her limiters far more than Yuqing. Even Jiang Tianyuan was surprised. What an amazing little girl! Just who is her master? She can control her strength so freely despite removing her limiter to such a degree. Jiang Tianyuan was curious as he watched Yu Qiaoqiao launch a relentless assault against Yuqing. Although grasping limit removal was difficult, trying to exert the additional strength one received to its full potential was even more so. Only those on Xie Qiwen and Tang Jingyao's level could rival Yuqing's standards. It was no longer a matter of talent. Rather, one required careful guidance and a wealth of combat experience to achieve this. Back on the stage, the match between Yu Qiaoqiao and Yuqing was incomparably fierce. Every one of their actions shattered the stone floor. Yuqing, who wasn't a match for Yu Qiaoqiao's combat experience, had become even less of a match for her opponent. Every blow Yuqing exchanged with Yu Qiaoqiao hurt her to the bone. In the end, Yu Qiaoqiao found a massive weakness in Yuqing's defense as she launched a palm strike at the woman's shoulder, shoving Yuqing off the stage. Yuqing realized that this was Yu Qiaoqiao's way of showing mercy. Had she not taken pity on her opponent, Yuqing would have suffered more than just a fall off the stage. A genius? Yuqing looked up at Yu Qiaoqiao. Suddenly, she found that all of the praise she had received from others, calling her a genius, truly laughable. Ignoring all other aspects, Yu Qiaoqiao was leaps and bounds above her regarding her strength after executing limit removal. Her defeat was only a matter of course. After Yu Qing fell off the stage, the referee announced the match's winner. Yu Qiaoqiao. As the referee announced the outcome, the arena fell silent for a moment. Then, loud cheering filled the venue. This breathtaking match had truly surprised every spectator. The Big Dipper Dojo's name etched itself deeply into everyone's mind. After all, among the 4 people taking part in the semifinals, 3 belonged to the Big Dipper Dojo. There were dozens of dojos and training centers from the 6 cities participating in this competition. Among them were the White Tiger Dojo and a large number of independent contestants. Sending all 3 representatives to the semifinals was a miracle. The Big Dipper Dojo? I am definitely going to apply to join it tomorrow. Many among the audience had already decided to join the Big Dipper Dojo no matter what. Even the contestants consider the option. Among those in the VIP stands, some celebrated while others worried. Xiao Yu was naturally ecstatic. With this, the Big Dipper Dojo's fame would spread throughout the 6 cities. Xie Chiwen, on the other hand, felt both rage and helplessness. He had never thought that his first attempt of benefiting the dojo would end so miserably. However, Xie Chiwen hadn't given up yet. There was still the savage Evil Fire. It was still possible that Evil Fire could secure the championship. This would be much better than letting the Big Dipper Dojo win. Now that the 4 semifinalists had been decided, due to this being a friendly match, as long as Yu Zipping defeated Evil Fire, the Big Dipper Dojo would win the competition. Everyone very much looked forward to the first match of the semifinals between Yu Zipping and Evil Fire. It took roughly 20 minutes to repair the stage. Once the repairs were complete, Yu Zipping and Evil Fire approached the stage. However, as the referee was about to announce the start of the competition, Evil Fire stopped him and said, "Wait. Contestant Evil Fire, is there an issue?" the referee asked curiously. "Before the match, I have something to say," Evil Fire, who looked like a brown bear, said, grinning. "All right, but I can only give you 1 minute." The referee nodded. 10 seconds will be enough. Evil Fire laughed. He then received the microphone and shifted his gaze to Shi Feng in the VIP stands. Emanating a dominant aura, he proudly proclaimed, "Head Instructor Shi, I have come here today for one reason and one reason only. I have heard that you are one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, so I hope that you can convey a message to Black Flame for me. Tell him that I, Evil Fire, want to challenge him in God's domain. Does he dare fight me?" Chapter 1300, Black Flame's Fame. Evil Fire. This is interesting. As Shi Feng looked at Evil Fire, he tried to remember his past. He hadn't actually heard this name before, yet based on the skill Evil Fire displayed, Shi Feng concluded that the youth was extraordinary. Evil Fire should be someone powerful in God's domain. Otherwise, the youth wouldn't have here to challenge him so confidently. Evil Fire's words echoed throughout the sports arena. Meanwhile, everyone else in the venue had fallen silent. Everyone was stunned. Nobody could have imagined that Evil Fire's goal in this competition was to challenge someone. He hadn't even challenged someone in the real world, but someone in God's domain. What's going on? Crap, he's challenging someone to a fight in a game? Why can't he just do that in the game? Did he really have to do this here? What do you know? He is talking about Black Flame. Who is Black Flame? Is he someone amazing? You don't play God's domain, so you might not know, but Black Flame is the guild leader of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. The Secret Pavilion even gave him the title Sword King. He is a mythical existence, and countless experts in God's domain want to challenge him. However, why would someone as important as Black Flame accept every challenge? Moreover, Black Flame's whereabouts are always a mystery. He's incredibly hard to find. I never thought that the Big Dipper Dojo would be related to Zero Wing. This is going to be interesting. Since evil fire is so strong in the real world, I wonder how strong he is in God's domain? This is interesting. I am definitely going to watch the fight between Evil Fire and Black Flame. I doubt Black Flame will agree to it. After all, he is Zero Wings Guild leader. This is where Evil Fire is smart. Big Dipper's head instructor is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, so Big Dipper and Zero Wing must have a close relationship. Meanwhile, Evil Fire put his strength on display for everyone to see. Now that he has challenged Black Flame in front of so many people, he'd be hard to ignore. If Black Flame refuses the fight, not only will this smear Zero Wing's reputation, but it might also affect Big Dipper's reputation. Although many among the audience had no idea who Black Flame was, those who did promptly explained. Very quickly, everyone became familiar with the name. At the same time, they grew curious about how strong this Black Flame was. After all, someone as strong as Evil Fire had issued this dramatic request. For some time, this unexpected announcement boosted Big Dipper and Zero Wing's fame for some time. This little bastard. He used my friendly competition to challenge someone in a game. Xie Chiwen glared at Evil Fire, rage burning in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to murder the youth with his own hands. Had Evil Fire simply challenged Black Flame, he would not have minded it as much. The issue was that Evil Fire had defeated Gu Chen. Gu Chen was one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses, yet Evil Fire used the fame of his victory as a stepping stone to challenge Black Flame. This was a slap in the face for the White Tiger Dojo. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove, standing beside the main stage, were furious. This bastard overestimates himself. He dares to challenge the guild leader. Jinghong, make sure that you take care of him later. Turtledove's gaze burned with rage. If she didn't have to recuperate after using limit removal, she'd take care of the brat herself. Leave it to me. I'll make sure this kid spends several months in the hospital after the competition. Shadow Sword nodded seriously. In God's domain, challenging a guild's leader was the equivalent of declaring war on the entire guild. They could not let such an insult slide. Head instructor: sure. 2 days. I'll give you all 2 days to prepare. When the time comes, I'll head to White River City's Divine Coliseum for the challenge. Hopefully, Black Flame doesn't chicken out. Evil Fire smiled at Shifeng. He then tossed the microphone back to the referee before turning and leaving the stage gallantly. After catching the microphone, the referee noticed Evil Fire leaving the stage. Hurriedly, he reminded, "Contestant Evil Fire, if you step off of the stage, you will forfeit the match. I have already achieved my goal. Consider this match my loss," Evil Fire responded nonchalantly. Saying so, Evil Fire descended the steps. He paid no attention to the competition's outcome. Everyone was stunned. He surrendered? He's not going to continue? Crap. He's too cool. Doesn't he want the 5 million credits? Does he need to go this far? Did he really join this competition just to challenge Black Flame? The audience was shocked as they watched Evil Fire leave the arena, ignoring the championship prize. Not many had the opportunity to earn 5 million credits. Meanwhile, due to Evil Fire forfeit, Yu Zipping won the match. Naturally, the Big Dipper Dojo had secured the championship. As for the position of champion, neither Shadow Sword nor Turtledove cared, as both focused on God's domain. They were no longer interested in the fighting world. Hence, in the end, Yu Zipping was crowned champion. This set off a commotion among the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons. The normal audience might not know much about Yu Zipping's background, but they did. Yu Zipping had been an intermediate disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Now, however, he had left the dojo and won this competition's championship. This would seriously wound the White Tiger Dojo's reputation. Xie Chiwen wore an ugly expression. Although he wanted to rage and kill Yu Zipping personally, he had a much larger problem to deal with: Jiang Tianyuan, who had been silent for some time now. "Chiwen, I believe that you know what to do. I want an explanation for this. Once we return, you will also explain yourself to the head hall master." You are aware of the consequences if we're not satisfied with your explanation. Jiang Tianyuan glanced at Xie Qihwen. He then stood and walked away. Although he hadn't reprimanded Xie Qihwen with his words, his chilling tone stole the strength from Xie Qihwen's legs. Jiang Tianyuan's anger was reasonable. After all, Yu Ziping's performance today had been shocking. The youth definitely qualified to join the main branch for concentrated training, yet such a talented fighter had represented the Big Dipper dojo. Explained to the head hall master? Xie Qihwen suddenly felt faint. Compared to the White Tiger Dojo's head hall master, he was nothing. Although he was one of the dojo's geniuses, he was only a genius. He wasn't a powerhouse. Normally, he would encounter the head hall master a few times a year, yet he was told that he would have to present his case to such an important figure. Xie Qihwen felt wronged. Although he had chosen Lu Huajie for personal reasons, his decision had been logical as Lu Huajie had been much stronger than Yu Ziping. However, Yu Ziping had become so powerful, so much so that he had defeated Lu Huajie. How could he possibly know what was going on? As the competition ended, the audience gradually departed the arena. As they left, they discussed Evil Fire's challenge to Black Flame. Meanwhile, as Shifeng and the others prepared to leave the VIP stands, Gan Xingting stopped them. "May I know what business instructor Gan has with us?" Xiao Yu asked, smiling. They had won the friendly match fair and square. Even the White Tiger Dojo couldn't find an excuse to cause them trouble. They also had tens of thousands of witnesses. If the White Tiger Dojo tried to do something here, it would only humiliate the dojo further. Chapter 1301, Competition. Seeing Gan Xingting block Shifeng's group, the various upper echelons stopped to watch, curious to see what the White Tiger Dojo intended to do. The White Tiger Dojo had hosted this friendly competition to spread its fame throughout the 6 cities. Yet, the Big Dipper Dojo had benefited. It would be a lie to say that the White Tiger Dojo was not furious. Ignoring the stares, Gan Xingting glanced at Shifeng before turning to Xiao Yu. Displeased, he said, "Hall Master Jiang would like to invite Head Instructor Shi for tea. May I know if Head Instructor Shi is free?" An invite from Hall Master Jiang. Everyone who heard this was momentarily stunned. Jiang Tianyuan stood at the peak of the fighting industry. He was practically a living legend. Jiang Tianyuan had also played a large part in lifting the White Tiger Dojo to its current status. Moreover, Jiang Tianyuan's disciples were all extraordinary. He also had influence in various other industries. Countless people dreamed of forming a connection with the man. Unfortunately, very few ever had the opportunity. And yet, Jiang Tianyuan had sent an invitation. Moreover, by the looks of it, he only wished to speak with Shifeng, not the others from Big Dipper. This, I'm afraid you'll have to ask Head Instructor Shi himself. Xiao Yu frowned before turning to Shifeng. He wasn't afraid of the White Tiger Dojo as a business rival. However, he was afraid of the White Tiger Dojo using other methods to deal with them. One such example was poaching Shifeng. In fact, these situations were common. The Big Dipper Dojo's achievements were all thanks to Shifeng. Now that Jiang Tianyuan wanted to meet with the man, Xiao Yu felt threatened. If Jiang Tianyuan poached Shifeng, developing the Big Dipper Dojo and the Big Dipper group further would be out of the question. The White Tiger Dojo possessed wealth and influence. Even if Shifeng became one of its branch hall masters, he would enjoy far more benefits than the Big Dipper group could ever hope to offer. However, it also would not do to refuse Jiang Tianyuan. After all, Jiang Tianyuan had taken the initiative to invite Shifeng. If they refused to meet with him, Jiang Tianyuan would consider it disrespect. If that happened, even if Jiang Tianyuan didn't act personally, his followers would be more than enough to make the Big Dipper group suffer. Hence, Xiao Yu could only leave the decision to Shifeng. "Lead the way," Shifeng responded calmly and without hesitation. They were bound to meet sooner or later. After all, if he wanted Yu Ziping to join Zero Wing, he would have to overcome the hurdle known as Jiang Tianyuan first. Following which, Gan Xingting led Shifeng to the arena's top-floor lounge. "Big brother, what do we do?" If Jiang Tianyuan offers Shifeng something that he can't refuse, the Big Dipper dojo will be finished, Xiao Yin asked anxiously as he watched Shifeng walk away. He had to admit that Shifeng had already become irreplaceable in Big Dipper. If Shifeng left, Big Dipper would backslide. We can't let Jiang Tianyuan poach him. No matter what it takes, we must convince him to stay. I heard that he and Ruashi are close. Think of a way to convince her to help us. At most, we'll concede a slightly higher percentage of our profits when negotiating with the Zhao group. Xiao Yu was determined to compete with the White Tiger Dojo. In the top-floor lounge. As soon as Shifeng entered the room, he sensed 4 piercing gazes locking onto him. The origins of these ominous looks stood beside Jiang Tianyuan. 3 of these people were men, and 1 was a woman. All 4 wore black suits and appeared to be Jiang Tianyuan's bodyguards. Although they only stood there, they radiated a chilling aura. It was very obvious that they weren't like the pampered children, Gu Chen and Yu Qing. These people must have experienced many trials and tribulations. Moreover, their auras were even more intense than Lei Bao's. Of course, that was not to say that these 4 people were stronger than Lei Bao. It was simply because Lei Bao kept his aura hidden. Shifeng didn't doubt that, if he showed the slightest hint of a threat, these 4 would immediately move to kill him. The White Tiger Dojo really is impressive. They've even hired such extraordinary bodyguards. Shifeng swept his gaze across these 4 people, noticing that they all had falcon tattoos on the back of the hands. This mark belonged to none other than the Black Falcon Alliance. The Black Falcon Alliance was a globally renowned mercenary alliance. Anyone who wanted this tattoo had to earn the Black Falcon Alliance's acknowledgement first. The organization's ordinary members simply weren't worthy. As Shifeng entered the room, Jiang Tianyuan smiled as he gestured to the sofa before him and said, "Sit." Only then did the 4 Black Falcon bodyguards relax a little. However, their gazes never once left Shifeng. Shifeng ignored the gazes as he approached Jiang Tianyuan. Seeing Shifeng's reaction, Jiang Tianyuan inwardly praised his guest. He was very familiar with his 4 bodyguard strength. If all 4 worked together, even an internal force expert wouldn't walk away unscathed. Very few youngsters like Shifeng could remain unperturbed under their attention. After emptying the teacup placed before him, Shifeng smiled and asked, "Hallmaster Jiang, may I know what business you wish to discuss?" "Young man, you are quite impatient. This isn't your average tea. This is the Green God Company's Harmony tea. Savoring it properly will aid in one's mental recovery and help expand one's mind," Jiang Tianyuan said, his heart aching as Shifeng downed the tea. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise. "So, this is the rumored Harmony tea." Shifeng looked at the teapot on the table incredulously. The taste had been unique. However, he had not paid much attention to it. Although he had considered the possibility that it might be poisoned, it was highly unlikely. Even if the White Tiger Dojo disregarded its reputation, Jiang Tianyuan would keep his intact. Harmony tea was unique to the Green God Company. Unfortunately, it was difficult to produce, so it wasn't sold to the public. Although its recovery and enhancement effects were not as strong as the S-rank nutrient fluid, it had an aspect that the nutrient fluids couldn't compare to. Unlike the S-rank nutrient fluid, Harmony tea had a milder energy. One might not notice any immediate effects, but in the long run, the tea could help improve a person's physique and extend their lifespan. It could also assist in developing one's mental potential. It was no wonder that, despite being over 50 years old, Jiang Tianyuan only appeared to be in his 30s. As expected of the White Tiger Dojo, they can get their hands on such a rare product. Shifeng was a little jealous. If he could obtain a large amount of Harmony tea, he would have a much easier time nurturing Zero Wings experts. He had to admit that, no matter what he wanted to do, resources were very important. "Alright, I'll cut to the chase. I don't want to waste a youngster's time. I've asked you here for 2 things. Seeing Shifeng's interest in the Harmony tea, Jiang Tianyuan could not help but smile as he said, "The first involves you zipping. I hope that you will allow him to return to the White Tiger Dojo. He has a lot of potential. He will have a better future if he develops in the White Tiger Dojo. That is up to him. I cannot choose for him. Shi Feng waved his hand, showing that he had no interest in this issue. In reality, he did not care which dojo Yu Zipping developed in. He only cared about Yu Zipping's choices in God's domain. You are quite the mysterious youth. Shi Feng's reply stunned Jiang Tianyuan. He simply couldn't fathom why Shi Feng would willingly let go of such a talent so easily. However, he didn't think that Shi Feng had lied. He had prepared counter-arguments if Shi Feng refused, but his efforts had been wasted. Since that is the case, I'll have to trouble you to pass the message on. Now that the first issue has been addressed, let's get to the second matter. Please speak. The second matter involves you. I'd like to invite you to join the White Tiger Dojo. Chapter 1302, Daylight Robbery. Join the White Tiger Dojo? Shi Feng was slightly surprised by the offer. While it was common for dojos and training centers to poach personnel from each other, the targets were normally disciples. Instructors were rarely approached. After all, any instructor was considered a backbone of their establishment. Poaching an instructor was significantly more expensive than a disciple, not to mention a head instructor like himself. If they didn't offer a high enough position, they couldn't tempt him in the least. On the other hand, the White Tiger Dojo's upper echelons would never agree to offer him a position as high as head instructor. There were a limited number of head instructor positions available, and every head instructor was a part of the White Tiger Dojo's core. The influence they held was immense. Furthermore, he was only the head instructor of a recently established dojo. Trying to poach him by offering a head instructor position would be ludicrous. That's right. I'd like you to join us. However, rather than becoming one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors, I'd like to invite you to become one of our combat instructors in God's domain, Jiang Tianyuan said. God's domain has become increasingly popular. The White Tiger Dojo intends to secure a piece of that pie. However, at the end of the day, there are some differences between combat in God's domain and combat in the real world. Hence, we wish to recruit some God's domain experts to train our disciples. I heard that Zero Wing is quite capable in this aspect. Hence, I wish to hire you as one of our God's domain instructors. Of course, you will receive the benefits of a White Tiger Dojo advanced instructor. Although the White Tiger Dojo had many instructors, there were extremely few advanced instructors. Every advanced instructor was also an internal force expert. Even hall masters such as himself treated these individuals with respect. Countless experts envied them for the benefits they received. Jiang Tianyuan's offer stunned his 4 bodyguards. Although they were bodyguards, they were also Black Falcon Alliance experts. Their understanding of the White Tiger Dojo was more acute than ordinary people. Hence, they knew just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's advanced instructors were. Even the Black Falcon Alliance's mainstays had to treat them with respect. Sometimes, the Alliance would even request training from these instructors. It wasn't even a guarantee that these instructors would agree. It was very difficult to imagine that a youngster in his early 20s would have the opportunity to become an advanced instructor in the White Tiger Dojo. Forget about the advanced instructor position. What other benefits can you offer? Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly interested in becoming an advanced instructor in the White Tiger Dojo. While the fame and influence that came with the position were tempting, they were not particularly useful to him. Other benefits? Jiang Tianyuan gave Shi Feng an odd look. Curiously, he asked, "What do you have in mind?" The position was a good opportunity to gain some renown in the fighting industry. Countless people coveted the position, yet Shi Feng didn't seem interested. S-rank nutrient fluid or harmony tea, both are acceptable, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. As for the exact amount, that depends on how many players you'd like me to train. My price is roughly 20 people per bottle. I can guarantee that they will reach the trial tower's 5th floor within a short time. Both S-rank nutrient fluid and harmony tea would significantly help his guild's experts. They were far more practical than the position of advanced instructor. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had the battle arena. It was an excellent location to nurture experts. Including the fact that the White Tiger Dojo's disciples would start with sturdy foundations, it would not be difficult to train them to the 5th floor standard in a short time. Hearing Shifeng's words, the 4 bodyguards rolled their eyes. Each bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid sold for 1 million credits on the market, yet Shifeng wanted 1 bottle for training 20 experts. Even when the Black Falcon Alliance hired advanced instructors from the White Tiger Dojo to teach 300 of their elite members, it didn't pay 1 million credits per month. Shifeng's demand was simply daylight robbery. Your request is too expensive. Jiang Tianyuan frowned. He more or less understood God's domain. Hence, he knew just what kind of standards a 5th floor expert in God's domain possessed. Furthermore, the White Tiger Dojo's disciples were already combat experts. Even if they simply experimented themselves, they could easily reach the 5th floor. I am willing to offer 1 bottle for 100 players. The first session will include 500 players. At the very least, I want them to reach the trial tower's 6th floor within 1 month. Reaching the 6th floor within 1 month is too difficult. If you want all 500 to reach that standard, I'll take no less than 50 bottles. Otherwise, you'll have to find someone else, Hall Master Jiang. Shifeng hadn't expected Jiang Tianyuan to be so familiar with God's domain. Unfortunately, his understanding wasn't sufficiently thorough. Reaching the trial tower's 6th floor was the equivalent of being an expert in a first-rate guild. Even with strong foundations, it would take a lot of training to reach such a standard. Of course, some players with extraordinary talent could do it in a short time. However, not everyone was so gifted. Moreover, nurturing 500 people would cost a frightening amount of resources. The Blackwater Corporation had invested an astronomical amount of manpower and resources to nurture their experts, yet the White Tiger Dojo wanted to offer a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to achieve the same. If he only charged 1 bottle per 100 people, he would very quickly go bankrupt. Seeing Shifeng unwilling to yield, Jiang Tianyuan fell silent for a moment. We can't possibly part with so many bottles. I can offer 10 at most. We can pay for the rest with credits, Jiang Tianyuan said, yielding slightly. S-rank nutrient fluids were extremely precious, even to the White Tiger Dojo. They used a large number during every national competition, not to mention international competitions. They did not have a lot to spare. I will only accept S-rank nutrient fluids and harmony tea. If Hall Master Jiang cannot make this decision at the moment, I can wait until you return and discuss it with your colleagues, Shifeng said resolutely. He had other ways to obtain credits. Moreover, he had already begun constructing his city. Once it was complete, the potential of virtual property would see explosive growth. At that time, he could easily rake in tons of credits. Alright then, I'll discuss it with the others once I return. However, I doubt that I'll receive a positive response, Jiang Tianyuan said, sighing. Following which, Shifeng left the lounge. After Shifeng left, someone else entered the lounge from a connected room. This man wore black and white martial artist robes. He felt indescribably approachable. The instant he entered this room, it felt as if the world revolved around him. Hallmaster, this kid simply doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Not only wasn't he grateful for your personal invitation, but his demands were also exorbitant. Should I stir up some trouble for the Big Dipper Dojo? The man asked angrily. Forget it. I had only asked on a whim. Even if he agrees to my offer, the final decision rests with the head hall master. After all, the other hall masters have other recommendations, Jiang Tianyuan said as he waved off the angry man's concern. Jinhai City is our problem now. With today's outcome, our plans have been interrupted. Tianji, you'll replace Chiwen as the branch manager here. Think of a way to restore the White Tiger Dojo's reputation here. Also, lead the first batch of disciples in God's domain and introduce them to the game. Help them acclimate to the game's mechanics. At the very least, make sure they aren't completely clueless when their training begins. Hallmaster, rest assured, I have already seen to the necessary preparations. Every disciple has already been given an advanced virtual gaming helmet, while advanced disciples have access to virtual gaming cabins. By the time the other Hallmasters make their move, we will have gained a stable foothold in God's domain, the man named Tianji said, laughing. As soon as Shifeng returned to the Greenwater Villa, he logged back into God's domain. He had just discovered some clues on how to proceed with his Tier 2 promotion quest. Meanwhile, Evil Fire's challenge posed too much of a threat. If he did not deal with it properly, he would become a laughingstock in White River City. It might even affect the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. He had no intentions of wasting today's results. Chapter 1303, Secret Alchemy Technique. In the quiet herb garden, Shifeng discovered quite a few level 65, Tier 3 demonic guards and two-headed demonic hounds in the courtyard as he logged in. Unlike the demonic beasts wandering about, these demonic guards patrolled the inner courtyard in groups of 10, with 2 demonic hounds accompanying each group. Now, it was practically impossible to reach the tower safely. Demonic Guard, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 65. HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Two-headed demonic hound, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 65. HP 52, 000, 000/52, 000, 000. Even with Anna and Kite's assistance, taking on 12 Great Lords at the same time would be suicidal. What a tight security. This quest really isn't giving me any chances to break through. After observing the patrolling monster's pattern for over 10 minutes, Shifeng smiled bitterly. Because he had ransacked the herb garden earlier, Raymond wouldn't give him a second chance. Demons were far more intelligent than demonic beasts. Even if he attracted only one demon's attention, the entire squad would charge at him. They would not give him any opportunities to pick them off one by one. Moreover, several squads patrolled the inner courtyard. The moment he set foot in the inner courtyard, he wouldn't have to face just one squad. At the very least, 3 or 4 squads would chase him down. Demons were very similar to NPCs. They were capable of cooperation. Hence, the more demons in an area, the more combat power they could exhibit. Even a 1,000-man team couldn't defeat so many Tier 3 demons at the same time, not to mention one person. It is impossible to reach the tower by force. I have no choice but to find a different way. Shifeng temporarily gave up on the idea of breaking through the patrols. He then shifted his gaze to other locations. The inner courtyard was very large. Although there was only one main entrance, there were quite a few side entrances leading to the inner courtyard. Only, these side entrances were not as convenient as the main entrance, which led directly to the tower. As Shifeng was about to move towards one of the side entrances to take a look, a noise in the courtyard distracted him. Turning, Shifeng noticed 6 massive figures moving rapidly towards the herb garden. These figures didn't notice Shifeng as they dashed towards the Silver Moon Tree. These 6 massive figures were none other than the Silver Moon Bears that had fled earlier. After returning to the Silver Moon Tree, the Silver Moon Bears lazed about. These Silver Moon Bears still dare to return? Shifeng was slightly confused as he watched the Silver Moon Bears snooze peacefully. Although he had already killed off the Tier 3 demonic hunters that had guarded the garden earlier, the magic barrier Raymond had erected was still present. This magic array was a powerful deterrent against demonic beasts. This was also why Shifeng could log out of the game without worry. Yet, the 6 Silver Moon Bears had resisted and barged into the herb garden. Shifeng had previously assumed that the Silver Moon Bears had stayed close to the tree to protect the moonlight fruit. However, it would seem that was not the case. After all, he had already plundered everything the Silver Moon Tree had to offer. HM? That's not right. Why do these Silver Moon Bears seem a little larger than the ones I saw from before? Seeing the slumbering Silver Moon Bears, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes. Silver Moon Bear, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 65. HP 80, 000, 000, 000/80, 000, 000. These bears actually had 6 million more HP than the Silver Moon bears he had encountered earlier. Why have they grown stronger? Shifeng was slightly confused. Monsters didn't grow stronger unless they underwent an evolution or became a mutant. However, it was very clear that neither scenario had happened to these bears. Could there be something special near the Silver Moon tree? But I don't think I felt anything different when I was harvesting the moonlight fruits. Shifeng's curiosity grew. However, no matter how he racked his mind, he could only think of one possibility. There was no other explanation for why these Silver Moon bears would return to rest beside the Silver Moon tree shortly after he had killed the demonic hunters. Shifeng then slowly approached the Silver Moon tree. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings using omniscient eyes constantly to spot for anything hidden. Although his senses did not pick up on anything when he had harvested the moonlight fruit, something may have hidden from his 5 senses. The yards. 75 yards. 70 yards. When Shifeng was almost within the Silver Moon bear's detection range, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient teleportation array. System, transferable locations, outer courtyard entrance requires 107 luminary shards, demon ceiling towers first floor main hall requires 207 luminary shards, demon ceiling towers research area requires 507 luminary shards. So, the 7 luminary shards serve this purpose as well. Realization dawned on Shifeng when he heard the system notification. He thought the high teleportation fees were utterly fraudulent. Just teleporting to the demon ceiling tower's first floor cost 207 luminary shards. He could synthesize 4 7 luminaries crystals with that amount. Currently, he only had 714 shards on him. He had no other choice. Either he paid the exorbitant fee or fought his way through the horde of demons. Shifeng chose to teleport to the research area without hesitation. Although the price of 500 shards was high, the moon god was famed for its knowledge in alchemy and magic arrays. Every one of the moon god's recipes that circulated the world was extremely valuable. The various grandmaster alchemists coveted every one of these items. Needless to say, the moon god's research area would be extraordinary. Shifeng naturally could not pass up the opportunity to ransack the moon god's research room just to save some 7 luminary shards. Immediately, Shifeng's vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, he found himself inside a spacious, crystal hall. The walls gave off a faint, blue radiance. Even without sunlight, light filled the hall. System, you have discovered the research area. This is the research room? Shifeng was slightly surprised as he surveyed his surroundings. There were 3 paths out of the hall, and each one led to a different location. One led to the alchemy room, another led to the research room, and the last was a hallway leading out of the research area. Shifeng was immensely excited. As a god's private tower, there was bound to be treasure. Immediately, Shifeng set off to explore the area. The moon god's alchemy room was like a whole new world. The room was as large as a football field, and there were all sorts of research materials and foundational books. There were also plenty of alchemy tools. Although the majority of the books and tools had been damaged beyond recognition due to the passing of time, the items that survived fascinated Shifeng. Any random alchemy tool he picked up was at least secret silver rank. If sold on the market, they could easily fetch over 10 gold. There were over 300 secret silver tools. There was also a complete set of fine gold alchemy tools. The set was easily as valuable as an epic item. However, no one would be so foolish as to sell the set, regardless of the price. The alchemy tool's value paled in comparison to the books he found. To alchemists, these books were priceless. Among the books he found, 9 were introductions to basic secret alchemy techniques. There were also 2 books about advanced secret alchemy techniques. These tomes were similar to secret technique tablets, but they were much easier to learn than the secret technique tablets. In the past, even Shadow's master alchemists had only learned 2 or 3 basic secret alchemy techniques, and the guild had paid a massive price to do so. Among them, the best secret technique had cost 1 epic item to learn. Of course, this price guaranteed that one would learn the secret technique. If the technique had only allowed one player to learn it, it would have only cost a few hundred gold. If an advanced alchemist could learn 3 to 5 basic secret techniques, their chances of becoming a master would double at the very minimum. Anyone who learned the advanced secret techniques would be guaranteed to become a master alchemist. That is... Suddenly, Shifeng noticed the surrounding mana flowing towards a dilapidated stone table a short distance away. The mana flow was slow and weak. If not for his improved physique after consuming the moonlight fruit, he would have been hard-pressed to notice this mana flow. Chapter 1304, Treasure Transforms. A thick layer of dust covered the stone tablet, and mana circulated around it. After taking a few steps towards the table, Shifeng was assaulted by an immense pressure. This is divine might. Although the divine might was faint, and he only sensed it once he was within 10 yards of the table, Shifeng could still feel himself grow a little sluggish. He was excited. Items only exuded divine might if they were frequently used or painstakingly crafted by a god. Needless to say, any item a god favored would be valuable. While resisting the divine might, Shifeng started to tidy up the table. Although divine might was very powerful, the table only exuded a very faint trace of it. Shifeng could still move normally as he stood less than a yard away from the table. Very quickly, Shifeng removed most of the dust covering the table. Books and materials littered the table. However, due to the passing of time, these items had long since eroded. Aside from some mysterious patterns carved into the table, Shifeng could not find anything noteworthy. Could the table itself be exuding the divine might? Shifeng could not help but frown. He could already tell that the table before him was a treasure. The faint trace of mana around the table would definitely aid refining and synthesis work. The table might even have other function that he hadn't noticed yet. In any case, it was undoubtedly useful for alchemists. Only, the stone table wasn't like other items. It could not be stored in a player's bag space. If Shifeng wanted to take it with him, he would have to carry it. Clearly, this wasn't a viable option. The alchemy table was the size of a pool table. Even if he could carry it, he did not have the leeway to carry it around with him. If I can equip one of the special alchemy rooms with this table, it could help the trading firm's alchemists. Shifeng struggled with his disappointment. Aside from alchemy tools, items such as this alchemy table were extremely precious. A good alchemy table could be as helpful as a basic secret alchemy technique. However, since Shifeng could not take the table with him, he had no choice but to take out the soul orb and absorb it. Since the alchemy table radiated divine might, it could be considered as a god crystal. One of the reasons he had chosen the Azura mode promotion quest was to obtain a large number of god crystals to lift the demon god Paimon's seal. Please let it absorb this table. Shifeng silently prayed. He then clicked the Absorb Divine Power button on the Soul Orb's interface and selected the alchemy table as the target. Currently, no one owned the alchemy table. Shifeng wasn't sure if the Soul Orb could actually absorb an ownerless item. After all, he had never tried. The Soul Orb immediately began to emit a dark smoke, which soon enveloped the table. However, even after several seconds, there was no indication that the smoke was devouring its target. Don't tell me it's not possible, Shifeng muttered worriedly. As soon as Shifeng had said so, however, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to allow the Soul Orb devour the magic alchemy table? Without hesitation, Shifeng clicked the Agree button. The magic alchemy table might even be more valuable than an epic weapon, but it was worthless if Shifeng couldn't take it with him. He would rather sacrifice such a treasure to lift the seal on the Soul Orb than leave it behind. As Shi Feng clicked agree, the magic alchemy table began to radiate a golden glow. It was clearly trying to resist. Unfortunately, the soul orb was the fragment of the treasure of illusion, an item on par with a godly relic. How could a measly magic alchemy table resist it? In the next moment, the magic alchemy table melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Streams of golden air flowed into the soul orb. In less than a minute, the magic alchemy table had vanished. Meanwhile, the soul orb statistics had changed slightly. Aside from the absorbed God crystal counter increasing from 0 to 1, it now only required 95 player souls to form a drop of soul water. Absorbing God crystals has other effects? Shi Feng could not help his surprise. He was instantly ecstatic. If he didn't need to absorb as many souls, he could craft soul water much faster. Once he finished absorbing the magic alchemy table, he activated omniscient eyes to search the room once again. If he relied only on his 5 senses, it would take him a long time to find other items like the magic alchemy table. He might even miss some. With the omniscient eyes, however, nothing within 100 yards of him could hide. Charlene didn't lie to me. A god's previous residence has plenty of god crystals to offer. After activating omniscient eyes, Shi Feng discovered another potential god crystal. This one was a broken chair. Shi Feng hadn't noticed the divine might radiating from it earlier due to a suppression magic array, and since it was a broken chair, he hadn't paid any attention to it. Following which, Shi Feng absorbed this broken chair, increasing the god crystal counter to 2. To ensure that he didn't miss any god crystals, Shi Feng scoured the alchemy room. He scanned the entire room with omniscient eyes again and again. This is surprising. A single room had 4 god crystals. This is a huge harvest. Shi Feng's eyes burned with excitement when he saw that the soul orb only needed 6 more god crystals to remove Paymon's seal. He only needed 80 souls now to produce a drop of soul water. The soul orb had been one of the 7 treasures. However, due to demon god Paimon, it couldn't exert its true strength. The flower of 7 sins had nurtured hundreds of experts in the past, even without unlocking the soul orb's full potential. If Shi Feng could use the soul orb without fear of repercussions, the outcome would be incredible. After sweeping through the alchemy room, Shi Feng made his way towards the research room. The research room was far more luxurious than the alchemy room as it had been used to invent high-end alchemical products. Until now, the only known location that could help players surpass the master threshold to become grandmasters were Titan City's special rooms. As soon as Shi Feng entered the research room, he froze. Why is he here? Shi Feng felt as if he had just fallen into a death trap when he saw the familiar figure wandering around the research room. This figure was none other than the dark wizard Raymond. Currently, Raymond was in the midst of concocting a potion. Fortunately for Shi Feng, Raymond was very focused on his task. Including the several bookshelves that served as cover and the magic arrays to prevent interruption, Raymond did not discover Shi Feng immediately. Even so, Shi Feng could feel a headache brewing. The research room was different from the alchemy room. It had been well maintained and was in excellent condition. Needless to say, this room contained several treasures. Even without using omniscient eyes, Shi Feng had already noticed 2 potential god crystals. If he used omniscient eyes, he would discover many more. He might even find enough to lift the soul orb's seal and still have some to repair other items. Not to mention, the moon god was famous for its alchemy research. Needless to say, the moon god had spent a lot of time in this room. Should I go in or not? Shi Feng knew that if he moved another 10 yards into the room, Raymond would discover him. If he were discovered, he would die. As Shi Feng considered his options, an NPC alchemist, who assisted Raymond, began to walk towards Shi Feng. Have I been discovered? Chapter 1305, Perfecting Sword's Orbit. Shi Feng frowned as he watched the NPC alchemist approach. However, Since this NPC alchemist didn't seem to be in a hurry, it did not seem as if he had been discovered. Unfortunately, the fact that the NPC was heading towards him was still a problem. Although the alchemist before him wasn't as terrifying as Raymond, it was still astoundingly powerful. Baron Woka, Human, Great Mage. Level 70. HP 7, 450, 000/7, 450, 000. NPCs might have less HP than monsters and demons of the same level, but when it came to combat techniques and the number of skills they possessed, NPCs were leaps and bounds above monsters and demons. While many experts could contend with Tier 3 monsters, if they tried fighting a Tier 3 NPC, they would be snuffed out of existence. Players' most hated enemies were NPCs. Although the research room was large, there was no place for Shifeng to hide. Moreover, there was only one path behind him. He couldn't avoid Baron Woka's detection. With no other choice, Shifeng retreated from the room temporarily. He planned to hide in the alchemy room while he thought of another way to loot the research room. However, after leaving the research room, Shifeng discovered a magic barrier sealing off the path towards the alchemy room. Unfortunately, the hallway he was in was void of obstructions. One could see everything in it with a single glance. Should I leave the tower for now? Shifeng glanced towards the path leading outside. However, he quickly shook the thought from his mind. The path to the alchemy room had been sealed off after he had explored and left it. If he left the research area now, he might not be able to get back in. If that happened, he would lose his opportunity to explore the research room. Aside from the god crystals, precious alchemy tools, and research materials the research room contained, Raymond's 7 luminaries source stone was enough of a reason to keep Shifeng from leaving. After all, how was he supposed to deal with the Demon King without it? It seems that I have no choice but to fight. Shifeng's gaze drifted back to the research room's door. With the situation as it was, both of his available options would lead to his death. His only hope was to defeat Baron Woka. He'd fail his quest if he didn't. Following which, Shifeng summoned Anna and Kite. When he had used the teleportation array to enter the tower earlier, Anna and Kite hadn't teleported with him. They should both still be in the herb garden, so he needed to summon them once again. Although Anna and Kite were not as high-tiered as Baron Woka, their combat power was no weaker than an ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. Shifeng had only wanted to avoid a fight with the NPC alchemist for fear of attracting Raymond's attention. If Raymond noticed him, only death would await him. However, now that he had retreated quite a distance away from the research room, he didn't need to hold back. I can't summon them? Shifeng looked at the 2 unresponsive summon guard scrolls in his hands, his chest tightening. Suddenly, the door to the research room opened slowly. The hallway was less than 40 yards long. As soon as the Baron Woka left the research room, he noticed Shifeng. Despicable intruder! You dare intrude on this holy land! Guards! Baron Woka shouted. Baron Woka was very loud, and his voice echoed throughout the research area. Damn it! Shifeng hadn't considered that Baron Woka would call for reinforcements. Not only couldn't he summon his personal guards, but now, he also had to deal with more enemies. Fortunately, a magic array isolated the research room from the outside world. No one within the room would hear them out here. Shifeng reacted quickly. Immediately, he activated the aura of Time's absolute time, preventing all enemies within range from using any spells or tools. NPCs were no exception. Heavenly Dragon's power. Blade liberation. Instant strike. Shifeng wouldn't be careless against a Tier 3 NPC. Moreover, now that Baron Woka had called for reinforcements, he would die if he didn't end this before more enemies showed up. He instantly activated twofold Berserk, his basic attributes skyrocketing. With the buff, his basic attributes far surpassed any Tier 3 player of the same level. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared before Baron Woka. Sword's orbit. A galaxy of stars appeared around Shifeng, resplendent and eye-catching. As Shifeng executed Sword's orbit, he felt the technique reach new heights. After consuming 5 moonlight fruits, his physique had permanently improved by 10%. He now had the physique of a Tier 2 player. Hence, his physical control and flexibility had skyrocketed. Baron Woka drowned in starlight. However, Baron Woka was a Tier 3 Great Mage. Even though he had been silenced, he still had the basic attributes of a Tier 3 NPC. His physical attacks with his staff still posed a threat. In God's domain, although magical classes typically bombarded their enemies with spells, that did not mean they were incapable of melee combat. They were just not fond of it. Silencing a magical class would drastically weaken their combat power. Unfortunately for Shifeng, Baron Woka was extremely adept with his staff, defending and attacking. It was clear that he was executing some kind of advanced combat technique. Players might not be able to predict Sword's orbit's attack trajectories, but the combat technique was nothing to Baron Woka. The NPC deflected every one of Shifeng's attacks. What a brilliant defensive combat technique! Shifeng was surprised. He had never thought that Baron Woka had grasped a combat technique. However, at the end of the day, Instant Strike was a Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, Sword's orbit had grown stronger. Even if Baron Woka focused on defense, he couldn't keep up with Shifeng's lightning-quick attacks. Among the 6 strikes Shifeng had sent at the mage, 3 had found their targets. With his cloth armor and weak defense, 3 massive damages appeared above Baron Woka's head. Minus 91,618. Minus 184,983. Minus 93,189. In the blink of an eye, Baron Woka's HP bar had dropped by a sizable chunk. After taking damage, Baron Woka's anxiety surfaced on his pale features. Immediately, he began to retreat towards the research room while shouting, "Guards! Guards! Don't even think about running back into the room." Shifeng quickly circled to Baron Woka's back. Both the abyssal blade and killing ray bit into the mage, the impact sending the NPC flying over a dozen yards away, increasing the distance between Baron Woka and the research room. Realizing that he was in trouble, Baron Woka wisely fell in the opposite direction. However, Shifeng didn't give the NPC the opportunity to get away as he pointed the abyssal blade at the NPC. Abyssal bind. Suddenly, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound Baron Woka, holding him still for Shifeng. Phantom kill. 9 dragon slash. Unable to defend himself for 3 full seconds, Baron Woka's HP decreased rapidly. 95%, 90%, 80%. However, despite dealing frightening amounts of damage, Shifeng did not feel the pressure on him decrease in the slightest. When absolute time's 30-second duration ran out, Baron Woka would be able to save himself. Shifeng needed to kill the NPC before he ran out of time. Furthermore, absolute time was only fully effective against enemies of the same tier. Against Baron Woka, it wouldn't be as effective. According to Shifeng's estimates, he'd be lucky if the skill silenced Baron Woka for half of the duration. Trying to kill Baron Woka in 15 seconds would test Shifeng's explosive power. When Abyssal Bind and Instant Strike's duration ran out, Baron Woka sneered at his enemy. "Despicable intruder, I'm going to offer you to Lord Raymond as a guinea pig." Baron Woka retreated while blocking Shifeng's attacks, which had slowed significantly. "Guards! Get over here and save me." Baron Woka was only 20 yards away from the hallway's exit. Shifeng had only dealt so much damage and overcome Baron Woka's defensive technique due to Instant Strike increasing his attack speed by 500% and damage by 400%. Now that the taboo skill was on cooldown, Baron Woka had a much easier time defending himself. Even against Shifeng and his doppelganger, Baron Woka easily blocked half of the attacks. When Baron Woka's HP fell to 43% and the NPC was about to leave the hallway, Shifeng used everything he had left. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, as if Baron Woka had just stepped in muck, he couldn't move or attack. Dragon Breath. Divine Providence. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger used flame bursts simultaneously and dealt a total of 30 devastating attacks. Every attack devoured over 100,000 of Baron Woka's HP. Eventually, the NPC alchemist's HP fell to 0. Baron Woka glared at Shifeng with reluctance as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1306, Unforgivable Person. The instant Baron Woka's body hit the ground, a golden glow enveloped Shifeng's body as his experience bar increased from 82% of level 50 to 4% of level 51. He obtained more EXP from the NPC alchemist than from the 2 Tier 3 demonic hunters he had killed earlier. Suddenly, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have killed the fallen Baron Woka. You may head to the Alchemists Association at a later time to retrieve the Hand of Alchemy as your reward. So, he was a fallen. No wonder why he gave so much EXP. Realization dawned on Shifeng as he read the system notification. He was also ecstatic. Fallen was a very rare title in God's domain as it was akin to receiving a bounty from the human race as a whole. The Fallen had committed far more severe crimes against the human race than dark players. Normally, one only gained this title after destroying an NPC city. Obviously, anything capable of destroying an entire NPC city had to be terrifyingly powerful. In fact, it was very easy to tell how powerful Baron Woka actually was by his defensive combat technique. If not for absolute time silence effect, Shifeng wouldn't even have a corpse to speak of right now. As Baron Woka died, a pile of items had appeared around his corpse. At a glance, Shifeng counted at least 50 items. What a rich NPC! Shifeng was stunned. Although the majority of the loot consisted of various attribute gemstones, these gemstones were extraordinary. Even the most inferior among them were Tier 3. Several rare gemstones had also dropped. The mana gemstone was one example. When equipped, the mana gemstone increased a player's maximum mana by 3%. Each player could equip a maximum of 3 mana gemstones. In the past, these gemstones easily fetched over 200 gold on the market. They had never gone out of style. There was also the magic barrier gemstone. When equipped, it would wrap players in a magic barrier that reduced all damage received by 2%. As with other gemstones, only 3 could be equipped at a time. It was an amazing gemstone for MTs. In the past, each had sold for 400 gold. Lastly, there was the dexterity gemstone. When equipped, it improved a player's physique by 1%. It was also the most expensive gemstone on the market, with each easily selling for 1,000 gold in the past. However, it was as difficult to obtain as it was expensive. Shadow had only ever gotten its hands on a total of 11 dexterity gemstones in the past. Yet, Shifeng had just obtained 4 dexterity gemstones by killing Baron Woka. Shifeng had also obtained 6 mana gemstones and 5 magic barrier gemstones. Including the other Tier 3 attribute gemstones and slightly rare gemstones, overall, Shifeng had earned over 10,000 gold's worth of gemstones by killing Baron Woka. Baron Woka had dropped 3 other items as well, 2 of which were equipment. One of the 2 pieces of equipment was a level 60 fine gold ring called Chanter's Ring. Although its basic attributes were average at best, when equipped, it increased the wearer's spellcasting speed by 2%. It was an effect that magic classes were desperate for. The other piece of equipment was a cape called Alchemist's Pledge. Although it was only a level 50 fine gold cape, and its basic attributes were very poor, the cape had 2 passive skills that any alchemist would want: Mental Focus and Soul of Alchemy. Mental Focus increased the wearer's focus when carrying out a task. Although it didn't seem like a special effect, it was even more useful than high mana density when one crafted items. Soul of Alchemy was even more impressive. The skill increased the wearer's alchemical success rate by 3% and production speed by 30%. With these passive skills, it would be a piece of cake for alchemists to raise their proficiency quickly. Moreover, these skills would assist players with their promotion to Master and Grandmaster rank. I can offer the Alchemist's Pledge as the benefit for the trading firm's chief alchemist. Shifeng smiled. Any guild or trading firm that wanted its members to improve quickly needed to provide a competitive environment. To gain this competitive edge, they needed to offer powerful benefits as motivation. While the candlelight trading firm offered various benefits, none of them were unique. Its benefits weren't particularly tempting to the truly excellent lifestyle players out there. However, if he offered the alchemist's pledge as a benefit for becoming Candlelight's chief alchemist, it would spark a burning passion in the trading firm's alchemists. He also had secret alchemy techniques. He could similarly use these techniques as a reward for alchemists who performed well. Following which, Shi Feng picked up the last item Baron Woka had dropped. This item was an old, gray key. It was clear that it had originated from an ancient era and hadn't truly belonged to Baron Woka. Shi Feng then clicked to check the item's introduction. However, he discovered that the item couldn't be appraised. Cannot be appraised? What kind of key is this? Shi Feng's curiosity grew. Omniscient eyes. The system reported that he would need 20 seconds to appraise the key. The duration was even longer than when he appraised epic items. Time passed quickly. When the loading bar was finally complete, the gray key transformed. The key started to radiate a faint, golden glow. Moon God's secret key unique. Possesses the power to control all magic arrays in the Moonlight Courtyard. Can also be used to lock or unlock the Moonlight Courtyard's rooms. So, they could enter and leave this place freely due to this key. Realization dawned on Shi Feng. The Moon God created the Moonlight Courtyard. Even if the Moon God were no longer here, not just any entity could take up residence in the courtyard due to its many powerful traps. Even someone as powerful as Raymond would lose his life if he accidentally triggered a trap. However, it was a different story if Raymond had the Moon God's secret key. With this, he could move around the Moonlight Courtyard as if it were his own backyard. Raymond must have asked Baron Woka to pick something up for him. This is a convenient development. Shi Feng suddenly thought of a plan to obtain the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. The 7 Luminaries Source Stone was the key component for completing his promotion quest. Without it, sealing the Demon King was practically impossible. Shi Feng hadn't had a way to secure the stone as he wasn't strong enough to take our Raymond. However, the situation had changed. With the Moon God's secret key, he had full control over the Moonlight Courtyard. First, Shi Feng had to rest. Since he had activated twofold Berserk, he was currently in a weakened state, his attributes having decreased significantly. With his current attributes, he wouldn't even have time to react to Raymond's casual attacks, much less steal the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. With nothing better to do in the meantime, Shi Feng logged out of God's domain and entered his offline space. Unlike in the Dark Canyon, he still had access to his communications system in the offline space. The moment Shi Feng logged out of God's domain, he received a series of system notifications, all of which were messages from within God's domain. Overall, he had received dozens of messages and several communication requests. Why are so many people trying to contact me? Shi Feng gave the notifications an odd look. Aside from Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, Phoenix Rain had even sent him urgent messages. Moreover, she had tried to call him 3 times. Has something happened? Shi Feng opened his friends list and called Aqua Rose. Chapter 1307, Qualitatively Changing a Town. Inside the dim offline space, a few seconds after Shi Feng made the call request, Aqua Rose connected to the video call. Currently, the video showed Aqua Rose out in the field, a slightly anxious expression on her face. Moreover, the sounds of an intense battle seemed to come from every direction. Guild leader, your communication system is finally up, Aqua Rose said, sighing with relief. Her frown relaxed slightly. I was prepared to send Blackie to go and knock on your cabin. Has something happened? Shi Feng asked as he examined Aqua Rose's tired expression. He had logged back into God's domain a short time ago, and before he had returned, he hadn't received a single message, yet as soon as he logged out, so many people had tried to contact him. Whatever Aqua Rose wanted to talk about, it must be important. Otherwise, with Aqua Rose's capabilities, she would have solved the problem without contacting him. Since Gentle Snow had joined Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had a much easier time managing the guild's affairs. This was even after taking into account the guild's expansion. In fact, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were so capable that they could solve many issues without his help. Hence, he had been able to challenge his promotion quest without worrying about his guild. Not long ago, Heaven's Burial gained access to Evernight City. They've turned the Frozen Scar map into an Azura mode regional dungeon. Based on the information Evernight City published, a guild can gain access to the city once they kill the Frost King, the regional dungeon's final boss. Every large guild is focusing on raiding the regional dungeon. Quite a few superpowers have set their sights on this dark city. The competition in Frozen Scar is intense. I suggest that we pull Snow away from Lake Heart City and gather Zero Wing's forces in Frozen Scar. However, Snow has reported that the situation in Lake Heart City has started to improve, and she can't step away at the moment. I led a portion of our main forces into Frozen Scar, but we're having difficulty competing with those superpowers. Moreover, quite a few dark players have been slaughtering players around White River City, striking fear into the residents' hearts. Some players have even migrated to Star Moon City. We've dispatched quite a few experts to deal with the situation, but that means that I have even less manpower at my disposal. Evernight City was the only dark city in Star Moon Kingdom. It offered a few privileges that most ordinary NPC cities lacked. One of which was a teleportation array connected to Evernight City, which guilds could gain access to once they had enough reputation. The city would build this array in one of the guild's towns or cities, allowing the guild's players to teleport from the guild town or city to Evernight City with ease. Moreover, as a guild increased its status in Evernight City, it would gain access to more teleportation arrays. Ordinary NPC cities didn't have such a privilege to offer. Not only was this convenient for guilds, but it would also aid in their development. There wasn't a lot of distance between Star Moon City and Evernight City. Many players could use Evernight City as a waypoint to reach farther guild towns and grind in the nearby high-level maps without traveling for dozens of hours. Rather than put down roots in a particular guild town permanently, players could treat it like a temporary rest point, moving their operations at a moment's notice if necessary. Independent players would swarm to a guild town tethered to Evernight City, boosting the town's development. Access to Evernight City? Shifeng immediately came to a realization. It was no wonder why Aqua Rose was so nervous. Even Phoenix Rain had tried to contact him several times. If Zero Wing could gain access to Evernight City and secure a teleportation array for Stone Forest Town, it would transform the town. Of course, this was true for other guilds as well. It was no wonder why so many guilds were going mad over this matter. Even the various superpowers wanted in on the action. Guild leader, I'd like Snow to shift her focus away from Lake Heart City for now. If the other guilds kill the Frost King, it will become very difficult for us to gain access to Evernight City, Aqua Rose explained. No. Snow has to keep her focus in Lake Heart, Shifeng said, shaking his head. As for you, give up on raiding Frozen Scar for now. Give up? Shifeng's decision stunned Aqua Rose. Stone Forest Town had only become the #1 town in Star Moon Kingdom after overcoming many challenges. If they let the another guild kill the Frost King before them, they might not be able to maintain Stone Forest Town's position. That's right. Give up on raiding the Frost King. Instead, figure out a way to raid Blizzard Fortress, the team dungeon in the Frozen Scar. Try to get the first clear if possible. Shifeng nodded. Guild leader, that's a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Aqua Rose was astonished. By the time we obtain the first clear, someone else will kill the Frost King. A level 50, 100-man team dungeon was a massive challenge to any guild at this stage of the game. Raiding one was far more difficult than raiding the Frost King. Based on their investigation, the Frost King was only a level 53 Grand Lord. The only reason it hadn't been raided yet was that no one had found its hiding place deep within the Frozen Scar. players needed to kill many monsters and bosses in order to reach the final boss. Taking into account the Frozen Scar's severe environment, which increased players' stamina consumption by several times, progress to reach the Frost King was quite slow. They would be crazy to ignore the Frost King, the easier raid target, to challenge the Blizzard Fortress instead. The Frost King is an ice-type boss. Fighting it without very high ice resistance is nearly impossible, but the weapons and equipment that drop in the Blizzard Fortress are somewhat unique. Almost every item offers high ice resistance. If we have these items, it'll be much easier to raid the Frost King. In any case, with so many guilds in the running, the competition won't conclude for some time. We'll use this opportunity to bolster our team's strength. It won't be too late to raid the Frost King once we've done so, Shifeng said, smiling. He did not bother to explain further details. Alright, I understand. I'll try to raid the Blizzard Fortress as quickly as possible. In reality, Aqua Rose still had her doubts. She knew that they had tons of Sea God's blessings in the guild warehouse. The potion could significantly increase a player's resistances. However, since Shifeng had given her an order, it wouldn't be wise to insist against it. She could only try to raid the dungeon as quickly as possible. Following which, Aqua Rose disconnected the call. Meanwhile, Shifeng smiled wryly at Aqua Rose's confusion. He could not reveal too much information. After all, no one had actually raided the Frost King yet. He couldn't just come out and say that players needed a minimum of 300 points of ice resistance to raid the boss. With such a high requirement, not even stacking 2 bottles of Sea God's blessing would be enough. They needed other weapons and equipment to supplement for the missing points. Otherwise, players wouldn't stand a chance against the Frost King. Many guilds had contested for the right to enter Evernight City in the past as well. Similarly, these guilds had focused on clearing a straight path towards the Frost King, expending tons of manpower and resources in the process. However, only after encountering the Frost King did everyone realize how much of a nightmare the boss truly was. In the end, despite only being a Grand Lord, the Frost King had wiped out an army of hundreds of thousands of elite players, transforming them into ice sculptures. However, the fact that Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City concerned Shifeng. When Evernight City had surfaced in the past, over 20 days had passed before the first guild had gained access to the city, yet it had only been a few days, and Heaven's Burial had already entered the city. It was inconceivable. To make matters worse, the first guild to gain access enjoyed additional benefits, which would make it far easier to gain guild reputation in Evernight City. It wouldn't be long before Heaven's Burial connected its guild town to Evernight City. This won't do. I need to hurry. After a 2-hour nap, Shifeng logged into God's domain once more. Chapter 1308, Challenging the Dark Wizard. I recovered faster than I expected. When Shifeng logged back into God's domain, he inspected his status window, noticing that his weakened state was already gone. He was back at his peak. Although the increased time flow in the Dark Canyon was part of the reason for his speedy recovery, the research area's high mana density, which was much higher than in the outside world, had helped. As a result, his weakened state's duration had decreased significantly. Following which, Shifeng took 2 Sea God's blessing bottles from his bag and consumed them, his resistances, particularly magic resistance, increasing by a total of 150 points. He then retrieved an acceleration scroll and gave himself the acceleration buff. Following which he switched his swordsmanship master title to the basic tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30 points, stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. After making a series of adjustments, Shifeng pushed his basic attributes and movement speed to his current limit. While Shifeng had rested in his offline space, he had thought about how he would go about stealing the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. He had run through several simulations in his mind, afraid of the unexpected. A Tier 5 Grand Wizard was an extremely dangerous opponent. The slightest mistake would result in his death. While Shifeng did not mind dying, his death would result in the loss of the Soul Orb. If he lost the soul orb now, he did not know how long it would take to find another one of the 7 treasures again. He couldn't lose the soul orb now. Hopefully, the system won't try to mess with me. Shifeng then carefully opened the research room door and snuck in. Raymond was still immersed in his alchemy in the room. He had blocked every distraction from his mind as he focused on his research. Meanwhile, he had placed the 7 luminaries source stone above a research table in the center of a small, crimson magic array not far from him. This small magic array utilized the 7 luminaries source stone as a power source, supplying the mana Raymond needed to craft his item. Shifeng did not rush to snatch the 7 luminaries source stone. Instead, he quietly examined the room's layout and the items around the room. As a God's domain expert, the first thing he needed to do when encountering a foreign environment was to adapt. This way, he could exert his maximum combat potential during a fight. This time, however, Shifeng didn't observe his surroundings just to adapt, but to locate the research room's treasures as well. He had only reached the Moon God's research room, which had been excellently maintained after many challenges. He'd do himself a disservice if he stole the 7 luminaries source stone and ignored everything else. Every item in the research room was sorely tempting. The alchemy tools on the research tables alone were dark gold rank. Even after a decade of playing God's domain, such tools had been incredibly precious. Every alchemist constantly hunted such treasures. Shifeng even spotted a complete set on one of the research tables. Aside from the alchemy tools, the research room had quite a few items that radiated divine might. The Moon God must have used them all frequently. Any one of these items could easily sell for over 100,000 magic crystals in an auction. There were also quite a few tattered designs on an experiment table. These designs had been crafted with extremely valuable materials. Rather than the standard sheepskin parchment, the designs had been drawn on dragon skin. Only gods would dare use a dragon skin as parchment. Fortunately, dragon skin parchment would survive storage for tens of thousands of years. As he carefully analyzed the research room, shock bubbled in Shifeng's chest. The research room was a treasure trove. It could likely rival the fallen Arkansas. If only the dark wizard Raymond weren't present. Raymond finally completed the item he had been working on. A golden ring, with a jewel radiating a 7-colored brilliance in its center, floated in the air before him. The jewel also released a frightening pressure. Even Shifeng, who stood far outside of the research room's magic array, felt a significant weight bearing down on him. What is that? Shifeng stared at the golden ring curiously. Very few items in God's domain, aside from items gods had used, emitted that kind of pressure. Every one of these items was a masterpiece. The golden ring's pressure could even rival divine might. After completing the ring, Raymond's hand stopped moving as he began to chant an incantation. A 4-fold magic array then appeared above the golden ring, absorbing the surrounding mana and forcing it into the ring. Like a massive whale taking a breath, the golden ring sucked in the dense mana, yet despite absorbing so much, the ring showed no signs of slowing. A chance! Watching the golden ring absorb mana, Shifeng knew that this was the crucial moment to act. If he missed this opportunity, he wasn't likely to get another. Immediately, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger stay near the research room's entrance, keeping the door open. He then dashed towards Raymond. Raymond, Dark Shaman King. Human, Grand Wizard. Level 72. HP? / Although Raymond was only level 72, he was a Tier 5 NPC. He detected the fluctuations in the magic array almost immediately, which Shifeng had caused as he ran through it. When Raymond realized that he had an intruder, his gaze turned cold. Die! Without hesitation, Raymond waved his wrinkled arm and gestured towards Shifeng. 5 magic arrays of different colors formed at his fingertips, overlapping. The amount of mana around Raymond's palm even made Shifeng shudder with fear. This is insane. He's using Elemental Crush, right off the bat? As soon as Shifeng saw the 5 magic arrays, he recognized the spell. Elemental Crush was a Tier 5, miniature destruction spell. Although the attack's range wasn't large, it was even more frightening than a Tier 5, large-scale destruction spell. If struck, even MTs of the same tier and level would lose half of their HP instantly. However, the spell had a flaw: its runes were overly complex. The chant was also quite long. Tier 5 Grand Wizards didn't usually use this spell in PvP. However, Raymond could forego both the incantation and runes, casting the spell instantly. Suddenly, space around Shaman started to crumble. Everything around him turned dark. In the blink of an eye, everything within 30 yards had been turned to dust. However, just as Raymond thought he had dealt with the intruder and was about to return his focus to the magic array above the golden ring, a figure appeared before him. Close 1. Shaman could not help but glance at his previous position, fear lingering in his heart. Fortunately, he had instant strike, which allowed him to teleport to his target. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged the spell with his movement speed. Despicable mortal, die. Realizing that Shaman was still alive, Raymond grew serious as he activated his domain. In God's domain, there was a saying that those without domains were nothing more than ants underfoot. As long as one activated a domain, they could suppress their enemies. Against weaker opponents, it would be a one-sided slaughter. However, Shaman had prepared for Raymond's domain. As soon as he appeared before Raymond, he activated Absolute Time, freezing the area's mana. Even the Dark Shaman King couldn't access the mana. Raymond's spreading domain crumbled instantly. Shaman sighed with relief. He knew that Absolute Time wouldn't silence Raymond for more than 10 seconds. He could accept that as long as it was effective against the NPC for even a brief moment. Without hesitation, Shaman activated Power of Darkness and Windwalk before dashing towards the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone. Damnable ant! Seeing Shaman run past him, flames of rage burned in Raymond's eyes as he smashed the black, metallic staff in his other hand towards Shaman. Although Raymond couldn't use his spells, Raymond's physique, strength, and speed were leaps and bounds above the swordsman's. Even without using combat techniques, he could kill Shaman instantly. Ping! A metallic clang echoed when the staff crashed into Shaman. However, the staff stopped half an inch before Shaman, unable to proceed. Defensive Blade. Raymond was helpless against this move. He was a magical class. Without his spells, he couldn't deplete Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. He could only smash his staff into Shaman repeatedly to deplete the block counts. This gave Shaman enough time to reach the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone above the research table. With lightning-quick reactions, Shaman grabbed the Source Stone and stored it in his bag space. He then turned and fled to another research table. Bastard! You bastard! You dare steal what's mine! Do you think someone like you can last against me for long? Suddenly, Raymond's white hair darkened to black. His wrinkles started to smooth as he began to appear youthful. His aura also seemed to grow more powerful. Taste the wrath of the Dark Shaman King. Chapter 1309, Ring of Gospel. As soon as Raymond finished speaking, a crisp, shattering sound rang out inside the research room. The previously frozen mana in the room promptly went berserk, surging towards Raymond. Meanwhile, Raymond began transforming from an elderly man into a dignified youth at a rate visible to the naked eye. In simple terms, the silence effect was achieved through freezing the target's mana flow or retarding it considerably. For Raymond, someone who had gazed into the abyss of magic, resolving such a situation was not a difficult task. Meanwhile, one of the most effective ways to remove a silence debuff was to forcibly break free from the restrictions placed on their mana. This was also the reason why the silence debuff was very weak against high-tiered existences. Disappear from this world. At this moment, not only was Raymond chanting an incantation, but he was also writing runes in midair. Meanwhile, both his chanting and writing speeds were beyond anything Shaman had ever seen before. Despite Shifeng having activated a berserk skill and being under the effect of various acceleration skills, before he could even reach the next research table, 4 magic arrays had already appeared around Raymond. Meanwhile, each magic array gathered a frightening amount of mana. If Phoenix Rain were present right now, she would definitely be stupefied by this scene. The reason for this was the technique Raymond had just displayed. It was literally the ideal sought after by all magical class players. Quadruple speed casting. Moreover, every spell Raymond cast was a Tier 5 spell capable of heavily injuring Tier 5 classes. If struck by all 4 spells, even a Tier 5 player would die instantly. In the next moment, spatial tiers formed around Shifeng, surrounding him, following which, flames, lightning, and ice began descending from above, sealing off Shifeng's paths of retreat completely. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the research room in rapid succession. If not for this room being the creation of the moon god, it would have been reduced to a pile of rubble already. However, after suffering this bombardment, Shifeng still managed to arrive at the research table safely, where he frantically grabbed everything he could. He did not pay attention to what his hands picked up as he tossed everything into his bag. He even went as far as implementing Sword's orbit with his arms to increase his looting efficiency. After plundering everything on the research table, he headed straight for the experiment table with the dragon skin parchments on it. Damnable ant! Who gave you the 7 luminaries ring? Raymond shouted reflexively in both surprise and rage when he noticed the golden divine runes flowing around Shifeng's body. In the next instant, however, Raymond's eyes turned red with greed and passion. Don't think that the 7 luminaries ring's power can save you. Before me, nobody can escape. If you hand over the 7 luminaries ring now, I can promise to turn you into my servant and let you have the opportunity to come into contact with the abyss of magic. However, Shifeng did not respond to Raymond's demand as he continued his looting operation without pause. Shifeng knew full well that the aura of Earth's absolute defense would not last long. Moreover, even skills that provided invulnerability couldn't offer unlimited protection against someone like the Black Shaman King. After all, nothing was truly invulnerable. It was only a matter of whether one was strong enough to overcome a particular invulnerability effect. If the 7 luminaries ring he possessed right now were the real deal, needless to say, defending against Raymond's attacks would be a piece of cake. However, the 7 luminaries ring he possessed was a replica. It wasn't a godly relic. Just being able to ward off Raymond's quadruple casting was already fortunate. If Raymond really got serious, absolute defense most likely wouldn't be able to stop the NPC's attacks. Since you're not willing to hand it over, become my living puppet. Raymond began chanting once again. Unlike before, however, his chanting speed was not particularly fast this time. Moreover, the runes he wrote were incomparably complex. Even Shifeng, someone who had conducted plenty of research into runes and magic arrays, could not identify what those runes were meant for. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng started looting the items on the experiment table as soon as he arrived before it. Absolute Defense's duration had less than 2 seconds remaining. Although he could not plunder the entire experiment table, he took most of the items on it. At this time, Raymond pointed his staff at Shifeng and shouted, "Shatter!" In the next moment, a black beam of light shot at Shifeng's body. Immediately, the divine runes surrounding Shifeng's body started crumbling. It was obvious that Raymond's attack had broken through absolute defense. "Become my loyal slave." Raymond then slammed the butt of his staff on the floor. A shadow instantly formed beneath Shifeng's feet. Gray strands slowly rose from the shadow, binding Shifeng's body. Why does he know even the necromancer class's dark bondage? Shifeng frowned when he saw the gray strands wrapped around his feet. Dark bondage was a Tier 4 spell that could turn a living creature into one's slave. The success rate of the spell depended on the user's and target's levels and tiers. On average, the success rate was very low. Of course, this was only in the case of players. It was a different story if a powerful NPC like Raymond cast the spell. When nearly half of Shifeng's body was bound, Raymond revealed a sneer on his face. Divine steps. Suddenly, 10 doppelgangers formed around Shifeng. He then chose to switch positions with one of them. Even a spell like Dark Bondage couldn't stop Shifeng from swapping places with his doppelganger. He promptly took another item from the experiment table. However, as soon as Shifeng stored the item into his bag, he suddenly found himself as well as his 10 doppelgangers appearing before Raymond. What? He knows even the Tier 5 curse space conversion? Shifeng was surprised as he swept a glance at his surroundings. Hurriedly, he started switching places with his other doppelgangers, which were slightly farther away from Raymond. At this time, Raymond also activated his domain once more, directly suppressing Shifeng and preventing him from moving whatsoever. Only Shifeng's 10 doppelgangers, which were invulnerable like Shifeng, could still move. However, no matter where the doppelgangers went, as long as they remained inside the range of Raymond's domain, even if Shifeng switched places with them, he still couldn't budge from there. A futile effort. Raymond waved his staff once more, and his surroundings turned into a world of frost, trapping Shifeng's doppelgangers. Although the doppelgangers were invulnerable, they did not possess the ability to pass through physical objects. Without any strength of their own, they could only remain trapped inside the ice. Is that so? At this moment, Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he switched places with the doppelganger that stood less than a yard away from the golden ring. He had not hurried to leave and dared to take sure, bold actions, all because he had suddenly recalled something about this golden ring. In the past, the alliance of superpowers had been able to kill the Dark Shaman King because they had managed to destroy one of the NPC's items at the cost of plenty of sacrifices. That item was the Ring of Gospel. It was also the key to killing the Dark Shaman King. The item Raymond had been producing happened to have the shape of a circular ring. As a result, Shifeng could not help but link it with the Ring of Gospel. Since he had already made it all the way here, he naturally could not let such a good opportunity get away. Despicable rat. But when Raymond saw Shifeng grabbing the golden ring, he was like a cat that just got its tail stepped on. He literally jumped up in anger before bombarding Shifeng with one Tier 4 spell after another. At this point, he had lost all intentions of making Shifeng a puppet. One after another, silvery white frost lances began shooting at Shifeng from all directions. The cold air radiated by every one of these frost lances made Shifeng shudder. He could also faintly see golden arcs of electricity wreathing these frost lances. As they moved, even their surrounding space showed signs of shattering. Shifeng did not doubt that even one hit from these frost lances would kill him instantly. I can't stay here any longer. This time, Shifeng knew that Raymond was no longer holding back. Immediately, he chose to switch positions with the doppelganger summoned through Phantom Kill. Boom. As soon as he switched positions, hundreds of frost lances pierced his doppelganger, killing it on the spot. The doppelganger did not even have time to react. He really is too strong. Standing by the research room's entrance, Shifeng was greatly shocked by this scene. He hurriedly left the room, not daring to remain even a moment longer. Meanwhile, as soon as he exited, he sealed the door, using the moon god's secret key. The instant the room was sealed, Shifeng felt the door shaking violently. Chapter 1310, Moon God's Secret Record. The door of the research room was made using a special method. Moreover, the moon god had reinforced it with divine runes. Even a Tier 5 Grand Wizard would have difficulty leaving a scratch on it. However, the violent tremors of the door made Shifeng doubt it could hold back the Dark Shaman King. After all, Raymond was an NPC capable of becoming the final boss of one of God's domain's major expansion packs. He definitely was not an existence that ordinary Tier 5 NPCs could compare to. In retrospect, considering how several superpowers had needed to work together to defeat Raymond, Feng could only conclude that Raymond had to be at the demigod standard already. Thinking up to this point, Feng felt that he still wasn't safe. He left the research area right away. When he entered the corridor leading out of the research area, he even used the moon god's secret key to seal off the corridor. Although the corridor's seal was not as powerful as the door of the research room, it could more or less stop Raymond for a short while. After Feng left the research area, it was as if he had entered a whole other world. When he exited the corridor, he arrived at a place filled with greenery. He could see hills and waterfalls in the distance as well as hear bird calls and smell flowers. He could also pick up the roars of many demonic beasts. At the same time, he spotted many demonic patrol squads making the rounds of the forest paths. Although the guards in these demonic patrol squads were not as strong as the demons guarding the inner courtyard, each patrol still consisted of 1 level 70, Tier 3 demonic guard and 9 level 70, Tier 2 demonic soldiers. To Feng, who currently couldn't summon his personal guards and mount, they were extremely dangerous opponents. Immediately after, the sound of a system notification entered Feng's ears. System, you have discovered the top floor of the demon ceiling tower, Moon God Space. What? This is the top floor of the demon ceiling tower? Feng was stunned when he looked at the system notification. Based on the system map, the demon ceiling tower had a total of 36 floors. Meanwhile, each floor could easily fit a small town inside. If Feng had tried climbing from the first floor to the top floor, he would have needed plenty of time. Although he had already steeled himself for a long battle, climbing all 36 floors would not have been an easy task. Previously, Feng had still thought that spending 507 luminaries shards to teleport to the research area had not been worth it. Now, however, it would seem that he had just made a huge profit. Immediately, Feng found a safe location to hide before adjusting his mental state and organizing the items he looted. From beginning to end, his exchange with Raymond had lasted only 7 or 8 seconds. However, despite this brevity, his stamina and concentration had been depleted as if he had fought normally for several hours. The exchange had taken a severe toll on his concentration, in particular. Due to the frightening pressure Raymond gave off, as well as the NPC's domain, every second he spent fleeing from the NPC was equivalent to fighting against an opponent of equal strength for an hour. In fact, from the moment Feng started facing off against Raymond until he exited the research room, Feng had not even taken a breath. After all, even the slightest delay in his actions could lead to his death, rendering all his efforts since entering God's domain useless. One could imagine just how much pressure Feng felt during those short 7 or 8 seconds. Hence, Feng wished to slowly relax his tense mental state. Meanwhile, at the Azura Mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar, many of Starmoon Kingdom's powerful and well-known guilds were currently gathered here. There were even large guilds from other kingdoms and empires coming to raid the regional dungeon. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of elite and expert players were at Frozen Scar, and the competition here was considerably intense. In just the few short hours since Frozen Scar became a regional dungeon, over 50,000 elite players had already died in it. This situation immediately deterred members of small guilds and independent players from entering the dungeon. However, in one forest filled with snow, a 1,000-man legion was calmly pressing forward. The legion easily killed off any level 46 Lord-ranked snow yetis and level 45 elite-ranked snow giants and steadily advanced towards the location of the Frost King. When the elite legions of other guilds came across this legion, they would hurriedly avoid it, afraid of provoking it. After all, the guild this 1,000-man legion belonged to was none other than Heaven's Burial, the official number 2 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Currently, Singular Burial was even personally leading this elite legion. Among the members of this legion, even the weakest was level 41, whereas the experts were level 42. There were even some experts that had reached level 43. Meanwhile, these players were all geared in level 40 top-tier equipment, with the most inferior being fine gold rank and the majority being dark gold rank. The strongest among all these players was Singular Burial. Although he was only level 43, he was equipped with the level 45 Dark Gold set equipment for Rangers, the 100 Beasts set, and wielded a pitch-black double-stringed bone bow that gave off the epic rank glow effect. Despite going up against over 50 Frost Yetis and 1,000 Frost Giants, Singular Burial managed to command his team properly and keep the situation under control. In the end, Heaven's Burial's elite legion bombarded these monsters to death without even a break in their front line. This situation inspired serious envy in the players from other guilds watching from afar. Just as Singular Burial and his team were cleaning up the remnant Frost Giants, he suddenly received a communication request. "Ghost, did something happen on your side?" Singular Burial asked as he looked at the indifferent level 43 assassin in the screen. "Something happened over at Zero Wing's side," Ghost Shadow reported. For some reason, instead of advancing towards the Frost King, Zero Wing's team has actually turned around and is currently headed towards the Blizzard Fortress. By the looks of it, they are planning on raiding the dungeon. Raiding the Blizzard Fortress? Singular Burial could not help but be stunned. Are you sure? Blizzard Fortress is a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Why are they even trying to raid it? For them to give up on the Frost King so willingly, could they have discovered something we don't know? The information regarding the Frost King was something he had released to the public himself. Meanwhile, his reason for doing so was to lure Zero Wing's main force over and use the opportunity to weaken it. At the same time, he could also complete his quest. I don't know. However, the information about them heading towards the Blizzard Fortress is definitely true. As for Zero Wing's elite members, they have also left Frozen Scar already. Ghost Shadow was similarly confused by this situation. Killing the Frost King would grant a guild access to Evernight City, yet Zero Wing had actually given up such a good opportunity in favor of raiding a dungeon. Moreover, it was even a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Even he, an expert who had fought in the virtual gaming world for many years now, could not understand what Zero Wing was trying to do. Forget it. Ignore them for now. You and your men regroup with us as well. The number of guilds joining the competition is growing increasingly higher, so we need to hurry up ourselves. Once we're done with our quest, Star Moon Kingdom will become Heaven's Burial's possession. Even if Zero Wing manages to raid the dungeon, it would be useless, Singular Burial said, sneering. I've really lucked out this time. Sure Feng could not help sighing happily as he looked at his bag space. Previously, all of his attention had been on Raymond. Hence, when he was looting, he simply shoved everything he could get his hands on into his bag without caring what they were. Now that he got to take a closer look, however, even Sure Feng himself was stupefied by the spoils. Among the items he looted were 8 Dark Gold Alchemy tools. There was also a set of Dark Gold Alchemy tools made from magic jade called the Green Jade set. If placed on the market, this set could easily sell for over 30,000 gold. On its own, magic jade possessed the ability to absorb mana from its surroundings. When made into an alchemy tool, it could pull out the best effects of herbs. In total, the complete set of magic jade alchemy tools increased alchemy success rates by 10% and alchemy production speeds by 20%. There was also a 3% chance for the created product to have its effects strengthened. In the past, even Grandmaster alchemists had been extremely eager to get their hands on such a set. Unfortunately, even super guilds had a very difficult time obtaining a set of Dark Gold Alchemy tools, not to mention something like the Green Jade set. Aside from alchemy tools, Shurfeng's bag had many sheets of ancient, tattered pages. Recorded on these pages were recipes made by the moon god. However, as the pages were dilapidated, they could not be used. After Shurfeng used omniscient eyes to appraise one of the tattered pages, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. System, ancient tattered page discovered. Repairing it requires 100 magic crystals. Dragonskin parchment sure is amazing. Even after enduring tens of thousands of years of corrosion, it can still be repaired using magic crystals. No wonder gods would use dragon skin parchment to make records in ancient times. Realization dawned upon Shifeng. Having picked up so many tattered pages, he never hoped that every one of them would still be usable. He would be fine with just one. At the very least, he wouldn't have wasted his precious time trying to collect all these tattered pages. Hence, it was truly surprising that the pages could be repaired. Shifeng started repairing page after page right away. As he repaired the pages, he also organized them based on the page numbers, and surprisingly, the pages actually automatically combined. After around 10 minutes passed, he was finally done repairing all 31 pages he picked up. Suddenly, the combined pages transformed into a thick, ancient book that radiated a faint trace of divine might. Meanwhile, there were 4 words, written in the ancient divine language, on the cover of this ancient book. Moon God's Secret Record. That you're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.